So I'll invite someone to actually put an input so we can continue this as a discussion.
Yes, the defilements play an important role in our life. So
Yes.
defilements keep on pushing our life and giving expectations. And whatever obstacle you have, they you may feel that they are defilements, hatred, and whatever expectation. Uh, the attractions, you may embrace them, so that will give you some kind of enthusiasm to continue your life in future. You think that something is in future, and so I had a bad past. Everybody thinks so. Whoever who is like to die when he's on the deathbed, he also thinking that I should have done so many things, so I failed. I'm a failure. So this is how life goes on. Defilements never get fades any other way, but only through listening to them and put that only by application. Correct application only you can um, I mean experience the transformation, and ultimately you will uh, feel the liberation of our mind, freedom of our mind. So in order to reach that point, one must gradually follow this path. But what
Yeah,
about the patient?
actually, when you say that, Mr. Bernard, I think it's really important that how people get to get this, curiosity or the eagerness to learn. Is there a truth? Like people will start searching truth for various reasons. One of the reasons would be this continuous the anxiety or continuous depression or continuous stress which the humans would feel, because they feel it and they know that it is not comfortable, and they know, is there a way of getting rid of this problem? They know that they can go to a doctor and get some treatment, but they can be very transient treatment, and one might uh, actually wonder, is there a permanent treatment for this? Is there any other way? Is there anything from spiritual world? Because there's so many understandings about spiritual world. So spirituality, or the kind of that is not new to people. They know something about spirituality. So the whole world talks about spirituality. So when there is some kind of sadness, when there is a pressure, when there is a anxiety, when there is a kind of stress in the mind, when they feel the uncomfortable, that life is becoming uncomfortable for some reason. Reasons can be very, very diverse. It can be multiple. I mean, you name it, we have it. Like there's, like, if you take 1,000 people, even the billionaire would have some kind of stress, some kind of sadness, some kind of you know the unfulfilled feeling, because they feel unfulfilled all the time, even though they have the most, like someone would say, oh, if I'm a billionaire, I would be like very happy. But when you become the billionaire, you might feel, I have become the billionaire now, so what else? I am not feeling fulfilled. So then they will turn to see, is there anything spiritual I can gain? So they go into like concentration meditation, which is popular in the world, and they can go into any other spiritual aspects where there are like rituals, like there's so many rituals in the world where they will seek happiness. Someone would seek happiness through nature, someone would seek happiness through partying, someone would seek happiness through drugs, someone would seek happiness through doing some actually trying to satisfy these sensory organs, highly satisfy and see whether that is the end of this satisfaction. Like, can we achieve something by achieving the 100% of sensory organs, like see the best part of the world, hear the most beautiful music, like maximum. In the mind we have like a thing called good stuff. So the people will do various stuff to feel happy, to see whether they can feel fulfilled. So we know definitely, even if you are the billionaire, even if you have everything, so within fraction of a second you can order something if you want something, still the person could be actually not happy. So that is where the truth is important. That is where the truth should be explored. And that is why the truth should be even in the YouTube or in the internet, or how can I say, in the web, because someone in future actually might search about this. Is there something called nirvana? Is there something called true happiness? Is there something called you know when Lord Buddha said there is cessation of suffering, is there something like that? So someone would search about that. So even though we have a limited capacity now, like in future, this might change. People might be searching for this like crazily, and then our actually function, our task kind of is to provide something so that everyone who seeks the truth, is there a true happiness? Is there anything like cessation of suffering? So then they have to get this answer, how to achieve the cessation of suffering. So in that case, we need to know what brings upon the suffering, what is suffering. So actually speaking, the Aran Mahanse has explained so many sermons, and most of them are in English. So like 90, if you take 10,000, I mean, maybe 98% is in Sinhala. So the world will have problems accessing that. And especially we know some of the English words, when we convert we can use a AI translator, whatever translators we can use. But the problem is whether we can get the correct understanding from translation of Sinhala to English. We don't know. It might help, but we don't know, because there's so many English words, so many Sinhala words actually, even Pali words, where there is subtle meanings, like second meanings, like not straightforward meanings. So someone searching the truth will not be able to actually find it easily within Sinhala sermon. So our task is actually trying to give this to the world in a kind of formal way, like actually talking in this language where most of the people would search the internet. So we talk about the sadness, we talk about the the anger, we talk about the anxiety, depression, the stress, whatever the uncomfortable feelings we get. But the beginning of that, we need to understand, beginning of that is feel of existence. And truth is about how this is brought about, how this is happening, how the human mind is created, how this stress is brought about, how the mind can actually feel so real. So your mind is the actual world. Even though we see, okay, what can we see? We can see if we talk about a town, like a big town, like in Sri Lanka, we can talk about Colombo. In Australia, we can talk about Sydney, or any country in UK, London. So we have towns. So if you go to the town, you can see the whole, like the lights, the shops, we feel like we are walking along the street, and you feel you are actually walking along the street. That is, we are researching about this. How do we get this in? How do we get this feeling that we are existing? How do we feel alive? We actually, what we understand is it's actually in the world of thoughts. This world of thoughts, when the world of thoughts are actually taken as true, the thought that you are existing is also confirmed each time. So whenever we take as world is existing at the same time that I am existing, that phenomena is confirmed at each point. It is confirmed, like it's self-confirmed, like you feel that, yeah, if the shop is there, I'm here. Like you don't feel anything else. Yeah, I'm the one who saw the shop. But we are looking in a different angle. What is a different angle we are trying to say? Because Arenwanse has described this so beautifully. We are trying to actually rephrase it in English, which can be difficult, but bear with us for the mistakes we can do, but we are trying our best. So do we actually should see a shop outside? And when we go into the details, do we see actually, do we see a shop, or do we see something and we name it as shop? Like we actually have a thought that it is a shop. In Chinese, you might not call it a shop. In Sinhalese, we call it like a kade, or what do we call it? Yeah, same thing. And in Tamil, we might call it something else. And in German language, we might call it something else. So what is actually out there? Is it a shop, or is it the kade, or what is it? So is the thought out there, or is it actually in our mind? So that step is very important to understand, that none of our experiences we haven't felt outside. We don't have an ability to experience outside. We actually have a headset like a mind, and we go through that only. So it's only through our mind we can see the shop, because that's in our mind. If you can get that point, we can go to another scenario. Okay, waterfall. So if you go to try to understand the waterfall, someone in using English language would say waterfall, and in Sinhala language we would say Diyala, and in another language it would be something else. So whatever you experience there, have you experienced Diyala, or have you experienced the waterfall, or is that only a projection of your mind? It's a projection of your mind. You have to understand that we have no experience actually of outside. We have only a projection of our mind. I think it is easy for anyone to understand. Then comes the difficult part. It's not the difficult part actually, but it is, you have to actually have a better insight to understand the second point. What is the second point? Well, you say that it is in our mind. So what is in our mind? Is the waterfall in our mind? Or the shop is in our mind? So none of these things are in our mind. So what is it? It is like a kind of a perception that we have. So what is perception? Like in English or in Pali we call it sanya, but in English we call it perception. But perception is, we all understand, the perception is kind of a thing which has all the features of five senses we have. So we'll go back to it. So the waterfall. So waterfall has all the features of five senses. What are they? So it has the we have a like a kind of a mental picture of the waterfall. So we have like the sound of the waterfall. We if we hear the sound of the waterfall, we know that it is a waterfall. And also the if you remember, if you have gone near a waterfall and you remember that how the breeze brought this so much of water to your face, or the steam, the when you stand near very close to a waterfall, the whole steam comes to your face, and that feeling that might come to your mind, and the feel of water might come to your mind. So in that particular perception, you have all these features. Then you know that the waterfall actually is consisting of, that perception consists of all the inputs from your five five sensory organs we have. That's how it is. So what is a perception? It's actually like another current, another vibration, where you have all the aspects of the vibrations which occurred from the sensory organs. So you need to understand, so is the perception actually there, or is it just another occurrence of, is it actually there, or is it just appearing when you think about it, or when you see it, or when you feel it? Because as an experience, if you feel the steam from some other thing, the feel of the steam actually might brought your memories quickly into the memory of the waterfall you have had before. So you have gone to Dunhinda, you stand near Dunhinda, and you get that breeze or the Ravana in Sri Lanka. You might if you might telepathy into that same experience if you feel the breeze in somewhere else, and it's not even a waterfall. It might just might bring it back. How does that happen? How does everything happens like that? How, when I say Niagara Falls, it's a waterfall, how does it bring up your memories about something? Because it has that effect. It's like a vibration. And everyone would understand that it can't be actually existing because it's a production. It's just occurred then and there, but it's not actually there. Because it's brought about, it arises, it's produced at that point. In Pali it says Sambhuta, so it is produced, but it doesn't necessarily mean it is there. But at that particular point it is produced because it's a vibration which can telepathy. It is normal phenomena which happens all the time. But the problem is, this brings upon the misconception that it's my perception because it's in this system. So that's where the misunderstanding comes, or the ignorance comes. That's not how it happens. There's no self here. that perception has no ownership. Actually, it's just another perception where it is brought about by any similar perception, whether it is the watery feel to your skin, or whether the sound of the waterfall, or whether it is the picture of a waterfall. The telepathization. What is telepathization? It's the same vibration, because that's a vibration. The mental picture of the waterfall is like a new vibration which occurred from all the five organs. So it's kind of something which is not stored anywhere. If we have to get this properly, because otherwise all the scientists are so engrossed about the brain. I know brain works as it is like a modulator. It works to modulate all these functions in the body, but actually speaking, this vibration is not situated anywhere. When the vibration becomes similar, it is manifested. That's it, nothing else. If it is stored somewhere, you can't explain everything that happens in this sansara, or the journey that we talk about. So this vibration, it's not true. It just arises, and it's not true. It's not there. It arises, yes, but it's not true. So when you understand this, then comes to the light. Well, then, is light coming to the eyes? Actually, no. If there's no eyes, there's no story of light. And when there's color blindness, the story is different. And if you have eagle's eye, I mean, if you have an ability to just imagine, if you get a eagle's eye, I mean, you can imagine what you can see. And you may not be even able to imagine, because we might see so much that we will be shocked. So that means the capacity of our sensory organ called eye, there's a capacity of vibration, and that capacity works very fast, and that is what is called light. This can be actually, you don't have to believe us, you just go on trying to research about this, so you will understand that it's not light happening and the eye is perceiving that. That's not how it happens. What happens is there is a vibration in the eye, and that is perceived as light. So if you get this correct, so about the sound, imagine the sound, not in the thought level. So thought level, it is waterfall sound. So the waterfall sound is a thought. You understood that. That's not actually true, because there's nothing called waterfall sound or diyalle sadde. There's nothing called that. That's in Sinhala. So we understand that sound per se, just the sound per se, that vibration is a function of the ear. And if the function of the ear is not there, there's no sound. So you understand, it's the function of the ear that is called sound. So we just have assumed everything and named everything. Like even the word sound is just another word. But what I'm trying to say is, what you actually experience is an experience of the rapidity of the vibration which occurs in the ear. And we call it sound, that's a different story. We can call it another, in Chinese word it would be different. And in Sinhala it is actually called shabde, or yeah. And in a different language it would be something else. And in English, we call light. About the vibration of the eye, we call it light. But in Sinhala, we call it aloke. So you understand that even that is kind of mixed with our thoughts, but the actual experience, just think about it and visualize it, or try to experience it. Just the experience itself is due to the rapidity of the vibration of the sensory organ. So if someone understands this, then there's a great question which arises. Then who am I? Is there a place? Can you name someone here? Or is this just the truth which is lying out there? And we have ignored this truth for a long time. We have been ignoring this truth for a long time. And Lord Buddha exposed this to the world. And now after 2,500 years, Aryan Vahanse is exposing it again. And we are actually trying to just help to do that, because it's such a beautiful truth laying out there. To understand, there's nothing else. Just nothing else. So I think that's what we are trying to express. And we may have problems with expression of these things in English, but we will improve, and we'll try to do our best. And actually, it's not that difficult either, because there is so many people out there who is actually very interested in spiritual stuff. To understand, is the consciousness fundamental? Is the sound or what these things, sound, light, are they fundamental? What is fundamental? And even these questions, Lord Buddha has actually realized this and has expressed it to the world, that actually this is only through our mind that we think like this. That is all. That is all. We can think so many things. We can think that world is existing. We can think world is not existing. Are we talking like that? No, we are not actually talking whether it is existing or not existing. This is not about a talk like whether it's true, false, yes, no. No, we are not talking in that line. We are talking about actually what is happening, and that's it. That's nothing else. So if you are interested, it's out there. If you visit Buddothpado Dhamma.com, you can go into that website, and there's another website in English called what's the name of that? I just lost it. What's the name of the other website?
Wisdom of Asia.
Wisdom of Asia, yeah. Wisdom of Asia. So you can look into that and you can ask questions. We invite everyone to look into these things and see whether you can understand. It's just an exploration. Like you can do a research and see. You don't have to like take this as something, because there's a lot of information out there. So you don't know what to believe or what not to believe. This is nothing to believe. It's very important to understand this is something for you to feel. That's what Lord Buddha also said. Come and feel. That's all. That's what we are telling too. You try to understand this, and then you have to feel it too. It's useless to just talk about this and just say, yeah, now you can't just declare that, yeah, uh, I have understood. That's not how it works. You have to feel it too. There's something you can feel. What? Non-existence. The feel of non-existence. Because feel of existence happened because you took it as granted. You took it as there. You took as everything is there. You took them as real. You believed in everything. Every thought. You thought they're actually existing. When you keep understanding this, you will actually feel in one stimulus in the first place, you might feel it, the non-feel existence, like the feel of non-existence. That will prove to you, yes, we thought we are existing, we felt we are existing, but actually no, that's not the truth. But if we take things for granted, or if we take things as true, if we take things as real, yes, then we feel as existing. But in one particular moment, if you actually understand this and feel it, then you will feel the feel of non-existence. Then it becomes so clear to you that there was no self. Unless this happens, there's so many doubts. You keep questioning. That's okay. There's nothing, no problem in questioning. And I think I will hand over to someone else, so you can add anything to that, or any questions, or
Yes, Dr. Gopinath. Yes, yes, Dr. Gopinath. That was a very you gave a clear picture, a vivid description about how mind is created and how we can achieve the freedom. So we see Dr. Sakuntala also has joined with us. So Dr. Sakuntala, how do you explain that we can explain Tirvan Sarnai? Can you hear?
You're on Saturday night? Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. This is a kind of a profound concept. I
yes,
mean, the five aggregates. So
yeah,
our biggest challenge is not the population in our own island. That we must bring this idea, we must spread this idea all over the world. So in order to do that, we have got a bigger problem is we don't have enough vocabulary in English because we really similar to our uh, Pali or Sinhala words. So therefore, how are we going to give? How are we going to introduce this to the people, those who are not that much educated? I mean, we can't advance at the beginning. We can't tell them the vibration, even though they have not understood those concepts. So how are I going to uh, give this message in another way, in a simpler way, in a lucid way? Do we have any
yes.
other way to explain this?
Um,
That is whatever we explain. Ultimately, truth is truth. One reality, the natural phenomena is there. But can we reach always the same? Can we use the same methodology always? So how are we going to introduce this message? To get rid of the defilements we have got. Uh, the problem is they fear, they suffer, the people suffer. So if we are going to give this biggest idea, they may uh, misjudge or they may leave. So what it is the important point, it is the gem, it is all right. But do we have any other ways to explain this? Yes, Dr.
yes,
Kokila. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
yes. Thiruvan Saranai ආරයන් වහන්සේ, I pay my homage to ආරයන් වහන්සේ. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and Mr. Bernard, and all other friends. Yes, actually, Dr. Kokila gave a very, very descriptive and very beautiful explanation and kind of summary of what is taught in Buddhism. Uh, in other religions, this is something I felt in other religions, generally the things are laid out, whatever the sayings of the so called God or the conveyor of the God is laid out in books so that the person uh, mm, who is following that religion is supposed to believe what is laid down as guidelines or rules. Sorry. The difference in Buddhism is that there's nothing like that, and you are not forced to believe what is written in the books or what you listen, what you hear actually in our disclosures and the discussions. So they are supposed to come and sort of analyze it by themselves. They are supposed to do their own experiment and then understand the truth of it. Actually speaking, the only truth is that uh, non-existence. I suppose I conveyed what I wanted to tell. The only truth in the world or the space or whatever it is, only truth is that there is nothing existing. Once I remember these are actually stories from the Buddhist literature. Uh, it says, according to the story, a god asked Lord Buddha how to get to the end of the world. And he was supposed to be a person who had some extra powers, extra ability to walk long distances. So he was planning to sort of walk up to the end and find the end of the world. This is actually what our scientists are doing these days, trying to find the end of the galaxy or end of the space. But what Lord Buddha said was that you have to find the end of the world from within, from your own mind. So this is one of the things that we can actually, tell them to work out. And I would say now conveying these messages to the people who have never listened to this Buddhist teachings should be in very simple and short messages. Maybe very short video clips. We see very often some video clips in Sinhalese language done according to our noble friend's teachings. Something like that. Recently, I saw there were a couple of them done by Harshi also. I'm sure there must be more done by others also in English medium. So something that roused their curiosity and something that makes them sort of uh, inquisitive enough to find out what is what is this. So some simple messages in simple English, which rouse the curiosity of a person, and also there should be some clear links to show where they can find more details. So something like that, I feel that will be more useful. When it comes to books, actually, most of the books which are available in English medium are complicated, very complicated, and they are very sort of in very test, very deep and complex facts. So therefore, whatever, I mean, we have many books by our noble friend written in Sinhala, and there are some books in English also. I feel that these books also should go to the international community more. So some kind of advertisement, some way of publishing them, and then uh, getting them to move across to the people who are uh, non-Buddhists and non-Sinhalese speaking. Mm, I think will help in some way. Uh, yes, Mr. Bernard, thank you. I think that's what I would like to say. If anybody else like to add anything, Peruvan Saranai. I just wonder whether Surangika can contribute. Is she in a position to join at this time?
Peruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and I pay
Peruvan
my
Saranai.
to Marian Bahansa. Peruvan Saranai to all of the Dhamma friends. Yes, I think those are all good ideas, Dr. Sakuntala, but I'm wondering whether Mr. Bernard was actually thinking of people who are either sometimes not wanting to read books, or sometimes people who can be maybe even not that educated and not interested in concepts, or sometimes people don't understand, as he said, the five aggregates. I mean, moment somebody actually says five aggregates, there can be people who kind of switch off. Moment you say form, sensation, and so on, they think, it's too complicated. Maybe I'll do something else, or I'll just go to the temple and offer some flowers, and that's good enough for me. There can be sometimes people who get put off by the law of cause and effect, or chain of causation, or all these kind of terminology that we use in Buddhism. Some people, I know for a fact, a couple of people as well, who just get turned off by these things. So and then if you think about the monasteries and the various practical programs that are happening in Sri Lanka, how these monasteries, or what R.N. Vajse has set up, and our venerable nuns as well, how they take this message of true Dhamma to the villagers and the village folk. And most of them are just housebound, some of them are housewives, some of them are in the farming community. But still, for all, this message has been made very, very simple. As I think, Mr. Bernard, you know yourself, by just showing the fact that, what we have thought as perceptions are just merely thoughts. And I think R.N. Vajse has said this in so many discourses, hundreds and hundreds of them. And he's, I think, probably the master of explaining this in a very technical fashion, in a very complicated fashion, but also in a very, very simple, as you said, lucid way to folk in a very day-to-day practical kind of perspective. And the simplest example he says is that, there is, we think we see something, but is it actually a seeing, or do we think we see something? There is hearing, but do you actually hear something, or are you thinking that you're hearing something? And then he puts the example of a newly born baby. And does the baby actually hear? Does the baby actually see? And so on. And so we know from that there is these basic functions that Dr. Kokila explained, and that there is that sense of seeing and sense of hearing. But the notion of thought has not even occurred, because the mind consciousness does not form at that point of a newly born infant. And it is only at the days of the Montessori or nursery that the concepts of red, yellow, green, and so on, mother, father, and these concepts are introduced to the child. So an image is shown, and a sound is then associated with that image, and then the child learns the color red. The child learns the object ball. The child learns the person called mother, and so on. So with this very simple way of explaining, you can take the true Dhamma to people who are without the terminology of Buddhism, and still teach them the five aggregates, still teach them the law of cause and effect, and say that all these things that we have thought as existing externally, called the so-called world, aren't they just merely thoughts? Your mother is just a thought. You didn't know that there was a mother when you were a newly born baby, and so on. So everything is a collection of thoughts. You're not seeing, you are thinking you're seeing. What the other person thinks they see is not what another person sees. So in that manner, I think our advance has been able to take this message to the masses, particularly in Sri Lanka, and done it very successfully. Of course, we know that globally there are so many people who have been able to take this in. And this is even without any age barrier whatsoever, young, old, all the people from different walks of life, as well as irrespective of age barriers, are able to take this Dhamma because it has been made simple, because we understand that everything and the cause of suffering lies in the mind. And when one says mind, it is the thought and the perception that lies behind it that is causing the suffering. And if one understands how these thoughts then constitute a so-called external world which has been manifested, and it is these thoughts that bring us the grief and thoughts that bring us the suffering, because with those external objects and mind objects that have been created, there is that existent feel that Dr. Kokila outlined earlier that comes about. And that existent feel is the so-called power or the current, the underlying current that gives those objects the power. And then with those objects becoming real and the value being attached to those objects, there is a sense of that power increasing, and it takes a life of its own. And it is that power that we call the self-perception, the current that keeps us going in this samsaric cycle. The true Dhamma philosophy points the finger at it, or shines the light at how this whole mind consciousness works, and shows that it is an illusion, shows that it is a fallacy, and in that itself, without actually having to actively engage in anything even called concentration meditation, by merely understanding the thoughts, merely understanding how these thoughts have manifested an external world, have created an existent field. If we don't understand that the external world is not real, then that is the thing that gives us this notion of a self, a false ego, and a self-perception. And that whole thing gradually, by understanding the mind, breaks down. And one then, to your point,
Yes. What's this is this explaining the meaning. Suratika, what's your experience?
the experience are
No, I
enhanced.
asking the practically, the experience, like a tree. It's you. Today, how is your experience like that? I asking everybody, Bernard and Soshani or Kokila or Chandani, Doctor. Everybody. You explain many things. But today, how is your day is going? If somebody's there? How is your practical experience? Someone is there? How's your activities is happening? How's your thoughts are going on? I asking everybody. How is today? What is the Dhamma? It's truth. not any other. It's the truth. What is the truth? It's nobody is saying. No one is saying. Systematically, everything is happening. How is today experience? So, like, how's your experience? So, Andolanatmaka is incredible. No? Andolanatmaka
Yes, sir.
is incredible. Discourses. Explaining. Is Sri Lanka here 7:30, 7 o'clock. It's beginning. Incredible discussion. Incredible explaining. What is that? Nobody is here. Everything is happening like a nature. Systematically. Everything is happening. But nobody is here. This is very important one, no? This is the important. What's the truth? Nobody's here. How much you have that experience? That's the dam. That's the dam. How much you know this dam? It's not a knowledge. How much you today your how is your how much you are alive, how much you have that feel, alive feel. That's all. How much you less you. It's, everything is happening, no? Thoughts are coming also. Thoughts are here. No? Six senses are working. So you can see, no? You can hear. And finally, the taste. Everything is happening. Body feel also. That's your skin feel. Senses working, no? Hot and cool, smooth and rough, everything is there. But nobody's here. System is working. I like a camera, no? Yeah. It's a equipment, no? Like a robot. Do I see? Are you doing something? No. Systematically, it's happening now. Thoughts. Who have these thoughts? Nobody have these thoughts. Thoughts are happening. What do you think about? That's right.
Yes, sir. And Mahan said there's the gradual transformation happens where.
That's the Dhamma, not
Yes.
any other.
Yes, sir.
Not any other. That's not book reading or that's not knowledge or not anything. It's not anything. It's not knowledge. Someone have knowledge. Yeah, he finding the knowledge. He powerfully. That's how we say that powerful. Alive feels powerful is coming. No, that's the ego is there. More ego is there because he's the biggest guy. He's thinking. He know everything. So what's happening? His ego is more than he there. So that's the knowledge is doing. This knowledge is happening, no? Someone have more knowledge, someone finding the more data, more details. No? He's becoming Bob. That's he's thinking otherwise. He know everything. It's a silly mind. It's not this way. It's a participant. It's not that one. Yeah. What is the Anusota? Another is a build up. Everything is no. That's everything is binding. No, some type of no. Everything is system is working. No, sensors are creation. Sensors effort is binding, combining. No, together coming. That's the sampaticca. So more is coming. More than coming. What's that? You have more things. You have more data. You have more details. Who is you is coming biggest. The ego is coming more. What is what's this Dhamma? Nobody's here. What's this knowledge? It's zero now. Why? So you have correct knowledge, it's okay, no problem. What is the happening? You have correct knowledge, there is no more ego. But you have wrong knowledge. You have more ego. More data, more knowledge. Ah, it's okay.
The Lord Buddha has taught us. Avatara Sambuddha was preached by the Buddha in the Mahanidana Sutra. It is a phenomena of arising and ceasing of stimuli. A thought is only a spark. Does a spark sustain itself? Once it sparks, it is over. It burns out. Mehin Mahanse, I am a bit confused here, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, it is not a difficult thing. Haven't we all been confused before? Now you have to untangle yourself from this confusion. Mehini Mahase, yes, Honorable Sir. We always try to bring forward our past knowledge that we gained from different Dhamma textbooks. We don't have the practical experience. Aryan Mahase, Mehini Mahase, if you listen to the Kajaniya Sutra, you will be able to understand it better. In that sutra, it says, Rupantiyo avaso rupa. It means that due to a spark being created over and over and over again, due to the speed at which it sparks, it gives an impression like there is a thing that exists outside. Also, there is another sermon of mine which is called Lovama Didarai, meaning the world explodes. These sermons will explain to you that there is nothing
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado.
To Nirvana is a miraculous journey. No matter how many problems you have or how many people are gathered around you or whatever you do, you will always be mindful in your home. When you say that you are in your home, it means you are progressing on your path to Nirvana. Once you develop a very good mindfulness, you will not wander about in this sansara, in this cycle of rebirth and death. Mindfulness will be your home. Even if you die tomorrow, you will maintain your mindfulness until your end. At the end, it is only your mindfulness that will remain with you. Mindfulness is our home. You receive thoughts when you stray away with your thoughts and think of your past and your future. Your thoughts give rise to even more thoughts. When you realize that your mind is getting carried away with your thoughts, you should quickly bring your mind back to your home. Yoniso Manasikara means the moment a thought arises, you should become mindful about it. You should immediately see that thought with wisdom, which means that there is nothing in the thought and that it is a lie. Seeing that in your thought will quickly take your mind back to your home. When your mind is at home, you can feel the peace and the light-heartedness. Again, as soon as another thought arises, you should immediately look at it using the wisdom of the Yathabhuta Jnana. This wisdom is that you look at the thought and see that the outside does not exist, that it is only a thought. Then you also see that even the thought does not exist. The thought too is alive. Then after seeing the thought with awareness and wisdom, you must bring back your mind back to your home and stay home. You should always be mindful, be at home. When you are always mindful, it can be described as a samadhi. Then sun everybody.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We worship our Heavenly Savior. And thank you very much, Shani, for reading the book. We will start the discussion. So we have been talking around this topic a lot, but I think it's a simple. It's very good, very important to kind of understand this in a simple way, rather than making it very confusing. If a person's mind is simple, then it's better to take it as simple. But if the mind is complicated, maybe you have to take it in that aspect. But not necessarily that it should be complicated. So we can talk about any topic if someone has a topic. You can bring up a question if you like to. This whole path is something that you should feel. When we say even, you know, this whole thing, you know, something, the production of the system or the sensory organs. That's very simple sometimes. That's the only thing that will be told to someone, and someone might be able to actually understand that with that simple sentence. But it's difficult for us because we have so much data in our system, and we put it here and there and try and, you know, compare and see which one is correct. The one I knew before is the correct, or the one I know now is the correct, or what I am going to know in future is the correct thing. Actually, none of these things are correct, but they are all thoughts. Whatever you feel is also actually not correct, because that's the speed of the sensory organ. And that's all. And in that way, it becomes simpler. And in that way, the Dhamma won't stress you, because Dhamma actually shouldn't be stressing you, because Dhamma is no self Dhamma. Dhamma is explaining how the thoughts are not actually real and how they are manifestations, and how the feel is just a manifestation of sensory function. It can be the five sensory function or even the mind. Mind has very different outcomes, emotions, happiness, sadness, So we need to understand that this whole system has different outcomes according to their system variability. So it doesn't necessarily matter which system or which sensory organ. It's just understanding. It's just a manifestation. So if you're feeling something, it's actually the manifestation which has become a thing to you. Anyone can ask a question if you want to, and or anyone can join in. Is there a specific thing that we can talk over? Surangika, can you add something? Whatever you heard something today, or you can add anything. So Dharma is also here. Whoever who can unmute the mic can talk.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ડોක්ටර්. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ධම්ම friends. ආරම්භ මහන්සියට නමස්කාර වේවා. Doctor, yesterday in the groundbreaking revelations, I don't know whether you were able to listen to that, doctor, that somebody asked a beautiful question regarding the sadness, suffering, and Aryan Mahanse explained, okay, that sadness or suffering, actually sadness, will it is at that level, even in a very advanced level also, what happens is, it is not the sadness that diminishes or disappears, but it is
Yeah.
the self. Yeah, doctor. So can we discuss that?
Yeah, I think that was pretty obvious that the center is which will go away. The self perception is the one which will diminish. Self vibration would be the one which is going to diminish. That's what the whole scenario about, whether you have the poison or whether you don't have the poison, and those how these concepts or arguments can, actually they are not even true arguments here, because we are not talking about outside. We are talking mainly about this inside vibration, the self vibration, and we are talking about the inside burning. We are talking about the self. So self perception or self view, how all this happen, and that's all that is. And it's actually Lord Buddha answered this question nicely. Someone asked that question. Not someone, actually. I think it's the same mind question, because it's a Mara, but it was asked that, Lord Buddha, are you feeling sad now? But then Lord Buddha answered, what for? When no, I think that he asked first, are you happy now? And he answered, what you have what for? Like, by having what? And then I think next question was, are you sad then? And then again the answer was, why? Because only thing that was lost is the idea that everything is existing and the self is here. So it's a beautiful example actually that gives us idea about this, how this system works. So if that's the whole thing. What actually finally dissolves is the vibration here, not anywhere, any other vibration. So you will see things as normal, you will hear things as normal, you will feel things as normal, but there won't be any burning. So what has dissolved is only this self vibration or the self burning. So yeah, I think it's very beautiful, and the main specifically this mind sense is difficult because we can even relate to we when we started discussing when Joel joined us, Joel asked actually I so we can say I'm not happy. So how does that happen? So whether the happiness has an owner, whether the sadness has an owner. Is it I am sad, or is it's a mind sensor? So that is very difficult, even though we tell it. We can tell it by another thought. You can keep telling, yeah, the sadness is not yours. Sadness is the mind sensor. Sadness is not yours. Sadness is the mind sensor. You can keep telling. So the keep telling part is okay, but actually this is going to be varied if you actually understand this Dhamma properly. Then you don't have to actually keep thinking about that, because originally whatever you feel, you don't actually put into the idea of self. There's some burning happening, but it's not you burning. So when center dissolves, you still have these sensor functions of the mind sensor, the happiness, sadness, but there's a specific feel that it's not actually it's not felt here. So yeah, that's the basic thing. I could say, can you add something, Suranka?
Dr. Pokida. Yeah, I think that was there were some clear distinctions drawn, wasn't it, Sudharma, last night when Aranvanse explained that. I think he put it into like 3 categories: the mundane person, how they see and how they experience something, and then the person on the path, and then finally the Arahat. I think taking the example of, I think it was a coconut tree or
Yes.
something. Yeah, so
With
the
Vitakka
mundane
Vichara.
person, sorry?
Yes, Miss Surangika, Vitakka Vichara, Savitakka and Avitakka. Please
Yes,
explain.
that's right. So the mundane person, when they encounter a coconut tree, would immediately either there'll be an aversion to the coconut tree, or there'll be some kind of value attached, and therefore an attachment to the coconut tree. For example, if the coconut tree is really bearing a lot of fruit, and then there's a lot of benefit from the tree, then there would be, this coconut tree is good, it gives us shade, it gives us all these things. We make, catch and stuff as well, from the branches, so on and so forth, or it has been there for a long time, and so on and so forth. But for example, supposing the coconut tree somewhere, at the edge of the fence, and the coconuts are falling onto the road, and people are, each time a coconut falls and there is a near miss of somebody, they blackguard the people in the house and yell and use filthy language and scold, and then but the owners don't want to cut the coconut tree down. So then it's a mixture of feelings, isn't it? They want the coconut tree for the benefits of it and the coconuts and so on, but at the same time, they have this stress and anxiety about the coconuts falling onto somebody else and the worry that one day, it can lead to a bigger issue. So there can be aversion, clinging, all these kind of things, all because of what? In either way, there is a value and attachment to that stimuli for the coconut tree, because for them it is real, isn't it? For them it's there in the external world, and because it's there is an I that has been created on this side. And so as a result, the entire duality and the experience, the sensations, the emotions, everything arises, including the burning, the heaviness, and so on. So that was the vitaka, the active thinking and ruminating about it with an external object becoming a reality. But then the person on the path or the follower of the truth would still experience or encounter the coconut tree, but understanding the truth would know that there is no such thing as a coconut tree. It's all a perception through the sensory perceptions, a manifestation due to the vibration, as Dr. Popita said. And therefore, but still, at that point, there is an active reflection, isn't it? What you said, the Savitaka is the active reflection point. Even if you put it into the first stage and the second stage of points of stages of contemplation, the follower can think there's no such thing. What is coming across is just a shape, and this is only arising in the eye, and that there is no such thing as a coconut tree. It is the mind that says that it is a coconut tree. And then even if in the second stage, they can still be in the process of still understanding that this is a thought, and what is in the thought, just perceptions only, because that itself can be quite challenging. So there are quite a few. It's a protracted process even in that second stage of the ones on the path, because it can be different at different stages where the understanding is. But finally, with the case of the Arahat, with the fully awakened ones, the perceptions are still perceptions. The coconut tree will still be a coconut tree in terms of encountering it. I mean, it doesn't turn into a shape, just an abstract shape or anything like that. For the Arahat, it's also still a coconut tree, because everything is seen in the same way as before. The perceptions arise in the same way as before. But there is no burning, because the self-view is gone, because the stimuli doesn't become real. But I think that the complex point that R.N. Vansi was trying to say in terms of sadness was that there can be traits in each system. We call these systems, different systems, right? From the various experiences that have been perceived from childhood days, even from the zygote level, isn't it? That first vibration, that first underlying power, and then to that there will be added from the genes of the parents various traits, and then to that there can be further things added by the background in which that person grew up in, then their own social experiences, education, and so on. But particularly, I think R.N. Vansi was referring to the genes and the traits that can even come, that have been there since childhood, some things that, characteristics that have come from our parents. Like if a mother is a little, snappy and irritating, or a person who is quick-witted or something like that, those traits can come to this particular vibration, this particular self. So those, even at the point of arahathood, would not necessarily dissipate. So in the case of the sadness that is that has been long entrenched in that individual from childhood days can still be there as a trait in that person. Like, for example, a very compassionate person, a kind person who feels always very sympathetic towards children, sympathetic towards dogs, and all will still have that very sympathetic, empathetic manner. So those were the traits that he was referring to when he said that even at the point of Arhat, when everything is fully realized and the self-vibration is completely gone, those traits can still remain, but without that burning, because the underlying rationale for making that a thing, making that sadness a thing, has now been completely like dissipated. So the sadness can come as an emotion, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, as an emotion of and a feature of the mind consciousness, the mind sensor, because just like the other sensors have its innate features, the eye has the light and the ear has the sound, and so on, the mind consciousness or the mind sensor, the features of it is emotions like sadness, happiness, various types of those kind of emotions can still arise. So I think tagged on to those is that sadness element as well, which would still then arise without that ability, without the burning and the heaviness, which is that part is actually it's a bit complicated, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Because Varan Masi was saying about that the previous day, about the recognition that it is there as a burn, as a thing that pops up at that moment, but it's still there is an underlying layer of calmness where it doesn't penetrate to that point, but it is still recognized as a burning that arises by just automatic reaction of the system, isn't it? Maybe Dr. Kokla can elaborate on that a bit more. What's her name? Can you hear me, Sudhamma?
Yes, Miss Surangika, but Dr. Kokila is
Yeah, she's
also
got. Dr. Kokla, your mic is on mute.
Oh yeah, sorry.
BBC. Sorry.
Sorry, actually. So yeah, it was so beautiful. I think it is getting very clear to everyone how mind sensor work, how other sensory organs work. Yeah, if we can take it in simple way, it is much easier to understand. And mind sensor has so many emotional aspects and hormonal aspects also are joined to that. Responses which are habits, and I was talking about how the genetic aspects. So we know in anyone, genetic aspects, environmental aspects, the cultural aspects, everything molds this dream. This dream is kind of that, because Tarzan knew only what Tarzan knew. We can't really compare what Tarzan knew to someone else, so it's just the product of that everything that the sparks or the stimuli. So stimuli are actually molded by my everything. Surrounding means himself. It's the him. So it is very beautiful to understand, and this is kind of Dhamma that he was trying to say to people who have listened to Dhamma for a long time, who are still struggling, thinking that this sense of functions are me, kind of when there is bit of emotions that it is me. That is the thing that is very, very nice, because we are used to think that I felt sad, or I felt this, that, I felt happy, or happy. I felt elated, or I felt depressed in that sense. So it's everything is linked with I. Everything happens to I. So when the I is not there, actually the features are there, but without any power. That is the most important thing. Was there anything specific? Because I missed that last bit. Actually, my concentration. I couldn't listen
So
to the
with
finish.
that, Dr. Kokila, it is obvious that it is the angle of a person that changes finally, no? Now, first it's the self angle, or
Angle,
finally
but
it's the non-self.
the person has to feel it too,
Yes.
because this self-perception is a feel.
Yes.
There's a duality. You feel it. You feel that it's happening here. And this no self-perception, or it's not an imperception, but absence of self-perception is also new normal. It's a feel too. So it's very important to take it from the feel side, not the thinking side. Yeah. When we think about it, it comes as another factor. Even the no self angle will come as a factor, like a data, like something we study, like a medical jargon we study, like that. So it will come as a factor, but the factor is not the important thing. The change of this feel to the non-burning. Burning is something you feel, and non-burning also. It's not a new vibration, it's just absence of burning. Isn't it? Yeah, that's an important thing.
Connected to that, Dr. Popula, I was listening to a related talk today. In that, I think there were two mothers who had given some of their experiences. So there, and once I was explaining that even if one gets that burning through like pure habit, and that doesn't become a thing, the burning itself doesn't become a thing. But in that instance or later on, if that person then realizes that, oh, that burning, it was amazing that burning didn't become a thing, and tries to get some satisfaction out of it, then that is where the self-perception is.
Yeah, it
It
becomes
is
so
so
tricky.
complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, feel is not complicated. It's the thoughts which complicates you. It's the thoughts
True.
that, I think thoughts can traumatize you. Thoughts can make you confused. Thoughts can make you elated. Thoughts can do a lot of things. But the actual, the always what is Aranwansa says is you can't feel. You can't really explain how you feel salt, but we can say examples. Like chips are very salty, but we can't really explain what the salt feel is, because we do, even when two people are talking, one would say red color and other one also would say red color, but if the other one is a colorblind person, that red one is, he is just telling red to some other color. It doesn't necessarily matter. Whatever the perception, if the perception is felt as true, you feel that you are existent. So when you keep understanding this, so this is kind of the last bit actually, the 3 and 4. So the 3 is kind of everything is the sensory organ vibrations. So whatever the vibration, this is the turning point though. So that's what he's trying to do, actually tip it off, like get people to feel this more, so that because it's very easy for someone who has listened to Dhamma for a long time to keep thinking about that, oh, I got some burning, oh, that's me, oh, I got some burning, that's me. But it is easy for us to correct them. But if someone comes directly and say, I'm so happy I don't feel me anymore, then that becomes a tricky part now, because a lot of the time they will listen to only RMRC, and then they have to be told very sternly by RMRC, who is then boasting now, who is so entertaining this idea. So the thing is, entertainment of the thought is not there, or entertainment of the burning is also not there. That is very tricky. So you can really understand simple stuff, I'm not entertaining the taste, but then when you think about something like
entertaining the burning.
entertaining the burning, actually it happens,
Yeah.
people entertain the burning, and their life become centered around the
Centered
burning.
around the burning, exactly.
Yeah, that's a habit. Again, that's a habit. So we see this trend a lot. And then they kind of live in that pattern, and their life becomes that.
Dr. Kokila, Aryan Vahasi always mentions people entertain suffering.
Yeah, 100%. That's because of the
yeah.
ignorance pattern. It's a habit. Because so imagine a person is put in a cage for some reason, put in a cage, and there's no light at all. That person might start even entertaining that darkness. That's how this self-vibration is going to survive. Because the self-vibration is for survival, like it is surviving, the next one. So it will be dark, complete darkness now. But even that darkness, it becomes okay now, because its system knows that it will be dark forever. But even that darkness, it becomes the center now, because that's how it is. That's how tricky it is also, what our advance is telling sometimes, someone who is actually going in the path also can get trapped here and there. It is very true, because you feel so light and you start liking the light feeling. So it's trapping again. So if that's the importance of noble friend, how we get trapped to everything, like wherever there's entertainment, or because that's how subtle it is. It's entertainment of burning, entertainment of suffering, entertainment of anything in that sense, is the self vibration. When we keep understand that it's the other way around, there was no self vibration. It was only what it is. There is only sensory organ vibrations, this changes. It completely changes, because imagine someone is in the cage, and when someone understands it's only the function of the eye that you see the darkness, what's the big deal? It's the dark or the light. Then it becomes, you're not trying to see. You're not looking forward to even the vision, because it is black or blue or red or white. There's even a feel, entertaining of seeing, because that's how subtle it becomes. So the self vibration hides everywhere. Kind of, it's easily hiding, easily lost, I would say. So that the wisdom and the super awareness will not be able to catch. That's how it is. It is fine though, because with the help of the noble friend, you will definitely understand that whatever the entertainment, it is a self vibration. In the other way around, when you are trying to turn it over completely, it is the point actually you will actually feel the non-vibration. This is the trickiest part, no, feeling the non-vibration. To feel the non-vibration, this has to turn, complete turnover. It's only the sensor function. So it can be the mind sensor, it can be the, whatever the system, what do you have other than the system? Nothing. Is there anything else? That was the belief. That was the view that there's me hidden somewhere. That was really nicely explained by Lord Buddha, Try and, even Naren once tells it very nicely, try and find out who you are. If I take Surangika as an example, is Surangika the name Surangika, or is Surangika's body, or is Surangika's that mind system, or is Surangika in the eye? Is Surangika in the eye socket, or the function of the seeing? Or is Surangika inside the actual organ of the ear, or actually the function of seeing? Or is anywhere is Surangika is? At the end, there's no Surangika. That's the thing. But to keep understanding that the mental formations are really tricky, and the sense of function of the mind is also very tricky. And also, there are responses that is not even attached to the sensor function. We have discussed this. The little baby also has, crying to level of the, if there is a vibratory level in the ear, and if there's a loud sound, and you make it near the baby will, baby will be startled and will start to cry. Not because there's a self there, but that system can't handle it. So there are responses of the system. So even the mind sensor has that. So understanding that there was never a self here, never a self. Not that we are trying to, get rid of self which was there before. No, there was never a self. To keep understand that, we have to actually feel this, feel the sensory function of any sensory organ, and understand that it is the only sensory function, only, not there's nothing else. Yeah, it's beautiful. Anything else to add? Joel also can join. Yeah.
I
Yes,
think we have
Ranika.
some new Dhamma friends on the Zoom. Maybe they can contribute or ask questions.
Yeah, I think Shriyana is, I think, from, can't remember she joins from, I think, Middle Eastern country, isn't it? I can't remember now. Oh, yeah. I don't know whether she's here to talk or just listen. I have seen she come into every Zoom meeting most of the time if she can. Yeah, if Shriyani would like to talk, she can talk. And is there any question, Joe?
They're kind of easy to discuss, but certain times it's difficult to feel it.
Yeah.
That's the issue that we all have. When we discuss it, it's very easy and it's very smooth, soothing, and it gets into your mind and you feel like, oh my God, wow. But after the discussion is over, feeling it is a bit, this self-perception comes here and there.
Yeah, that's normal. That's normal. That's very normal. It doesn't happen overnight. It can happen. It may not happen. It doesn't matter. The more you feel, the more you will understand the sensory function. The more you will understand that if you can actually hand over all these vibrations to the sensory functions, done. Really done. That's the beauty. But it can take time. It doesn't matter. Because if we try to do something by force, it becomes that, when we try to do something, how much effort we put there, how much burning we have. But actually speaking, we can do that without that burning. But we didn't know that. We never knew that. That's the thing. I mean, you still feel tired. I physically feel tired now. Actually, today was like a long day. So, but well, it's not a big deal. But the body is tired. So that's like that. Like there can be problems, but it's okay, kind of thing. Yeah, but the no self angle is very important because even to normal people, if we say it's okay to be sad, they also keep staring at you and they feel it. Even just those few words. If we say to her they have never heard Dhamma, nothing. You just say it's okay to be sad. They kind of feel it, and they kind of look at you with disbelief sometimes. But then the real message is behind this eternal happiness, or kind of which will be there forever, is coming from the no self angle. Because temporarily you can feel happy, temporarily you can be sad, whatever, it's keep changing. But understanding that there is no doer here, or there is no person who feels it or entertains it, is the beauty. So it releases everything. So there will be sensation, there will be happiness or sadness, there will be tiredness, there will be, of course, problems. Life is never problemless. Every day there is a problem. So yeah, problems are there. So what? Are you trying to do something about them? Yeah, if you can do something, it's fine. But this self anger is the killer, the actual problematic thing. Even understanding this is beautiful, child. So don't worry. Even understanding, because you could feel it initially. Definitely you felt it before. So kind of you felt it, when you initially listened to that. So it is going to be there in the back of your system. This thing is going to be there. So it's easy to feel it. Hand over all the suffering to the sensory organs. Actually, it is. When we say this becomes artificial. But actually, if it happens, that's the experience. It's beautiful. So that's what Aranwanse is trying to actually get everyone to feel. So yeah, anything else? And yeah, yes, sir.
And as Aryan Mahansa says, tuning into these discussions means that there is more, or there's less vibration and more non-vibration, isn't it? Because you're tuning into a place where vibration is not there's nothing here that propagates vibration, isn't
Yeah,
it?
even listening, just by listening, even listening is difficult. No, I have heard so many people coming and going because they can't understand, or either they are not bothered, or they are not interested. If someone says, if randomly we say something like that to a person, they might get offended also. Especially these countries, you can get really offended if you say you are not there. It's such a intimate discussion that these things. But Sri Lankan, I think, society has that tinge of, feel, I think, more feel kind of thing. And there is, the openness. So if someone has the openness to explore, I think that is the beauty, because someone may not explore. And if someone here, there's no self, there's no self, they'll be like, oh really? Okay, bye. That's something like that. But that's what happened to Lord Buddha. Met someone after becoming the truth. He met someone, and that I can't remember the name now. Upaka, I think.
Yes, I think it was Upaka.
Yeah, and Upaka listened to all that, and he said okay, and he went. He didn't ask what, and he didn't have that kind of sense,
Curiosity or anything like that, isn't
anything.
it?
But he later came, I think, after some time. So actually, Lord Buddha had to go and try and find the teachers. So Lord Buddha went on to find the teachers, thinking that at least his 5 teachers might understand, because this is a bit difficult to start the conversation. But because at that time there were a lot of people trying to find the eternal happiness, I think, or some how do you say that, medina, some kind of relief. And so it's
relief and release, no? Because even if they can't explain it, there is that there is that feel of discontent, isn't it? I think Aaron Vance touched on it yesterday, isn't it, Sudharma? When he was talking about Sevandhi's experience, that that initial discontent comes because there is a discontent with the vibration, and without and unconsciously there is a longing for non-vibration.
Yeah.
Some unexplainable sadness, isn't it? Something, it is actually a feel, cannot explain, but it is some sort of sadness. That's what they said. And and so we all had the need for some liberation, no? As you said, I mean, despite the religion or cultural background, all want look for not, I mean, they may not have spoken about it, but there was underneath, there was certain feel, certain need for liberation.
And even, the whole world, there are people doing concentration meditation. They are also looking for that. They are also actually looking for that, and they are getting it temporarily because they don't feel them. But it is temporary. That is the issue. That is the issue, because the self-view is still there. As long as you have the self-view or the self-vibration or the self-perception, there's always chance that whatever the trance you go into can vanish at any time. Even after 80 kalpa, you can't even explain how much 80 kalpa is. That's like long duration that we can't even explain. So then it says that even if you go to like a realm where you can't feel even you, and there's no sensory input as well, whatever, still after that long time also, still there's a chance that the self vibration can pop up. It's like a pop-up. So this that's what Lord Buddha is saying. Temporary things will not work. Temporarily you can feel happy and then again you are unhappy. But this understanding, that's wisdom, understanding that there is no self and how this vibration occurred, and how only sensory organs have created this mirage of self-vibration, mirage of self-perception, mirage of self-wave. That is the most important mirage that we have to understand, not the other stuff, but we have to understand the other stuff, because it's always the stimulus which is masquerading, or that one word is correct, the stimulus which is actually kind of giving you that self-perception. So we have to understand every perception because of that, but it doesn't matter. It's just trying to understand that there is no self-perception. But whatever the vibration was, only the function of the sensory organ. That's how you are going to actually turn. So it can take time. It doesn't matter, because the more you try to do something, it will disappear. If you're trying to look for happiness, happiness is very hidden. But actually, this super happiness will only come when the self vibration is getting weaker and weaker. Yeah, anything else? Are we running into the other zone?
We have 3 minutes, Doctor. And
yeah.
actually, I was wondering now, having discussed Dhamma this much, having listened to sermons for so many years, ultimately we found through Dhamma. But still, as Joel said, it's discussing, listening, everything. I mean, at that point, we understand it fully, like we feel it also then and there. But after a while, we again
fall back into that mundane. I don't say fully kind of ignorant people, but still this field is so much challenging, doctor. Now, when you all talk also, now we know this is a system, but still that knowing that I am listening is there, and some knowing that I am listening. It's, I don't know how to explain. So
That's another thought,
it's
though. That's another thought. So that's what Radhansa is attacking every time. It's just another thought. So this just another thought is the problem. That if that thought also doesn't have power, it doesn't matter. But if it does have a power, that is the self vibration hidden there. So that's how it works. So don't worry. But it's kind of if you're walking and if you're listening, if you're touching, if you're thinking, it doesn't matter. Whatever you feel, if you know that it is a sensory function of the sensory organs, whether it is the hearing, vision, feeling of the taste, smell, and the body. Body is difficult because body feels like real. We get this question every kind of often. Yeah, body is a bit difficult and the mind is more difficult than the body. Body is difficult, but mind is more difficult because mind is so real to us. So you keep thinking, when am I going to do something? When am I going to feel something? And you're trying to watch for a new feel. That's the problem. This is different. This is actually an absence of the feel that you have now. So that's not a new feel. That's the thing. So keep looking is not the thing. Just feel whatever you're feeling now. That is the function of the sensory organ. That's all. That's the third and fourth. That's the third and fourth. Well, I think might have to hand over the Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock Zoom. So we worship Paranwanse for his noble guidance and noble friendship. Thank you all, Dhamma friends, for joining us today. And yeah, may Triple Gem bless you all.
Therwan Saranai, doctor. Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Have a happy day.
It's time to open your eyes and see the truth beyond the lies. Do you hear the cry of a broken heart and feel the ache that's tearing apart? Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. The truth is calling, it's whispering loud, a path unwinding through the darkest crowd. Seek the light, let go of the fear, and find the peace that wipes away each tear. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. May I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone. So now we know that the world is created by our senses. Eye creates the seeing world. Ear creates the hearing world. Tongue creates the taste world. Nose creates the world of smell. Body creates the feeling of hot and cold. And mind creates the thoughtful world. So we know that the world is created by our senses. Lord Buddha said, I is your world. So even though we think this is a simple message, it gives a vast meaning, isn't it? We know that the baby in the cot, though his senses are working, still the thoughtful world is not created for him, isn't it? But he also feels when hungry, feels the pain if a needle pricks, or he feels an insect bite. And when he's happy, he smiles. When he's sad or uncomfortable, actually, he cries. So we say he has a radiant mind. What is this radiant mind? Radiant mind is pure. It's pure like a white sheet. No defilements whatsoever. But he also feels the light. He also feels the sound, the smell, taste, hot and cold. He feels that something is there. But still, he can't identify it, isn't it? So, if someone is interested to know how the mind is created, he can go back to the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. So, then we can observe. So, baby in the cot, he does not have any suffering, isn't it? So, even though the war is going around, he has some disaster in the family, he actually has no idea. So what does he want? He wants only some milk when he is hungry and to sleep, isn't it? He only needs food, protection and some place to sleep. So there is no suffering. So even if he is taken to another country and raised by a different type of parents, will he know? No, he won't know it. So we can see that all are perceptions. In other words, if we go deep and see, all are vibrations. Vibrations in the senses. But we know that babies do some actions later in life, isn't it? Like turning to sides, lifting the head, crawling, moving the hands and legs, sitting down, also standing up by holding to something. Though he has not given any names to these actions, he does it automatically, isn't it? So where does this power come from? There should be some power, isn't it? So this power is the Shastrava power, the vibration. So now we can see that for the baby, we can't actually implement a world. So Lord Buddha said, the birth of your eye is your birth. So how does this happen? So this means the child has to identify the things to implement a world for him. For example, say we keep a phone near a baby in the cot. He will not even look at it, isn't it? But if we give it to his hands, what will happen? He will obviously grab it with both hands. He will turn it around, put it in his mouth. So if there's a music, he will listen to it. And once you try to take it back, he will definitely hold into it tightly, isn't it? And he might even cry. So that is the Shastrava Swabhavaya, or the glue for the attachment. But he does not give any value to it. And he does not know what is it. He does not know what is it at all, isn't it? So say the phone is given to a 1-year-old child. He now knows something about this. He knows actually what about toys. So he might think it is a toy. And he might play with it. Sometimes he might try to talk to it. So he also will cry when someone tries to take it back. But still, he does not give any value to it, isn't it? So he might even hit it on the ground and break it. So what will happen? The father or the mother will be very angry because they have given a value to the phone. But the child, he does not have any value. But if we take an older child, he knows that this phone, he knows this is a phone, isn't it? And he might know that his father is using it. But still he does not give much value. Maybe his toys, maybe a toy car, is more valuable for him. So what happens if he breaks it? The father or the mother will shout at him and say, "Don't break it, it is very valuable." So now the child knows it is something valuable and must protect it. So what happens at the Montessori level? At the Montessori age, he is introduced to colors and sounds and shapes. So the colorful world is created. So the color vibration, sound vibration, and also smell, taste, feel, all the vibrations merges into make a new vibration, a thought. Likewise, the thoughtful world is created. So more and more repeated thoughts makes a powerful self. Self who sees, hears, smells, tastes, feel and think. I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, I feel, I think, I taste. So the self is created. So here we can see that the world and me are created at the same moment. Moment to moment, this world is created by one of the senses. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse explains that this happens due to a speedy vibration. So now we know that if we take the radiant mind again, so even the speedy vibration happens, it does not merge together. So if we take the radiant mind again, so the baby did not have any suffering. Now we know why he did not have any suffering. But he felt hunger, he felt pain, and felt that something is there, isn't it? The light is there, the sound is there, he felt something. But he did not have a world created by thoughts, isn't it? But what happens once he grows up? So once he grows up and the mind sensor is created and the self also is created then and there. So then his world becomes real. He has this alive feeling. The world is there and I am here looking at trees and houses, cars, mother, father, everything. But it is very important to understand that there are no two different entities as world and you. You are the world and the world is you. Which means whatever the stimuli that comes to any of the senses, if it becomes a thing to you or it's become real to you, you are born in that thought. So if someone does not know how this world is created due to this speedy vibration, the suffering is inevitable because the world is real to him. Say example, you see a flower. If the flower becomes real to you, so the self also created. Here what we should know, how this self is created. If somebody gets the feel of the burning sensation or the fire within, so he might go into thought strings like I should pluck that flower, or I have to buy another pot like this. So it might go on and on, isn't it? So this thought, the thought power towards the flower is your samsaric journey, the fire within. You feel it. So, for example, before I listened to Buddothpado sermons, I had this experience. I used to maintain a garden. So I had this habit of collecting beautiful flowers. And I used to buy it. Wherever we go, I used to buy some plants. So if I was interested in a particular plant, I would search for it. And somehow I will buy it. But after listening to Buddothpado sermons, slowly but gradually but steadily also, this kind of habit disappeared. So likewise, everyone has these habits. Actually, when we talk about the mind is a bunch of habits, isn't it? So, for example, some have the habit of waking up early. Some like to study continuously or do a job continuously, even after retirement. Some have the habit of reading. So you must have seen in other countries, usually in the train or the metro, they usually read a book or a paper or a magazine. And some have the habit of being healthy, eating healthy food, walking, exercising, going to gym. Likewise, some work to a timetable. So it is like a routine for them. Without this routine, they won't do anything. Some, as a habit, they are untidy. Some like to keep the places tidy and neat. So some like homemade food, a healthy meal. So likewise, we can go on and on, isn't it? And sometimes these habits interferes with other people's lifestyle also, isn't it? So if we talk about parenting, some parents are very strict. They are very strict to their children. So maybe their parents were strict to them too. So they were brought up like that. So as a habit, they do the same thing. So actually what I wanted to highlight is that once you understand this Dhamma and see that there's actually nothing in a thought, this power for the thought will start to diminish. If we further analyze how this power is created to the thought. So for example, if we take a wall which is in front of me, so I see the wall. With the wall, me is also created. Me who sees the wall. There is no other me. So in this example, the wall is me. So we take another example. There is a sound of a radio. So this moment, that radio is me. Likewise, if we take smell, I get the smell of jasmine flower. So at this moment, jasmine flower is me. So say I'm thinking of the war now. So the war is me. So what I wanted to say is that what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, what you feel, what you think, it is me, the self. Me, my mind is born in one thought, in one vibration. Say if the particular thought becomes a thing, say the sound of the radio became a thing, and you feel a burning sensation within. So because it is disturbing, it is so loud, it is noisy. So likewise, if it becomes a thing, that is the power, the self-vibration. So if we further analyze, if there is a thing, there is also a me. Both creates at the same time. It's like the two sides of a coin. Me who sees, me who hears, me who smells, me who tastes, me who feels, me who thinks. Likewise, the me also creates. So Lord Buddha said, if there's a thing, there is you. Which means there should be something relative for me to be born. So likewise, if there is something to see, then there is me who sees it. If there is something to hear, then there is me who listens to it. If there is something to smell, there is me who smells it. If there is something to taste, then there is me who tastes it. If there is something hot or cold you feel, then there is me who feels it. So likewise, if there is something to think, then there is me who is thinking. So how much value you give to that thing, there is a powerful me as well in the other side. In other words, if the world is real, if the world is real to you, there's obviously me there. So this Satya Jnana part is very important. How this me is created, how the soul is created. So if you take something as real and give it a value, that is me. We should know this. This is very important. And actually there is no separate entities as outside and me. It is the same. So we have to contemplate on this. Otherwise, one can't attain Nibbana. because Nibbana is not something one has to go and find somewhere, someplace. It is within you at this moment, a moment to moment creation. So if there is a outside world, there is a duality always. So the tree is there, I am here. This is always, there is always two sides. If there is two sides, there is no Nibbana. Etang mama in Pali, which means I am there. So for example, if we take the tree, we know that the tree is created with sound and colors. And if we analyze further, sound vibration, color vibration, taste, smell, feel, everything merges to create this thought of tree. And the same moment, the me is also created. So what I wanted to highlight is that the world is a thoughtful world, which means whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel, or think, it is the world. So the mind consciousness is such that it always creates this duality. It is the illusion. So to see through this illusion, one needs wisdom, because this mind consciousness creates this duality always. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa explains that as long as there is a duality, there is a current, which in other words, it's the power. So in every vibration, there is a power. So if there is no fire, no burning to a particular vibration, me also not born in that particular vibration either. So we have to contemplate on how this me is created, isn't it? How the alive feel is created, and why we don't imply a soul to a tree. Say if we plant a mango seed, for after some time it will grow into a tall mango tree, isn't it? So it happens naturally. It also needs food and water. It gets water from the roots, food by photosynthesis. Old leaves falls down, new leaves comes up, flowers blooms. It also bears mango fruits. If we see, all this happens naturally, isn't it? It's a natural phenomena. So even if we pluck the mango fruits, or even if we cut the mango tree, nothing will happen, no? It does not have a mind consciousness. It does not have a soul. But in humans, we know how the mind is created through senses, how the power is created. So as we know, the vibrations of the senses merge into create the new vibration called the mind sensor, which means the mind power. So the me or the soul is created. We have the alive feeling because of this speedy vibrations. So this power gives the feeling of liveliness. So there is a living me. There is like a current. So this feeling that I am living, it is the current which runs underneath. So that's why we feel that everything is existing. So how this power gains? So when we were small, we didn't have a child, husband or anything, isn't it? But now we have a child, husband or a wife. So when it repeatedly comes, it gains more and more power. So we want to keep it. That is the power of the soul. Actually, all this creates naturally. It's a natural phenomena. So if we further analyze, and as our noble friend explains, this me is none other than the current itself. So actually there is no soul, it is a current. So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? That is cause and effect Dhamma. So if the things we see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think becomes real, becomes a thing, it means that moment to moment the cause and effect Dhamma is creating. Cause is the thing, effect is the bhava or becoming. In other words, if it becomes a thing, automatically the samsaric circle is creating then and there. In other words, as long as the current, the power is there, the circle of birth creates. So it happens naturally and no one is doing it. And also no one can stop it. So the Sabbha Sankara, all the volitional formations created by words, actions or thoughts creates this power. So what can we do? We can only understand this process. How this mind is created due to speedy vibrations, how the power is created, how the soul is created. It is only a creation. Actually, there's nothing called me. It is a moment to moment creation, a current. It is the soul. So we feel like we are living due to this power, which happens due to the speed. So every vibration has this power. So we feel that the light, sound, smell, taste, feel, all are existing. So we feel like the trees, houses, mother, father, children, husband, books, cars, sun, moon, all are existing. Imagine you are in a deep sleep, or you were given general anesthesia. So all your senses are numb, isn't it? Senses are, you can say, sleeping. So does the world exist then? The world does not exist to you. So where is this me? There is no me. Imagine somebody meets with an accident and was unconscious for a long time. If he wakes up, sometimes he forgets everything, isn't it? Including his name, his immediate family, even he forgets the time, anything, his name, everything he forgets. So what happens? He has to learn from the beginning, just like a child in the Montessori, with colors and sounds. Say he is a soldier who was found in another country, say in China, so he has to learn the Chinese language, isn't it? He will be given a new name, a Chinese name. So can we find a me there? No, we can't find a me. So just like the child, he has to learn everything from the beginning. So something very important that our noble friend Buddothpado highlights is that how the light and sound is creating. So light and sound also creates due to this speedy vibration then and there. No one is doing this. So nahidan attakatam bimbam, nahidam parakatam agam, hetum paticca sambhuta, hetubanga nirujjati. If there is a cause, things get created. And if there is no cause, there won't be a creation. No one is doing it. It is a natural phenomena. So like the creation of 4 seasons, creation of action and effect, creation of a germination of a seed, and the creation of the mind is a natural phenomena. It is a system, a process. So when we contemplate on this, we can feel that there is nothing called soul, but it is only a current or a power. Because of this current, we feel that things are existing and we are living. It is the self-vibration. It is a natural phenomena. So this me is a current. So once you deeply concentrate and see through insight meditation, you will know, like everything else, the wall, the tree, the book, the phone, dog, animal, anything. Me is also a creation, a current, which creates moment to moment. Actually, there is nothing called me. If there is a thing, then the me is also there. So what we have to understand is that there is no separate me. If the tree feels existing, then me also there alive. Otherwise the tree is me. So when we talk about the senses again, the eye sensor sees, the ear sensor hears, the nose sensor smells, the tongue sensor tastes, the body sensor feels hot and cold, the mind sensor thinks. So that is their duty. So imagine we are eating a mango. We have the taste. We get only the taste, but the thought comes as, I am eating the mango, which is a sound and colors, which is a thought. I am eating mango is a thought, isn't it? So likewise, whatever we feel, say, those are thoughts. So to any thought, we tie this me as well, which becomes I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I feel, and I think. So if we have eyes, we see. If we have ears, we hear. If we have nose, we smell. If we have a tongue, we taste. Likewise, if we have a mind, we think. So it all are natural phenomena and a system working. So imagine one is blind. He can't see. So he does not have the world created by the eyes. Say someone is deaf. He can't hear. So the world created by ears is not there. So imagine if someone's nose is blocked. So the world created by the nose is not there. If someone's tongue is burned, he can't taste. So the taste world is not there. Likewise, if someone is unconscious, the world created by thoughts also not there. All the senses are not working. So this also shows if there are no senses, the world is not created. And also a me also not created. In other words, as long as the senses are working, only that current, the power, is generating to function, isn't it? So, where is this me? There is actually no me, isn't it? So, one has to understand this through wisdom, that there is no self at all. So, what happens once somebody sees that there is no self? So, then the power which was created by the senses, through the senses, it will start to dissolve. And once you truly understand this, the illusion, the thoughtful world begins to break down. But actually it happens slowly. The power becomes less and less. And the wrong visions that everything is existing also breaks down. Also, the thought of wanting to keep things also diminishes, which means the self vibration diminishes. In other words, the me, my, mine, or the soul also diminishes. The mind power becomes less and less. So we know that to have a power, there should be two different ends, isn't it? So once the wrong vision of self is identified, then one becomes a stream enterer, which means he no longer has the thought of existent feel. But yeah, this is not easy. So the example Lord Buddha has given is that one can find a needle in a pile of soil. But it also could happen, but then this is not easy to see the non-soul angle, to feel that there's no one existing. So this is very subtle, isn't it? So how do we identify this practically? So how to identify this practically? The excitement which was created by the senses starts to diminish. So, for example, the things which you did repeatedly to enjoy life, or to keep you alive, or keep you going, that fades away. The habits, we talked about habits, the art you had, that also fades away. Maybe you were very strict about some things, or very particular about things. Maybe you were overthinking about things, or you had inside talking or vitakka. Maybe you used to call friends often. Maybe you were restless, nervous, depressed, irritable, angry, jealous of things, jealous of other people, these things begins to diminish and you feel it. The thought strings which was created for one thought also gets diminished. So as I said, the desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, the defilements starts to fade away. And you feel free of thoughts. But thoughts comes as usual. But there's no one to get attached or disattached to that particular thought. Also, the fire, the burning sensation you had also disappears gradually, but it happens gradually. So these are the things. So once you are in the path and with that internal transformation, especially you feel that the burning within is fading away. So what we have to know is that all these are happening naturally, not done by anybody. It is a system. What one has to do is to show the truth to the system. So you feel the power of the soul is getting less and less. So in the mundane world, it is actually the other way around. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, because the world is real to them. There is a powerful me. So the vibration is so powerful, the ego is so powerful, to keep them satisfied, they might even kill people, start wars, destroy everything. But if somebody understands this wonderful Dhamma, that there is no self there to stimulate, all will be peaceful, isn't it? Now we know that with concentration meditation, one cannot practically experience this Dhamma. One can experience only through insight meditation, and can practice in any position, either sitting, standing, walking, or lying down. So this is insight meditation. So once you start insight meditation, the concentration meditation will also add itself. Yeah, automatically it will happen, which means Samatha Vipassana Yugandan. What happens in concentration meditation, actually the self gets more powerful, because usually the outside world is real. But inside meditation, it builds up with the knowing of the dependent origination Dhamma with Four Noble Truths, which means it shows that the outside world is a thought and that thought also not real. So first you have to know how these thoughts are created. First we apply this to one thought. And you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way with colors and sounds. The example our noble friend Buddothpado gives is the mango's fruit. Once you cut open, you will know that the inside is white, isn't it? And after that, you don't have to cut all the mango's fruits. Likewise, you have to see the truth of only one thought. Then you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way. If we talk a bit about the three worlds, the sensual world, form world, and the formless world. The sensual world, where everything is happening. Everything has a value. The thought power is more. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, and all the defilements are there. The duality is there. The form world. Form world is where we know that the world is created by senses, but it's a thoughtful world. So in a thought, everything is there. Still, the thought power is there. The formless world. So R.N. Mahansa these days explains a lot about the formless world, where the Shastra power is underneath. In other words, the power of defilements. Shasrava, Ashrava, Shinasrava, Anashrava. Anashrava is when the power is becoming zero. So our noble friend Buddothpado R.N. explains that all the three worlds, sensual world, form world, and the formless world, are in one vibration. So what we have to know is that as long as there is a vibration, there is a suffering. Actually, there is no self to suffer. So as usual, we invite you all to come and listen to Buddothpado's sermons and endure samsaric journey, endure suffering. There are about 12,000 sermons in the YouTube. We also have 24 hours BTV and PeoTV English. Also many Zoom discussions where you can join and ask questions. So we are very grateful to you, R.N. Mahansa, for giving this wonderful Dhamma to this world. Therwan Saranai, R.N. Mahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
Come to the world out of immense compassion. Now, Shanika will start the session with the book reading. Shanika, Teruvan Saranai.
Saranai. Let's continue with the book reading. The Kingdom has a time, volume 1, page number 41.
Shanika, is there a signal issue? Shanika, Teruvan
Hello,
Saranai.
Bhumi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now that's good.
Aran said, everything that happens only at this moment. Nothing was recalled from the past, nor will anything be carried forward to the future. The Buddha said, Alpha Sambuddham Uttanam Bhavishyati. This means whatever experience you have at this moment will never last again. In the same moment, nothing will remain. If we consider a book for an example, the knowledge that this is a book did not come to us from the past. Aran said, no, there is no such thing as coming from the past, because whatever stimulus your mind receives, it immediately gets destroyed. If you say that because of a past thought you received the present thought, then it does not align with the Dhamma the Lord Buddha has taught us. Autta Sambuddha was preached by the Buddha in the Mahanidana Sutra. It is a phenomena of arising and ceasing of stimuli. A thought is only a spark. Does a spark sustain itself? Once it sparks, it is over. It burns out. Mehin Mahanse, I am a bit confused here, Honorable Sir. Aran Mahanse, it is not a difficult thing. Haven't we all been confused before? Now you have to untangle yourself from this confusion. Mehini Mahase, yes, Honorable Sir. We always try to bring forward our past knowledge that we gained from different Dhamma textbooks. We don't have the practical experience. Aryan Mahase, Mehini Mahase, if you listen to the Kajaniya Sutra, you will be able to understand it better. In that sutra, it says, Rupantiyo avaso rupa. It means that due to a spark being created over and over and over again, due to the speed at which it sparks, it gives an impression like there is a thing that exists outside. Also, there is another sermon of mine which is called Lovama Dederai, meaning the world explodes. These sermons will explain to you that there is nothing as the past. Many people get stuck at this point because they believe that there is a past, and this belief about a past stops them from progressing on their path to realize the pure truth. Another point where people get stuck at and cannot proceed on their path is because they think that the four elements exist. If they won't clear their doubts about these 2 points, they will not be able to proceed on the path and realize the pure truth. They are tricked by the Vijnana Maya. The Maya means the illusion that the past exists. One has to be very clear about how to proceed on the path. You have to develop the Patisanka Jnana. So one does not get tricked by the illusion of the mind. Also, you have to develop the Kanka Vitara Visuddhi. This too means that one has to clear all doubts and understand that there is no past and that the four elements do not exist. Else, you cannot go on the path and realize the pure truth. Theruna Sanai, everybody. Theruna Sanai having an answer.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
All Dhamma friends. Here today, in this forum, we discuss non-soul Dhamma, the pure truth. It is also a continuation from tomorrow's. Many nuns asked about the tenses, the time. Is there something called past? So, past, present, and future exist when there is something. So we have to start from the beginning. How do you get something outside? When something is outside, only the existence, I, my soul, me, experience, something is there that is at this moment, at present. So then you can also say it will remain tomorrow also. So when time passes on, so again you can say that thing, the particular thing was there. So that there are time and tenses in this mundane world. So we have to understand how this mind consciousness function. It just like a lightning, it appears and disappears. So that is how it works. So it is a spark. So when you see something, that means your eyes, this is what you see. The perceptions comes out. So when there is the perception, you understand something is there, a tile, a tree, a lake, a dew, raindrops. So when something you call something is there, then there is time frame, present, past, and future. This is how it goes. When that appears, the thing is outside, automatically the soul is here, soul is created, that charge, that sense that is there. So this remains only for a shorter time. Then another thought will come into your mind. That is how mind works. But we think that someone called I am existing for such a long time. So this is a false view. This is a wrong notion. So this is what this main Nancy asks. Is there something past? Whenever this stimulus starts, so you get the mind consciousness gives you the idea that you see this particular thing. Then and there, your existence appear, and that charge, that power gives some kind of feeling that you are living there. Then it disappears, diminish itself. There is no someone called I here, no self. This is non-soul Dhamma. So we'll start our discussion. So Siddharma, have you got anything to add at the beginning? Yes.
Teravan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Yes, as you pointed out, this is the continuation of the conversation between Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse and the Mehenin Mahanse. So Mehenin Mahanse asks, what she mentions is, I always feel there is something coming from the past. So this past, present and future. So as Aryan Mahanse has very well explained, and even in the 6 characteristics of Dhamma, in that when we chant Swakato Bhagavato, it is clearly mentioned it's Akaliko and Sandittika and Akalika, 2 main qualities, attributes of this Dhamma. It becomes self-evident and it's timeless. It transcends time. So it's very clear. That is the main point that Aryan Mahanse highlights in his sermons. And it's very easy. It becomes self-evident to us also. So as you mentioned, Mr. Bernard, we always talk about this single thought, occurrence of the single thought in relation to sensory organs. And in actually Abhidhamma, that the duration of a thought has been kind of, it's incalculable or it cannot be detected, but still they say in a blink of an eye, the billions of thoughts can occur. So that when we translate it into English, Chittakshana as that as the time of single thought, it doesn't convey that meaning, that thought second or whatever. Now, in modern science, they are using these nanoseconds, but those days the duration of a thought was, they called the 17 chittakshan or something. So that is again to say that it cannot be detected by human mind or brain or whatever. So what we understand from this is, Arana's explanation is, now just when we think of our childhood, it's actually a thought. That thought arises at this split second, and then and there it ceases or it passes away. It leaves nothing without leaving a trace. It passes away or fades away. So the so-called past, if we take this label past, these abstract concepts like patience, beauty, knowledge, wisdom, whatever, past, present, future, all these abstract concepts are also labels, like these combinations of name and form. Some form arises. I mean, those are just concepts, abstract, intangible. So that way, that is one way to say that past is just a label. And the beauty of this is actually, the moment this thought arises, can we talk about the present at least? If billions of thoughts occur in a blink of an eye, that present is also undetectable. It also dies out. So it becomes again, so we can't actually talk about, probably Dr. Kokila will further elaborate on this. This is what I actually could understand from this. So here, can't talk about the present also. And the future now, next week, what we are going to do. I'm going to go to a concert or whatever. That is the thought that arises right now. This is so future becomes again this single thought. So it becomes when we contemplate, when we actually, Aryan Hansi always say you have to explore, you have to be vigilant, vimansava, you have to delve into this, then these little self-realizations happen. And so that is the point, as I understand what is being highlighted here. And if this Pali term also, avutva sambhutang uttanang bhavisati, means that the meaning is given here. Everything happens at that moment. Nothing comes from the past. Nothing goes somewhere. It is, we are talking about uh, timeless or akalika Dhamma. It is evident because when through this Aryan Mahanse's sermons, does it make sense, Mr. Bernard? Is it others can also add to the discussion? Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, can you hear me? Looks like there is a signal issue. Teruvan
I
Saranai.
think we heard you. I think Mr.
Ah,
Bernard must have got disconnected.
all right, Dr. Kokila. So, so that's what I understand from this explanation that Arya makes when he clarifies this question asked by Mehenin Mahanse. And then again, if
Yeah,
so,
actually, the
yeah,
time is related. Like time, we interpret time as a thought, but it is
yes,
something that we have interpreted because of the speedy vibrations which happen so fast that we feel as like everything is connected. So that's a kind of a feel in the mind consciousness, and because of that, we kind of think it is actually there. So everyone thought that the time and the space is fundamental, but everyone is shifting that to various other things now in the world, the scientists. But we know that it's kind of a it's something we can we appreciate because of the very fast thoughts which happen with the human mind consciousness. So because of that, we have an idea about all this, but the part you said was so correct that at one particular moment it's only one thought, it's only one stimulus. So in one stimulus there's there's nothing called time there, and it's just another thing that we are interpreting in a different way, like the self vibration. We didn't know that. So likewise, because of ignorance, we have been thinking everything is there, but actually it is not there. But isn't it? Anyone can add something to that?
Teruvan Saranai. please correct me if I am getting anything incorrect, because for this word called akalika, something I thought of adding is that actually that means you cannot apply a time to this Buddha's teaching. That means everything that happens at this moment is a result of telepathization of a similar vibration which happened in the past. So those two becomes equal. It may be now, for example, any thought. It may be like about a tree or a person or some action. Any thought is a result of repetition or equalization of another thought which happened in the past. So that means it could be something happened just few minutes ago, few hours, few days, or maybe in a previous birth. So equalization of the two, or you call it resonance or telepathization, means that becomes this. Both are same. So you cannot call it as two things, and you cannot give a time difference, time gap between the two sparks. So that also, in that way also, I thought the word akalika can be described. Can you correct me? I don't know that this is what I felt, but what you all explained so far is also very correct. Like this moment, a thought at this moment uh, could be something from the past, could be something from the present. So it always comes as a fresh thought at this moment. So what happened in the past is, if you say, I remembered something happened in the past just now, it is just a fresh thought happening at this time. Or if you say that I am planning something for tomorrow, it is a thought again happened at this time related to the future. So always it is a thought at this moment. So that moment that this thought happened as a result of the telepathization of either past or present. So there is no time gap in between. Dr. Kokila, can
Can I
you?
add something?
Yes, please.
I'll add something to that. Actually, that's beautiful. That's okay. I'll add something to that. Actually, Dhamma is the truth. So the truth is that that there is no self, and it is how it happens, and the actual, even for the self vibration. So the sentences that you told, even for the self vibration, it is true. So it is very important to incorporate that into the understanding of the self vibration, because self vibration also, if there's no self throughout, as someone is feeling the time as something which is consistent, the same problem appears with the self vibration. Someone feels that there is someone from the day that you are born to now. It is very important to remember that even the self vibration, it is not a constant thing. It is there with the stimulus. So it is there with the stimulus means even that is at this moment. So that means if the stimulus is real, there is the same effect that Dr. Sakuntala said, the resonance will happen and the self vibration will be there anyway. So that that particular thing keeps happening. That's why we feel, because it happens so fast, because that happens so fast, because stimuluses are happening so fast, because of that, anyway, we feel like there's underlying someone there, or underlying time. The time itself is a mirage of self-vibration. So how it happens is because of the mind consciousness. If someone is in mind consciousness, that is how it is felt. But then when you know the truth, when you understand this non-self vibration in one particular moment, one particular stimulus, then you realize that whatever you feel when you are using your thoughts is actually not true. That it is happening only in one particular moment, and there's no time in that particular moment. There's nothing like that. It's just a notion that you feel with the fast occurrence of consciousness, like eye consciousness. They keep changing, but it's all so as for a human, it is all interpreted by the mind consciousness. So when anyone is living, that means mind consciousness is there, isn't it? Because if mind consciousness is not there, then we declare them as dead anyway. So if the mind consciousness is there, it will be felt like that. But what happens is, this particular moment, even the self vibration, the same thing happens. Self vibration is also not a thing that is continuous, but we feel like that because of the very speedy occurrence of these consciousnesses, like how the thoughts. So the speediest thing in the world is the mind. So anyone else, what do you think about that addition? Just to add, so we can keep adding. Anything, Surangika, you want to add, or anyone else?
Teruvan Saranai, both of you clarified the next point. It's very important that Amehenin Wahanse's next question is, okay, now I understand that, but then now take this book as an example. So how does this book comes to me when I see this shape of light? So that is where we discuss telepathization and this scenario of this mechanism of six consciousnesses. Yes, Miss Surangika and Miss Lalana and others, would you like to add to this discussion? Thiruvan Saranai.
Tirasana, everyone. I think because of the self creating the time, we entitled the time frame what I felt. So if your experience is non-soul, you are not entitled to the time frame, like Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala explained nicely. So I also felt when we are born, there is a time we think I live this, I did it, I will do this. Likewise, the thoughts are coming, but at this moment, every thoughts are generating. This moment also not true. So the pure truth is everything we got tangled with the time frame because of the self because we didn't know earlier that is the illusion. The thoughts are not real. It is an illusion. Because of the illusion and the ignorance, we think about the time. But now we know the time is also not true. That is also a thought. That's what I want to add. Thiruvan Saranai. If there are any mistake, you can correct me. Thank Thiruvan Saranai.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, just thought of adding something that
Yeah.
which came to my mind. And now time is another thought, isn't it? Because we now if we have been sleeping for a long, long time in an unusual way, or maybe a person has been anesthetized and wakes up, there is no clue about the time, and the time is something that comes as another thought. And now for a small baby there is no idea about the time, so time is another concept that is introduced as a thought which gets sort of
I think it is a mirage of the mind consciousness, because now in mind
time.
consciousness, like in when the as you said, when we have like pineapple, we have we have so many stuff happening, we have some thoughts happening all the time. The stimulus has a like a different entity always. It's not about an experience, it's always about the things. Like I ate rice in the morning, I went to work, and then I did this, and then I came back, and I slept, something like that. So Sudharma, yeah. So I think we kind of tend to interpret this problem like it's not a problem to us before. Like we tend to interpret things in such a way because of the telepathization. We never took it as telepathization before. I mean, we never thought about even telepathization before. We never thought about it resonance before. So it was that I who ate the breakfast in the morning, I who went to work, it's me that who came back home, something like that. The timeline is actually in thoughts. It's true what you said, timeline is in the thoughts, but the actual scenario is here is what actually binds them. What actually binds them is the self problem. If that is not the case, it will be difficult to come into one line. So you would be like, there was breakfast, and then you will be like, what happened next? That's not how it happens to a timeline. Like we did this, we did like some exams maybe 5 years ago. I did exam, and now I'm doing this. I'll be doing another exam in another 5 years, whatever. I'm just telling an example. So in that way, we are trying to give a timeline because one reason is to explain things to the others, to give an idea to others. It is true. We do it every time, even now. Even if it is like 10 arahants, when they would be talking in the same way. Like in next 3 months, we would be in one place because it's the rainy season. Then after that, we'll go and give this dhamma to everyone. Two of us will not go in one path. We will go in different paths. I'm just telling in another example. So they will tell the same thing. But what is important here is the understanding of how these things occurred. So it is a thought, yes, but time is a thought, space is a thought. It's all thoughts. But how it is happening is because the resonance, we don't see the actual resonance without knowing Dhamma. We can't see a resonance part. We can't see how the self vibration occurs each time when it is taken as real, when the stimulus is taken as real. So that is what is actually connecting all the dots. So the connection part is felt as the timeline, isn't it? What do you think, Sakuntala?
Yes. Actually, yeah, it's some form of connection of the events which happens in the life.
Yeah, those
Uh,
events are actually separate,
but connected through the time, yes.
connected through the time and connected through the self vibration, I feel.
Vibration. Yes.
Because if there is no self vibration connection, even though we talk about time, like we will be in one place for the rainy season, does that mean that it is taken as real? No, but we communicate in such a way, it is okay. It's just that knowing that this is not the case, it is knowing that there is no self vibration. It is to feel that also in one thought would be really nice, to feel that also, that there is no kind of if there is no mind consciousness, if there's a particular moment that you are beyond the self, like the mind, then you will understand there's no sense of time. So that's kind of one moment that you will feel it, the truth. So the time is related to mind consciousness, and particularly when you are in the mind, you will be actually having kind of an idea about the time, but it's actually not true. And it's really nice to know that, really important to know that. And every thought, like even the pineapple, we have never had pineapple. We have never experienced pineapple, but we feel that I have eaten pineapple. That kind of mirage is here. We have never experienced, what can we take? Pichamala, or a flower. But we feel that we have experienced with Pichamala. If someone says this Pichamala is so, this flower is so beautiful, you definitely have the picture in your mind at this moment. That if I just the fraction of a second, if the word is told, you will have the photo of that. You just heard a word,
Not
but
only
you
photo, the rest of the whole
rest of
information.
the thing, yeah, all everything actually related to that would be there. So then, if I say I have eaten a pineapple yesterday, then it feels as real. But the one who is actually following this path will know it theoretically also, but it is very nice to feel it too, at least. If you feel it, and then you know it, that it is actually not the case. But when you are in we as humans, we have the mind sensor anyway. That is a normal thing. We just know it. We just know that it is a mirage. That's fine. We use thoughts day-to-day life every day. Not it is even that these words are wrong, because we can't say we use. It's actually the occurrences of just keep occurring, like it's keep happening. The mind consciousness keep happening, and that's why we feel as there is a mind. In Aranwanse has described nicely this, that the kela deyak nahakin, that there is no anything called mind. Why we call something mind is because the mind consciousness is happening so fast. It's the same thing with the time. In that we feel it, but actually it is not there. Any thought to occur, we feel a difference. That's why there is like a thought occurring about that. That's what the problem with the self vibration too. You feel something, and we call it I. me, mine. What do we feel? We feel a current. And that current is only there when the stimulus is taken as something. That is what we try to highlight every day, so that that someone will be like akaliko, ehipasiko, like come and feel it. And this self vibration, the whole self vibration is here, just in one stimulus. As you correctly said in the beginning, you said Dhamma is in one fraction of a second. Yeah, even the self vibration is in one fraction of a second. Like it's just one stimulus. Anything to add?
I think moral. Yes.
Dr. Sakuntala, yeah, go ahead. Yes. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, people interpret this time frame, present and past. Is
Yes.
it because of this Abhisankarana, volitional formation? Is it so?
That is because of the ignorance, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
yes, ignorance leads to this belief, wrong conception. They think that there is there was a past and there is a present and there is a future. So it's completely because of the ignorance. When you do not,
Dhamma
yes,
friends. I think
yes,
this,
tell us.
as several people said on this call, I mean, time is actually something that is coined in society, isn't it? It's a concept that has been created in order to, carry on in society in a kind of a measured type of existence. Otherwise, time has no meaning as such. I mean, I suppose back in the day, long years ago, people just got about their activities when they saw the sun rising, and then they did their activities during the day, and when it fell dark and the sun set, they went to sleep, and so it went on. So like over time, this whole concept of time has been created, but I think Haran Manse also has said several times that, if you think about how the clock is set back in some countries for summer and winter and so on, so then what is the time, isn't it? Because in England, it can be one time. In Australia, it can be another time. Sri Lanka, another time. So what's the correct time in that case? So, and if you go to one of these travel agency firms, you will see on the wall, you will have the UK time, US time, because they are booking flights for different people. And depending on where the destination is, they have all these clocks on the wall, and that's the way they kind of give the customers a view of, okay, if you are arriving on your flight in UK or Heathrow Airport, this is going to be your time, type of thing. So from that, even you realize that this whole time thing, is there a truth in it? Because for some country people, the time is something else. For us, it's something else. For Sri Lanka, it's something else. And it's the same thing like how you describe the sensory perceptions. For humans, it's a different perception from one human to the other. For animals, it's a different sensory perception. So which world that gets manifested or created through those sensory perceptions is the correct world, isn't it? And if you think about the whole telepathization, Dr. Sakuntala, that you mentioned as well, I mean, again, Aryan Vahansib has brought forward that tuning fork example. And through that, what he was also propounding was that if that frequency matches, something of an equal frequency will telepathize and spark. And it is that spark that is occurring only in this moment, as you quite rightly said, that is being experienced, and that spark occurring in this moment contains the sparks or the vibrations of a countless number of, as long as it's of matching frequency, it will match the frequency of a vibration occurring even 2,500 years ago, at the time the Buddha was proclaiming this Dhamma. And again, to quote Aryan Vahanse, and we are, of course, just explaining just a very small bit of what Aryan Vahanse has been explaining to us in the last 5 years. And I'm not sure whether we are even doing justice to it. But Aryan Vahanse has explained to us that if the Buddha under the Bo tree attained that liberation of mind, that state of non-vibration, and if that state of non-vibration is being realized at this moment through listening to Aryan Vahanse's discourses, this non-vibration and that non-vibration, irrespective of it happening 2,500 years ago in the Buddha's time, is the same thing, isn't it? So that itself, and even just mundane occurrences of a childhood event and something happening now, telepathizing at that very moment, not even in this lifetime, things that can have happened in past lifetimes can telepathize at this moment, and the thought that you have is shot of all those vibrations put together. And Dr. Kokila, I think you brought out that very good point about the self-perception. Also in that moment is the thing that is kind of bringing that in and giving this false attribution to a self, isn't it? Because when people who don't have access to the true Dhamma, if they think about their own memory, they'll say, oh, I had a childhood memory of, visiting Dunghinda or Peradeniya or something like that. And it's always attributed to the me or my, isn't it? And even if you have a good memory, or even if you don't have a good memory, you'll say, oh, I am forgetful now when, I am old, I can't remember things. Everything is attributed to the I. So despite time being a concept, still for all, even the concept is taken to be real, just like my other objects like mother, father, chair, and table. The concept of time is also taken to be real. And even to that concept, because it is coming about through a thought, and the I creation is within that thought, through falsely believing that there is an I or a self here, one then thinks that, oh, I can't remember things, or I don't have a good memory, and so on. So it's quite important to tie it down to the self-perception, but certainly time and the akalika, or the timelessness, is proven true by understanding the true Dhamma, that whole concept is false or is a fallacy, isn't it? Thiruvaren Saranai.
Yeah, it is nicely said. Yeah. Anyone else adding anything to that?
Yes, as Surangika very nicely explained, actually in the practical side of it, something that we are experiencing in day-to-day life, even a person who has no idea about Buddhist teaching will realize that time is something that a man-made thing, because now sometimes you fly against time, isn't it? Now, when you are flying to a certain direction, you feel that you spent a shorter time and reached the destination within a shorter period. And you feel that you are flying against time. And it happens vice versa also. You feel that you have been flying for a longer time because of the time difference in the countries. So it's actually funny, because it's something, all of you said very correctly, something man-made concept. It very well sort of tallies with the Buddha's teaching, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, the highlight here was to actually people took that very graciously. When someone suggested there is time, they took it very graciously because they feel a continuity, like they feel something is continuing. I saw my father yesterday, I saw him today. So that they feel like it's the same father. Like they like that's how it is interpreted. So they definitely have like something exactly similar happening, or even something not exactly similar, but even a different. I have never seen that person before, we would say. So then there's always like something has happened before or not happened before, and now it has happened, something like that. Always every thought is mixed with this concept of time. So the feel of continuity is due to the ignorance, because ignorance about how this samanantara, or the resonance of equal vibrations, how these things happen. So because of the ignorance of that, the all the occurrences, or all the stuff that happen, we have I think we have put the concept of time nicely, because of that. So it is, and it is proven all the time, like someone tells the same thing, other one also tells the same thing. If they hear, I missed the train yesterday, and the other person would say, no, I actually went early, and I actually was able to catch the train. Then they both feel that they are talking about one incident which happened yesterday. So they both feel that it is like, yes, it happened. Well, how are you going to tell that it didn't happen yesterday? No, it happened in that frame. So that's what the difficulty is. Like, yes, you feel like it's happening. It happened at the same time, but even the two vibrations are different. The interpretation, when you try to talk about something, because we use the same language, but if it's a different language, then we will feel the difference, because the other person will never so if it's a Chinese person standing there, he will never know what we are talking about. So he will stare at the sky. But the problem is, if someone talks in Chinese, then he will understand how they are talking about the train. That which whatever the accident that happened
Terasa,
yesterday. Yes,
Terasa.
Nancy.
I think it's a spark.
Yes.
Yeah. Same spark. What's the meaning? No time is here. The language is also Chinese also. Oh, this is it's they don't know what we are talking. It's okay. But this language also is spark. Yes. Yeah. This it's okay. That's animals. How is given this message as others? So birds, sounds. It's a spark. Yeah, it's spark. It's the same spark, same sound. They know what's that message. Yeah. No, it's okay. They are. Yeah, it's the same spark. Sound. Okay. What's the world is? We are looking something. Humans looking something is human have 7 colors. But how is other living beings? They have word. But everything is spark. No, that's world. That's well, yeah. There's a sound. There's a spark, yeah. So, mm, mm, I will tell you something. This, our mind consciousness, spark, especially. You know what is this? What is this eye consciousness spark? So, given the light, no? The ear conscious spark given sound. It's a sensor. This ear sensor is,
It's a vibration.
yeah, vibration, yeah. But that vibration is same vibration, no? Everybody
Same
hearing,
vibration.
humans, everybody hearing, same vibration, no? So, this, what is this consciousness? Mind consciousness, especially ear consciousness and the eye consciousness and the other consciousness, five consciousness. And together coming, this one consciousness is the happening. That's one spark. It's a one spark. That's a mind consciousness, no? Tina Sangati Passo.
Yeah.
Buddha's word is Ditta Sutta is this five senses one time. It's a spark. That's together coming. That spark, sound, and the picture, and the other feel. That one spark is a thought. It's okay. It's a thought. It's a mind conscious. This every spark, this ear conscious also, existent feel is there. Eye conscious also, existent feel is there. Light, yeah. Sound, yeah. This sensor creation given this. This is the cause and effect. Effect is existent. What is this cause and effect? Dhamma cause is a speed. It's a vibration. Senses given this sound and picture and the feel. It's okay. Smell, taste, and body feel was together, no? These three is feel. It's okay. These sensor creations together coming, that what is this thought? You see this light is not real, it's okay. It's your eye creation. Sound is not real, it's your ear creation. It's okay. But we can't say is real or no. How is telling this? We can't say. No. That is why it's a but that is why Buddha's Dhamma is some is a majje, is a what's this middle? What's this middle path? Buddha's explained. We are say is this book is real or not? We can't say real or no. Because it's a mirage, no? No. It's coming. Our mind. No, it's a thought. Exists a feel also there. There's a power, no? It's spark. Every spark have a power, no? The meaning is this picture so sound or not anything is a spark, is a power, no?
Yes.
The power is power. That's the meaning. That's why Majja Sutra Buddha's telling Yobante Viditwana Majjimantana Lipati Tambruhi Mahapurusha Seda Simbani Majja. What is this meaning? Meaning is somewhere different in negative and positive, the spark is the power is there. So okay. No spark, no power. How is telling this? This power is the power is your consciousness is given this. Cause and effect Dhamma is this, no? It speedily happen, rapid speed, no? Again and again and again, and this spark is coming. These senses, various of senses, given this various of type of effort. What is that? Sound, light, smell, taste, body feel, no? These, what is this effort? What is this effort given? Not important sound or light or anything. Important point is existent feel. It's the power. You see, it's a living being. Meaning. Meaning is living being, no. It's a power. It's a consciousness word is there. That is why we are talking about consciousness word. This existent feel. No. Perception is no power, but consciousness is power. You see, sound, the ear, sense of creation, yes, sense of creation, given the sound. But this sound, what is Buddha's 5 aggregates talking? Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. What is this? Rupa is spark, vibration, no? Yeah, sensor, it's a vibration. It's a Rupa. Rupa, it's okay. It's a Vedana, it's a Vedana, Vedana is a vibration there. What is this vibration? How is this? How is that indicating? It's a vibration. What is that indicating? It's a sound. I drum inside our ear drum, no? Inside, what's the creation is vibration, no? What is this vibration? It's a sound. Perception. What is this perception? It's a feel, it's a pain, no, it's a feel. What is this? How is telling this? Indicating the sound feel. That's why Vedana Sanya. That's the feel, is perception is there. Talking about the perception. Again and again, the sound is coming, the power is there. That is the consciousness. Perception converting the consciousness. The sound perception converting the sound consciousness. Consciousness. That's the word. That's a process is. How is this process? This process we are talking about Sankara. Creation. Mechanism. That is why 5 aggregates we are talking. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyana. What is this effort? Consciousness. Existent feel is there. That existent feel is there. Alive feel is there. Otherwise the alive feel is coming. That one is the alive feel. It's another step. Again and again, and sound is there. Yeah. Who's hearing sound? Who have this sound? That's like a spring. Power is generating automatically. Spring is automatically powerfully coming. Is automatically powerfully coming. That type of is the consciousness. It's a power. Otherwise, that one is the Itta Sanya, is a Atma Sanya. It's a living being. There is living being. What is this living being? It says the patience. So, living being, every living being has senses. That is why. Senses there. That is why living being is there. So many secrets inside we can explain. future. What is this secret? Yeah. Sinhala Dhamma discourses, I explain many things inside this mechanism. So Buddha also explained this. The sutras, the Tripitaka. How is this process is creating? How is this living being free? You see this thought, no? It's okay. Sound is existent field, and light same is five senses. It's okay. Smell, it's your nose, creations coming, smell, and your tongue, your mouth, no tongue, given the taste, is a feel, and your body is smooth, rough, and hot and cool, given this no sense of creations. So your eye, especially eye, given the light, and the ear, given the sound, and this feel. These five feel spark together coming. That's the mind consciousness. It's okay. Now mind conscious, what is these thoughts? What is this thought? You know, every living being like this, they have thoughts. What is that thought? Existent feel, no. Chair, you have chair. Table, mother, father, sun, moon, everything. It's your world. Where's your world? It's your mind. It's your thoughts. Existent feel also there. Who are you? You are also thinking, no. Thoughts, no. Yeah, me, my mind. It's thoughts. But feel is inside. Power. But you know, what is this power finally? Is thought have this power. These thoughts existent is the power. Itta sanya. Perception. Is what is this? Existent feel. Is consciousness. Given this. But inside the perception, consciousness somewhere, perception is there. What is this perception? Itta sanya. Existent perception. What is this existent perception? It's a dream like that. It's your world. What's you are looking? What's your hearing? Who are you? What's your feel? How is Ella feel? Ella feel. This existent feel is the Ella feel. It's a power. You know what is this power? Is thinking power. Thought have the power. What is this thought? Chair. What is this chair? You have chair. You have gold. You have you have sons, daughters, you have family, you have house, you have you also. Look in the mirror. Brother, sister, mother, father. Oh, this is me. Going to mirror and looking. There's a picture. And sound is Samano, Nimalo, Sumito, anything. It's a sound and from together coming. That's the thoughts. Yours are thoughts. What is this other? It's everything you are thinking. Beautiful, yeah, nice. Beautiful and bad. Oh, good. Oh, everything is thoughts. That's why. How is this thoughts? Now, what finally? You know how is these thoughts are creating? You know it's not real. Thought is not real. So, what is this existent feel? What is this existent? You are thinking. This chair is real, you are thinking. But finally, that chair is not real. Chair is real is the existent, no? But you are you know the truth, chair is not real. The value is gone. No, finally the value is there. Value is there. Existent feel also value is there. But you know, the there is not real, value is not there. You see, value is not there. Because chair is not real. Normally you can see. You can see, you can hear, everything is normally. You can think everything system is working. Senses are working. Normally everything is happening. But you are inside, not coming any pain. You are inside, not coming any pain. You haven't any problems. No matter what happens, it's okay. You know, everything is your mind. It's your understanding. No, this Dhamma is very important. Understand. Someone understood this. This tranquility is there. Because who are you? You are also that alive field. What's this alive field? Everything is real. But everything is not real. You don't want anything. It's okay. You are not any reactions. It's normally like a camera, like a photo, like that. You are looking. It's okay. Only the picture, no. No valid. No any power. What happened? That power. You know, power. You are thinking is real. Everything real. But this power finally coming to real stage. Exists real, but it's not real. Power is not there. But you are thinking it's a real. Power is there. But you are not thinking it's not real. You are not. It's not real. Power is not there. Final stage is this one. Final stage. What is this final stage? Finally, it's happening. This understanding. That is why Buddha's words. චක්කුංච පටිච්ච රූපේච උපජ චක්කු විඥාන තින්න සංගති පස්සෝ පස්ස පච්චය වේදනා යම් වේදේති තං සංජානාති යම් සංජානත්තං විතක්කේති. This is Buddha's word. Yam vedeti tan sanjana tan sanjatam vitakketi. This is important, this one. Yam vedeti tan sanjana tan sanjatam vitakketam vijanati. Vijanati is the word. Pajanati. Pajanati meaning is you are not getting real. It's a pajanati. Someone is getting this, everything is real, is a vijanati. Someone know this Dhamma, someone know this science, someone know this truth. He's Prajanati. He know the truth. If don't know the truth, is a Vijanati. Is in world. Everything is real. He have sadness and suffering. He have defilements. Because power is there. He also there. Ego also there. So someone know this truth. How his power is coming? How his system are working? He know everything is not real. What's final happen? Final, you are not getting real. You are not anything happening. You know, it's not reaction. It's anything. It's a tranquility is there. Defilements also not there. No any problems. System is, you know, everything is how it's happening. It's okay, no problem. That is why peaceful mind is coming. That is why liberation of mind. It's understanding one. Freedom of mind. But you haven't free freedom of mind because every thought's given you to problems or something. But you understood this system. How is this thoughts is coming? How is this thoughts is happening? You haven't any problems because it's not real. Nothingness. It's understanding. That's the insight meditation. It's not concentration meditation. It's insight meditation. It's especially, it's very different in those concentration meditation. The 5 teachers also did this concentration meditation. It's a Nigantas. Siddhartha Tapasa also did that. But it's not real way. It's not ending the suffering or sadness. It's not happening defilements. Fading. That's why Buddha left that. That's why Siddhartha Tapasa is left the 5 teachers and find the truth again. That's why after different origination explained is how is our mind creating. Siddhartha Tapasa understand the mind. And after explain the truth. Mind is not real. It's illusion. Every living being, their own mind, their own simulation world, their own dream, not real world. It's a dream. Awaken to the moment, awaken to the dream. Someone won't know this. He can awaken the dream. He's in real. He's in, he have the experience otherwise. Because this is not a knowledge, this is not a syllabus. This is practically happening. Internal transformation is happening. You can experience it. That is why Buddothpado Dhamma discourses today very important, because we have this experience. We know this one is happening. We know Buddha's real words is experience one. Buddha told this is not a believing, this is not a trust. This is not after the death is case. This present moment, everything is happening. You know how nice this. You know, memory of past things or future things, so everything is destroyed. Your mind is given the everything. Someone understood this truth, everything is nothingness. This present moment, what is the thought? This, you're thinking history or something, remember, but this present moment, only the thought. Someone can think the future, but this present moment, only the thought. Not future or history. This present moment, only the thought. You know this present moment, you are only the living. But otherwise, it's not real. It's nothingness. It's very important. You know, death also you are thinking. Birth also you are thinking. You are worried. How is your suffering coming? How is your sadness are coming? Someone is thinking, one day I'm dead. It's okay, he can cry because sadness is coming. He's in happy without think that one. Death. He can be happy because his mind is given the thought, one day you are dead, one day you are die. It's okay. Feel is changing, coming the suffering. What is this silly mind? What is this silly mind? You see this. What is this? You know, someone understood this. Every moment, only the thoughts is happening. Is simply very nice feeling is coming. No any how's telling, no any tight feelings, no any tight actions, because no, it's a cool mind. It's a peaceful mind. No, because everybody is same now. Everything is nothingness. We are thinking someone is good, someone is bad. Good or bad, where? Not outside. It's your mind. You are thinking. Data. Someone thinks. Someone think the good data is okay. Bad data is okay. Bad. No, bad or good. It's your mind. You are thinking. Finally, you are like the nature. What's the happen is the best. Because nobody is here. Like a trees. Branches also, wing is coming, branches some. No problem anywhere. It's okay, thoughts are coming today. Is your thought. What is your thought? It's okay. You can, you are in pain. Sometimes you are in sad. Sometimes you are in sad. It's okay. Tomorrow, sometimes you are in happy. Why? Change your your mind. Simply. It's not easy. I know it's not easy. What is happening? Practically, you can experience it. It's nice. So your life is nice finally because everything is cool. No any syllabus after. No any. No anything is not. You don't know anything after. It's okay. It's okay. You can balance everything. You can balance your senses also. Yeah, you can comfortable life because your senses. You know how it's managed. Now film is going. You are the producer. You can produce your sense also. Your mind knows what's your own thoughts, what's your own everything you can manage. That's Buddothpado discourses vision. Given this whole world, everybody given the peaceful mind. You can happily living. You can happily with your family. You can happy life finally. Everything is okay. No problem. You know Angulimala is a murder, but Angulimala became Maratha. You know these two thoughts change in the everything. Who is the murder? It's a thought, no. Angulimala, what you doing? Today are you murder? No. Angulimala, you can be happy. Today you are good guy. What is this change? No, thinking pattern is changing. What is this unbelievable dumb? Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. Someone understood this system. Very simply, life is coming. Your business, you can do very well. Your job also, you can do very well. You can experience this. You know, your studies also, you can do very well. No problem, anything. No, you are not anywhere struck. You have headaches, your depression, or everything is over. Nice feeling is coming because radiant mind is there. No defilements, no any craving or any hatred or anything. Ill will or hatred or anything. You have a peaceful mind is coming. Nice. Our time is so. What you think about? Who's here? Saroja, are you there? Sometimes she's busy. Is it okay? Kokila, are you there?
Yes, Aranand, it was a very nicely described, Aranand. We were talking about Akalika and the way you added everything into that topic was so beautiful, because welcome to the moment, it's Akalika anyway, like there's no time in that.
Timeless. Yeah.
Timeless. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing is also timeless. It's, everything is there. Nice feelings there. Why are you not smiling, Kokila? Something happened? I always telling to you, especially Kokil, why are you not smiling? Because you are doctor, no? Very heavy weight your mind.
Not really, Arana.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not a doctor. That is why I'm in free. It's okay. It's okay. I have a job. That is why I'm in cool mind.
It's really,
Yeah.
beautiful
No
done.
risk. No risky. No. It's a joke. It's okay. Everything is fine, no? Job also fine, no? Yeah.
Yes,
You
Arana.
can be you can be a king or queen. It's okay. It's your mind. It's your story. You can be a poor guy, a beggar, or someone.
Yes.
It's your mind. How much you own money? Be a billionaire or anybody?
Yeah, just
It's
imagine.
okay. It's okay. I haven't the money, but I am the billionaire. I don't know why. I don't know. How can you change my mind, Kokila? I'm thinking I'm a billionaire. Can you change my mind? No, I'm not a mad. It's okay.
Yeah, Arana, so you can imagine
Yeah.
anything and you are
Yeah,
free.
it's your feel no. You be think you are a billionaire. It's okay. It's okay. You get the taxi also. It's okay. No problem. Billionaire can go taxi. No.
Yes, Arana.
Where are you want to go? A hospital is okay. What's the vehicle is no problem. Hospital you are in no. It's okay. Now you are telling others. Yeah, it's okay. I have cool mind. Everything I have, I am the queen.
Yeah.
What is this silly mind? What is
Yes,
this really
Arana.
mind? Yeah, it's okay. What you think about Doctor? Are you there?
I didn't see Ravi
It's okay. It's
there.
okay. It's okay. Suranka also there, no?
Yes, Ravika,
Yeah, it's okay.
Sakuntala, Sudharma.
Sakuntala. Sudharma. Suranka, what do you think about? Suranka, I have more questions. Suranka is in sleepy time now, in the
No,
bed.
Aranvansa, that was a very beautiful sermon that you gave, Aranvansa. But what I was about to say was Dr. Kokila treats the body, meaning, body ailments of patients, but Aranvansa treats the mind like the Buddha, because we are all suffering in the mind. Aranvansa treats us that way to eradicate suffering. So it's very beautiful, Aranvansa.
Yeah, it's nice. I know this term is very nice. Everybody can be happy with this term. No, Suranka?
Yes, Aranvansa.
Yeah, it's very important. It's okay, everybody. Today time is over. Kokila, you are very worth, everybody, because you explain. I heard it's very nice. And our Chandani doctor and the Suranka, especially everybody is very nice. They are very good. My friends, you are encouraged day by day. I'm happy, everyone. Understand this truth because you have now the profit. What is that profit? Is tranquility. No, Buddha's word that no is the valuable price is tranquility. No, so it's a good mind. Is nisato nijio sunyo. It's the meaning is no being, no living being, nothing existent. Is freedom of mind. It's okay, everybody. Terwan sana today. Tomorrow we can join again. It's okay.
Namaskar, Veo.
Terwan
Namaskar.
sana.
Terima kasih yang masih.
Terwan
Namaskar.
sana.
Good
Terwan sana.
Triple Gem, bless you all. Thank you, our advancer. I think we were talking about, I mean, different ways we are talking about now self-angle every day. One is one important aspect is actually fully understanding the outcome of this. So at the end, what happens is that nothing would be a thing and power would be gone and you would be feeling, we can say, kind of awakened or very much tranquility. So that one, we can take only examples if we haven't become that. So that's okay. But you just have to know be the outcome so that you, whatever happens, that will not be broken. As the day, as the night. Lord Buddha actually talked about this as the day, as the night, as any posture, any activity, any anyway, whatever, anyway, the tranquility will not be broken. So you will know, basically, if you are in the path, you will know that you haven't had that, or you have felt it very transiently. That's actually a forced one, usually, because of the cause and effect. Because we are thinking about Dhamma, it can arise. And that's okay. It gives you a glimpse of this thing anyway, but it is not the real thing. To exit from the mind, if you have so much defilements, you can't actually exit from the mind. So understanding that actually speaking, if you accept it, if you are expecting something also, that's wrong, because that's not how it works. Expectations should be zero for you to actually feel this liberation. to liberate from the mind. Even Ananda Thero had to liberate from mind forcefully. There was like a cutoff mark. Tomorrow you have to attend for the Dhamma Sanghayana as an arahant. That was a challenge. Ananda Thero had no one actually had that challenge. Because he was needed also as a secretary of the Dhamma or the store person. But then treasurer actually, Dhamma treasurer. So then it was a challenge. And the challenge actually was in the mind. Very strong challenge it is. And any perception, children, your family, your work or your anything. Because having a glimpse of nirvana is not the actual becoming the nirvana. Or because the glimpse of nirvana is happening initially. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I have told this now again and again. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That means you know that there is something like that, but that's it. Becoming that your all your aspirations, your can't have any power. So when you have something with power, to people it is different. Person to person it is different.
So if there is a Dhamma that liberates you from mind, there is only Lord Buddha's Dhamma. Lord Buddha actually told this so beautifully in so many suttas. Aranwanse has tried so many sermons. So you can only understand this and feel this. That's the only thing you can do. What is there to understand that there is a life here? Yes. What is that? You have to actually get it properly. And because that is the one which is mistakenly made you to believe as there is a self. So then slowly after that, this power which was stored there in the mind should slowly go down. And it is as it is. You can't really do anything about it, but slowly your effort should be there to detect what aspects are actually putting like strength into this mind. What things? So if you know Dhamma, what is Dhamma? So how this life feel comes, or how this self comes due to the ignorance and the craving. So the ignorance is actually if you take like the self vibration, there's actually nothing as self vibration, but with all the realities, whenever stimuli is felt as real, as exception, not expect, existence perception will be there. When the existence perception is there, self perception is there. But how does that happen? Because the power is there. How the power is up? Because the two ends are there. When the two ends are there, there is a problem anyway. And if you one day fully understand that there is no two ends, then only two end mind will be gone. In the sense, the power will be zero. the thing is, you're not doing it. You're not doing this fight with anyone. You're actually doing the fight with this self vibration, in the sense the ignorance and the power, the tanha, the craving. So you can't actually fight with craving, but you can fight with this ignorance. How do you fight with ignorance? It's actually changing it to the wisdom and the jnana, that is feel. So basically, it should be replaced with jnana, where everything is felt without the self-view. So normal layperson, what you feel is everything with self-view. An arahant would feel everything with non-self perception. That is the jnana. So the no self perception, saying with no self perception, hearing with no self perception, touching with no self perception, thinking with no self perception. That's a different scenario. So the fight is actually within you. No one can see that. And you might actually stop the fight too due to the power of the craving. So the power of the craving can be too high that you might even not continue the fight. It is a possibility. Can you do something about it? Yes, by force you can do. You can, like you do a lot of things by force. So you can make it a pattern. So engaging in activities with low mind might help the Dhamma to come up again. And it is very normal for you to feel like not participating to Dhamma programs also, or like not listening, or not doing anything about this Dhamma. It's very normal. But whatever you have gained through this Dhamma will not vanish as such. And the more you practice this, the practice part is actually due to the strength of this mind. The practice is needed to calm down or to tame the mind. That is, I think, the difficult part for the layperson, because the practice is less. So you go by the mind all the time, so that you don't really bother about that. So thinking would be powerful. Thinking is powerful in different ways. But if your effort is not there, you can't catch it. But it is important to catch which perceptions are actually keeping you irritated or agitated or restless, or and also the mind can get sleepy, numb. So there's some effort part there also to keep the mind active and so that piercing can happen. So the piercing can't happen if the mind is sleepy, mind is stupor and sloth, thina midda. If the mind is having too much sleepiness, in the sense too much relaxed, I would say, would not actually have the ability to pierce the mind, or the mind releasing from mind, or mind releasing from outside, or mind releasing from mind. It has to be a very good moment without any stupor and sloth. And without chukukuchi, that is restlessness and worry. Restlessness doesn't help. Actually, some people have more of one. Some have restless, some have stupor, like sleep. None of these things are helping, because it should be a balance where the mind is very active as well as no power. Isn't that fun? I mean, can you imagine that? Mind has to be active, but can't have any power. And the Kamachanda is actually kind of craving something, and Ilvi is having kind of a grudge. I mean, different levels of grudges are there, but kind of a grudge in the mind. So the grudge, craving, sleepiness, restlessness and worry, and doubt, they are all in the mind. They are actually actual characteristics of the mind, I think. Because if you actually ask someone to explain the mind, I think Lord Buddha's explanation of mind, there are so many, but what I'm trying to say is, it's one way of explaining the mind. And if you have them, you can't actually liberate from it. Because
it's difficult. It's one-sided. Too much into mind or too little into mind. There should be a balance. You can't ignore the mind either. You can't be having too much power in the mind. So ignore the mind is like you are in a fast sleep. You can't really do anything, can you? Or you are half asleep. You can't. It's all about the mind. Lord Buddha taught you all about the mind, and the consciousness is not true anyway. It's a fast vibration of the sensory organ. But knowing all these things will not actually calm down the mind to become another. So Aranmansi explains 3 levels actually. Is liberating from outside, liberating from mind, liberating from everything, and ara. Liberating from mind and return. Liberating from outside is the stream enter. So this why your mind power is still high can be any of these things. Kamachanda, Vyapada, Trinamida, Uddhacha, Kukucha, Vichikicha. Can be anything. They prevent you from saying Dhamma. Because all the time when those 5 things are there, mind is the actual powerful tool at that point. And when the mind is powerful, 2 ends are there, the craving is there. So you would ask, what can I do if I kind of understand Dharma, then what can I do? You have to have some kind of pattern that is Pratipada. Pratipada is actually to improve this. We can think that we are okay to die. We can think like that, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Thinking is still in the mind. What is important is what you feel. If you feel in the, even in the death moment, if you're feeling very happy, the word happy, I don't know whether it matches, but if you feel in the tranquility or the clear happiness, that is what it is. So even that doesn't matter. You know, Lord Buddha, the 500, about 500 priests were going somewhere through a jungle where there is so many bandits there. And then Lord Buddha asked a little Samanera, a small monk, to go with him, and he was an Arahant. And when the thieves, the bandits came and asked, we need one person, a body as one person as to kill as a sacrifice, I think. And no one actually wanted to die. And only this Arahant, who is a small monastic, age-wise small monastic, that was the only one who could come up and say, yes, it's okay, kill me. So the fear of death is not there. In the sense, doesn't care about a specific death or being alive. There is no difference if you are actually liberated from mind. Because the mind has the end, mind has the beginning and end, mind has the birth and the death, mind has the top and the bottom, mind has the good and the right, mind has the black and white, mind has everything. Mind has it. But if you are experiencing everything out of mind, then nothing matters. Nothing matters. You can actually do something for the other monks, so the other monks don't die. The Arahant can came forward to die. So only an Arahant would actually be not fearful of death. Because self-perception goes till there. There's so many aspects of Dhamma. So you can practice in sensory organ wise, that is ayatana. You can practice in that way. You can practice in element wise, that is that. You can practice in any way you like to. Aranwansi has explained 4 types of 4 steps as well. You can practice that. Outside is not a thing. It's a perception in the mind. Mind is not a thing. Then it is the action mind. And action mind has no self. So if you take the example for walking is actually, we put it outside, but it's a perception on the mind. Walking is a perception in the mind. And then when the perception is actually not true, you can exit from the mind. And you would feel the action mind. Walking will happen. And then if the fourth one actually comes there properly, then you will feel the walking without self. That is, walking without self is a beautiful experience. This can happen temporarily, where it is through Dhamma, but this happening all the time is actually the important thing. You have so much sermons from Maranatha. They are the best sermons for attaining Nibbana. You can listen to them. You can, if you are living abroad, you can come to Sri Lanka and try to meet him as well, but you might have to arrange it prior. Only ways to practice this is through guidance from a teacher. This is not easy. Finding time for that, finding the mind for that. Because first we have to have a liking for this chanda, and you have to have the thought, chitta, effort, and that is very mansada investigation. So you have to have the liking for this investigation. Can't just do that. So if you want to study more about this Dhamma, no self-anger, you can go to Buddothpado, Dhamma.com or Wisdom of Asia. There are kind of websites where you can get more details. But in someone who does know Sinhala language, it is so beautiful. You can actually understand it in Sinhala language because a lot of sermons are in Sinhala. So he has the ability to explain this in unique ways. But it's easy for a village mother who has no much craving to live or someone living a sophisticated life kind of maybe finding it difficult to leave it, so the craving can be high. Sensual craving. If the sensual craving is high, you can't really understand the craving for existence. Craving for existence is as similar to the craving for self-perception. Craving for existence is the self-perception. You take it in a different angle, craving for non-existence is the same. It can be a very high level as well, craving for non-existence. So all these things are in the mind though. In the sense, sorry, not in the mind, it's in a stimuli. But if you actually fully understand the stimuli through mind consciousness and the mind perception and the mind object, this becomes so crystal clear to you. There's no way any other being can understand this Dhamma, because it's only through this mind that we can understand them. So we are actually using the mind to exit the mind. So thank you, Aranwans. May Triple Gem bless you.
Buddothpado, awakening, awakening, Buddothpado.
To Nirvana is a miraculous journey.
It's time to open your eyes and see the truth beyond the lies. Do you hear the cry of a broken heart and feel the ache that's tearing apart? But Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. The truth is calling, it's whispering loud, a path unwinding through the darkest crowd. Seek the light, let go of the fear, and find the peace that wipes away each tear. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the Walk the path, let wisdom be. Let go of fear and let's be free. The truth is near, don't lose your way. Buddothpado's guidance leads to a brighter day. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Ooh. truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath, wisdom of Asia, everglow. Ignorance with light, dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion, opening all eyes, wisdom of Asia, steady flow, truth of life and truth of mind, truth no time can leave behind, truth of birth and death made clear, the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go. Thoughts fly by like clouds in the sky. I watch them come, let them go, like leaves that drift on the floor. I try to to escape, escape from the cage, to run wild, to be free. But the door is locked, there's no escape. Thoughts passes by like storms in the sky. I see a bright light calling from outside. The cage is open, you are free. You are free. But the door will guide freedom of mind. Once you see the truth, the door was always open. You didn't see the illusion. Freedom of mind, where compassion starts to flow. From that stillness, mind starts to flow. Not freedom from world outside, but freedom in the rising tide. Freedom from mind. Awaken, awaken to this blissful moment.
May the Noble Triple bless you. Welcome to the Buddothpado PeoTV YouTube channel. So, in this channel, Buddothpado sermons are delivered right throughout the day. So, yesterday we actually looked at one of the major stages of the path to Nibbana. So, as usual, let's start today's Dhamma talk worshipping our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Varanasi. And we are always grateful to Gautam Buddhacharya Varanasi for disclosing this cause and effect Dhamma, for liberating the sufferings of all mankind. So, when we talk about the path to Nibbana, it comprises of 8 main points or phases as 4 Margachittas and 4 Palachittas. That is 4 Pachittas and 4 Fruition Chittas. So, as we all know, the first phase of the path is the stream entry path level, then stream entry fruition level, then the once returner path level, once returner fruition level, then the non-returner path level, non-returner fruition level, Arahant path level, and Arahant fruition level. So the path and the fruition, Marga and Palaya, it means the Marga is having awareness of the thought level or the mind level. Now, for example, stream into path level means understanding that the external world is not real. So the fruition level is fully realizing that the external world is not real. So fruition level, of course, is when the practitioner is 100% sure about the level, that particular level. When now the external world is not really becomes self-evident to the person, we can say he is in the fruition level. So moving on to the once returner path level is once in a while to experience the diminishing of defilements. That you feel you are not getting angry as before. You are not upset as before. Sometimes this is noticed by other people as well. If you are working in a garden, you will have less defilements. Like if you used to steal coconuts from the garden where you were. Now, you might take about 1 or 2 coconuts where you used to pluck all the coconuts and carry. I mean, that is, the level of craving will go down. And if you happen to tell lies, you will definitely feel now you are not into that. And I mean, these are kind of manifest levels, but if we go to subtle level, if you are so much into listening to songs, if you are kind of addicted, eventually you feel you are losing the craving for listening to songs. So that is the one's returner stage, or the Sakadagami, Pala stage. But when this becomes self-evident, diminishing of defilements become self-evident, 100% evident, that is the one's returner fruition level. So today we are going to look at the non-returner part level and the non-returner fruition level. So non-returner anagami path level, according to Buddothpado Maharaj, is becoming aware of the non-existence of the mind, because at extreme entry level, one gets rid of self-view and switches to right view, and then liberates from the external world. External entities do not become real. But still, the person believes in perceptions. Do not project to the external world when stimuli arise, but the perception the perception will still be there. So the form world, that is the mind, the liberation from the mind has not occurred. Now, Lord Buddha said, Chittena niyati loki. Mind is the forerunner of all world. I mean, everything happens in the mind. Mind is the world. So, although one realizes that the sense faculties do not capture existing things externally, but all the projections spark in the same faculties themselves. And the moment this sparking happens, the identification, the consciousness, the knowing arises. In the second round, the Vaktam first the single sense faculty function, and then all sense faculties function collectively and identification happens. But at superficial levels, or simply if we tell this, explain this scenario, what happens is certain formations arise, certain waves arise, they interact, and the mind consciousness identifies. Now, I doesn't see a tree. There is some knowing of see, but the mind, along with all sense faculties, spark and identifies the kite. Similarly, bicycle, Vesak lantern, road, lamp, or kindness, anger, any entity, concrete or abstract, arises in relation to a certain sense faculty, and then the collective sense faculty cycle and the arising of mind consciousness. So this is, although we call it the rising of mind consciousness does not exist. It arises at that point, at that instant only. So we do not see trees, but we think it's a tree. We do not hear mother's voice, but we think the sound is mother's voice. We perceive certain sound and we think it's the school bell. We perceive the shape of light and we think it's the bus. So it's evident that sense faculty level, individual experience, the stimuli arise, but identification does not happen. Even at nose, smells are felt, but they are thought to be jasmine smell, rose smell, perfume smell, pizza smell. They are thought to be so. So these thoughts, since we are talking about the non-returner stage, where do these thoughts come from? Are they stored somewhere? Is there a collection of thoughts in an existing entity called the mind? Not really. To understand how the Mind arises when there is a certain sense faculty experience. You should have the awareness of thought creation. We know the thoughts are generated instantaneously. According to Lord Buddha, the 2 rounds, Vata Vatati. So this should be explored very carefully, because to understand this, one should go to the radiant mind, or the level of the experience, sense faculty experience of a child in the court should be thoroughly contemplated, thoroughly examined. Because at that point, when the child is in the court, all stimuli arise. Stimuli arise in the sense that they are not complete thoughts, but seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, thinking, whatever. There is not a developed mind as such. So the sense faculty experiences may happen at that. For example, the seeing loses, but the child may not see the mother. But in an adult system, what would happen is the moment the shape of light arises, identification that it's the mother will happen. But the baby in the cot may see the shape of light, but it is seeing only. It does not mature into the full stimulus called mother, because still no identification. That name is not there in the system. Gradually, What happens is, as the system matures, when this shape arises, someone should say that it's the mother. That name should be made made known by telling it to the ear of the child. When a certain shape arises, someone should say that it is a toy. It is a ball, or it is a doll, or it is a car. When some shape arises, someone should say it's the dog, or cat, or the duck. So once the name is given, this name form entanglement happens. After that, this identification or the rising of complete stimulus becomes a natural scenario. The moment the sense faculty functions, the pineapple, mango, cat, fox, elephant, or otherwise the sound of the rain, sound of the fan, sound of the sea, or else smell of the jasmine, smell of sepalika, smell of food, or else the touch sensation, hardness, softness, heat, cold, sharpness, or the taste, coconut sambal taste, fish curry taste, chicken curry taste. That's how it happens. So when this name form entanglement stabilizes, unless someone thoroughly contemplates that name form entanglement is a certain procedure, like first the single sense faculty functions, and in the second round all sense faculty experiences spark and name arises. Only the full stimulus arises. It is a cup of tea. Cup of tea, you taste a cup of tea or you make a cup of tea. The full stimulus. So someone who is not in the path, who is not practicing the contemplation, points of contemplation, may not bother to see that cup of tea is a name form entangled. But as people in the path, understanding the stimulus is the secret of liberating from the mind. But the name form entanglement, like when the ghee is made from milk, you forget the story of milk. It's always ghee. Here also, when once the name and form entanglement stabilizes, it's always the output of the process that arises. That is, the child sees sun, moon, mother, father, bed, chair, table. Child smells jasmine smell, rose smell. It's purely a smell only, but the labeling, the stinking ditch or stinking dead body of a rat, whatever, that goes beyond mere smell. Then the taste of fish curry, chicken curry, marshmallows, chocolate, butter. Then the touch, hardness of something, softness of something. So this should be thoroughly contemplated. So we actually, since we are grown-ups, by now we see full stimuli. We do not see the shape of light on it. Although theoretically it is so, practically what we see are lamps, chairs, tables, beds, cupboards. So that is where Lord Buddha's word becomes so true. Once ghee is made, you do not see any clue of milk in that. It's always ghee that you experience. Similarly, once the name and form gets stabilized, it's always that output one experiences. So at the non-returner path level, this awareness that you do not smell jasmines, but some smell rises, but as someone at some point introduced this concept as jasmine, that from that moment onwards, the jasmine existed. Oh, the incense smell. It was merely a smell, but now, after someone introduced that it is incense smell, it is always incense smell. It is same with other sense faculty experiences too. So non-returner path level, this active and passive contemplation of thought creation or stimulation should happen. So, seeing this truth clearly is the clear knowledge of arising of phenomena, Yathabhuta Jnana. So, when someone is fully aware that they are just name form combinations, just stimuli, just concepts, you gradually liberate from the external world. So this thorough awareness that mind is not true, it is just the name and form combination, helps you to see the truth of the mind. So the deceiving may not happen. Although you become aware that it is the name and form combination, until it becomes self-evident to the system, until it becomes the normal, new normal, you do not liberate from the mind. So after liberation from the mind, or the non-returner, what are the experiences? Aren't you seeing that it is a mango tree? Or aren't you seeing that it is a bicycle? Actually, the system captures things as before. Then what's the problem? Where the problem lies is when someone identifies it as a jasmine smell, or the pineapple taste, or the bed, or the softness of the cushion, or the hardness of the floor, the name form entanglement is seen through wisdom. The moment the stimuli arise, the fact that they are name form entanglement is within, arises through wisdom. And whatever is that reduces the stimuli power, or the thought power, or the mind power, which is the self-perception. So this effort is to make that power zero, or to liberate from the self. Self is anyway non-existent, but due to ignorance, due to stimuli, due to the mechanism of the sense faculties, we feel as if we are alive. So the power will be less and less. So this initially happens when one hears this message, the name form entanglement. How the Puppe Nivasanussati Jnana, the wisdom to see the first arising of the thought, helps to reduce the thought power. So this active and passive contemplation, name form entanglement, will result in reduction of the thought power. So when you see this reality of mental constructs or thoughts, the power will be very low, the zero, or actually the power generated through the stimuli. When it becomes zero, that is actually the alive field gets very low, because that actually, if we just imagine the next phase of the path Arahant's level, the awareness that it is an umbrella. Even an Arahant knows that it is an umbrella, it is a dressing table, it is a tree, it is a banana. But the perception, the thought level is zero. Power is zero. So to make the power zero, at least to liberate from the sense self view or self perception, basically, for a while, this contemplation is a must. So at this level, one realizes that we suffer due to mental constructs, not because of existing entities, just because of name, form, entanglement. So this becomes the new normal, means everything is experienced as before, but with less power in the sense they are mere mental constructs on the practitioner's side. So they are, in other words, mere perceptions. So Lord Buddha said, living is the actually the self-perception gets weaker and weaker when the wisdom expands. So at this level, the wisdom to see the reality then and there, the Puppenivasanussatiya, the ability to identify the first rising of that stimulus, that is, if it is a kite, how the kite came to one's life, how the introduction was done to the system when you were a baby, so that first occurrence of the stimulus and the mechanism, the wisdom of mechanism of seeing it or hearing it or feeling it, and then the mindfulness, the tranquility, the presence of mind, let's say, to see it then and there, see the truth then and there, would lead you to see the truth of the stimulus or the mental construct. So at this level, it is evident that the mind bubble gets weaker and weaker. When one realizes that one suffers due to the mental constructs, thinking your child is in some country, thinking, even less important stimuli. Actually, we can't say less important or more important, because each stimuli has the same level of power, although it is not obvious. Because Lord Buddha himself said, when the defilements are diminishing, defilements are going down, all defilements reduce to a similar level or a common level. We can't say that I had a lot of burning with the stimulus sun and I have less power in the stimulus of ice cream. When it's the skill to carry all three wisdoms. Actually, this is happening effortlessly at this stage. That is important to remind this Krupya level. Everything happens without any effort. It's a beautiful experience because mind or the thoughts are really making someone burden with the power. So the liberation from the perceptions or the mental constructs is not as easy as we assume, because this is an advanced stage of the path. We have transcends the weave level. The self view gets eradicated in the first phase itself. The feeling that I see, I hear, I touch, I smell, I taste. Yes, it's not there at this level. What is obvious is the perception just the mind mental constructs or the concepts are still true in the non-returner part stage. Concepts are true. When the person is 100% mindful, the power may be very low, the power of the perception. But for it to prevail or to be persistent, contemplation of creation of stimuli should happen at this stage also. When the system fully realizes that they are mere mental constructs, the power naturally goes down. And what is important for us is the less self power or the self perception. It gets less and less stronger. It's actually when the wisdom gets stronger and stronger, the self perception gets weaker and weaker. The main cause for suffering is this self perception. the subtle feeling that we live or we exist. When you touch something, you may not touch the cushion. When you touch, you may not touch the son or daughter. When you touch, you don't touch the pillow. So when you master the thought creation, you will see how this name form entanglement creates the illusion. And then and there, the self power will go down. So it happens gradually. It may not happen instantaneously. The self-perception actually, it exists until one becomes an arahant. Because self-perception does not arise only due to the stimulus. There is another aspect that energizes the self-perception. The Sasava or the feelings, again a vibration that synchronizes into the zygote with the tendency to get attached to things. So when one knows this full story of the creation of the alive field or existing field or self-perception on the other hand, the power gets low and low. Yeah, it definitely happens. The active contemplation of the generation stimuli will gradually result in reduction of the power, and when one liberates from the mind, one begins to experience the non-self or the functional mind or the action mind. So that is the Arahant path level that is the fourth phase of the path. So the mindfulness or the awareness here is the key to liberation from the self or to attack the fake self. The wisdom that arises by listening to the truth will itself act on the self power or self perception as if a natural phenomenon if you maintain awareness. Because once the awareness goes missing, getting caught by the stimuli cannot be prevented. So, at this level, contemplation is really, really essential. The world in the mind is the biggest challenge because actually the world gets generated in the mind. Otherwise, it's not these formations of great elements. So gradually, when one fully realizes everything is nama rupa, just mental constructs, the burning or the self power, as I repeatedly said, will go down, will get low and low, leading the person to step into the non-self experience. So these are mere words unless and until someone explores it through the individual system. That is why Lord Buddha said one should build one's own raft. So this wisdom arises by listening to sermons. We invite you to listen to these sermons and join the discussions and to see the truth of the world, truth of the mind that gets generated in the mind. Definitely, the world gets generated in the mind. So, liberation of mind will take you to a very tranquil, calm, burning free stage or condition. So, this becomes consistent. So, you are in non-returnal level. At non-returnal level, the mind is not true. So, this message of course and message from Lord Buddha cannot be taken lightheartedly. You should take it seriously because then only this system gets disconnected from the cycle of life and death. So we suffer that, and may the Almighty person bless you all and see you tomorrow at the same time.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. Now you can listen to all of Buddothpado Dhammasamatsan with Buddothpado PeoTV for a 24-hour a day in Sinhala and English. When someone remains close to the Dhamma, if they have practice Vidarshana meditation, they can understand it deeply, especially when the mind settles into a still non-vibrating state. Many people misunderstand the Buddha, thinking of him only as a remarkable person. But the Buddha is a state of awakening, a realization that any human being can cultivate. You too can grow into the qualities of Buddha Putra. That means a child of Buddha by walking the noble path he revealed. The Samma Sambuddha has offered this world a profound and beautiful Dhamma, a teaching that shows the way to freedom. When this Dhamma is truly seen, it's beautifully, the beauty becomes unmistakable. It is the beauty of a state that free from the mind, that no longer clings, no longer create, defilements like raga, desha, moha, or craving, aversion, and delusion. Here, Lord Buddha revealed this ignorance to the world so that all beings could understand the truth and find freedom from suffering. The Lord Buddha compassion was for everyone without exception. When the heart is free from these defilements, something extraordinary happens. You still live in the world, you still fulfill your responsibilities, but you do so with lightness, clarity, and joyful ease. You use the world without being used by it. You engage without being entangled. You will care without being burned. This is the gentle fragrance of the Dhamma that the Lord Buddha entrusted to the fourfold assembly, like a bhikkhu, bhikshuni, upasaka, upasika, so that all beings may discover this freedom for themselves. And when the Dhamma is truly realized and lived, each of these four groups naturally becomes a living messenger of the Buddha's teaching. After a very long time, we can hear that there is no non-vibration state through Buddothpado Dhamma sermons. We can hear all the time. So then you may think that these are not the Lord Buddha's word, like using modern words. Language is not a problem actually to understand the Dhamma. Whether it is Sinhala or English or Pali or any language can be used to explain this nature. Even children can understand in English medium. They don't want to know about the Pali or the Sinhala words. Anyone can understand the Dhamma in any language when it explained very clearly. So what we need to take through this language is not just the words, but the message, and find out everything within yourself. Even in the Buddha's time, little children were able to understand the true Dhamma. This shows that the Lord Buddha hadn't spoken to them in deep, heavy language. It shows that the Lord Buddha has used simple, clear and direct explanation that match their level of understanding. That's how the children can understand this Dhamma. Have you ever heard of small children sitting for long hours doing deep concentration meditation in order to realize the Dhamma in Buddha's era? No, we can hear about the Sunita Sopaka, Vijaka, Rajumala, all of them. Suddenly they could understand the Dhamma when explaining about this truth. So we must reflect, what did the Lord Buddha explain to them? What kind of teaching allowed even a child's mind to open? The Lord Buddha never instructed Patachara to practice concentration meditation first in order to realize the Dhamma. When she realized the Dhamma, she immediately understood with wisdom. The Lord Buddha never instructed Patachara to practice concentration meditation. I think that time the Patachara could see directly that in this very moment, within this very mind, the illusion of the mind had arisen, and it was that illusion which created unbearable suffering. Seeing this truth clearly was the beginning of her greater liberation. So when the Lord Buddha gently showed them how this mind arises and how the 5 aggregates and the 6 sense bases work, they began to see something profound. They can see that what we called the world is not something outside. It is the mind itself that constructs the world through seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. When this is understood, even a child can realize the Dhamma. There is no solid external world to cling to. There is only the mind creating experience moment by moment. And with that understanding, what happened, the old defilements begins to fade away. The heart becomes lighter, the Dhamma becomes clear, and the path to freedom opens, not through force, not through long meditation, but through right understanding and realization. When there is no vibration, it means the energy you give to a thought becomes zero. If we speak of two worlds, the external world and the internal world, then whenever the mind begins to shake, it means you are giving energy to the object that appear in the mind. When you cannot see that this whole experience is simply an energy-based vibrating system, it's arising and disappearing in this very moment, you naturally take it to be real. So from childhood we learn words from the things that appear through our senses. Take the world by categorizing, giving with names, like that word is simply a label for the stimulus, the vibration of frequency that comes through our sense doors. We cannot see the frequency level itself, but we give it a name. The first time you recognize the vibration that we call book, pen, glass, car, anything, you also learn to connect that name with taste, smell, color, and shapes. All these different sensory vibrations are gathered under the single word you learned. Think that you learn a new word for a new object, then when a similar vibration appear again and again, you recognize it as a same object with the same name. Think that from the very beginning of your life, your mother gave you an orange every day. The mind begins to believe that orange is one solid existing thing. You recognize that object as orange. But in truth, each time you experience only a similar vibration pattern, a similar energy system arising in the present moment and compared with your past experience, with the taste, how it was hard, and with the smell, and then you recognize it is as a orange, as an orange. You then try to feel the same taste as before. If the taste is not exactly the same, you may think this is not like the old one. Yeah, but the old one had a different vibration at that time, and now a new vibration is arising. It arises and fades moment by moment. In the way we keep giving power to these mind objects again and again, and we take them to be one solid real thing, and also we hope the same to get the same experience. Then if we cannot get the same experience all the time, then sometimes we create raga desha moha, or defilements we are creating through that process. Think that if you learn the words like computer, orange, toffee, banana, anything else, it is only because you were taught those names. If you had never learned those names, then what would appear through the senses would simply be energy arising, nothing more than that. If you don't know those names, so what you are experiencing then? Even at a very deep level, what comes through the senses is just stimulus or frequency. The same frequency appears as color through the eye. Same kind of frequency is felt through the skin, and the same kind of stimulus is recognizing through the tongue. One thing appears in different ways. These stimulus appears in different ways through eyes, nose, tongue, skin, and ear. It comes in a different ways, like we have given names for those stimulus, like a taste, color, hardness, softness, bitterness, or even pleasant music or disturbing music. These all names we have given for those stimulus. Whenever you give power to a name, the mind automatically recognizes the object as the same thing each time it appears. That's how we can recognize an object with the name. This happens because you have a strength, that name again and again, because of the abhisankarana process, the repeated construction of the concept. Through this repeated mental formation, the mind treats the object as one solid, unchanging reality. This is how we can recognize a person. When you meet a new friend, you learn their name, and you see their skin color and the shape of their face, how they are tall or short. Every features you can see, and gathering all information, and you give strength to that name again and again through abhisankarana process. That's how you recognize again and again when you meet him or she. This one wave of energy appears in a different forms through our 5 sensory organs. When you see this clearly, you understand that we have simply given names to these electrical impulses that arises through our each sense. The electrical signal that comes through the eye is named a light wave. The electrical signal that comes through ear is named a sound wave. The electrical signal that comes through the tongue is named as a chemical signal we call taste. The same electrical signal that comes through the nose is also named as a chemical signal we call smell. The electrical signal that comes through the skin is named a physical signal we called touch. Even though they are all just electrical impulses, we recognize them as 5 different things. One vibration appears as a color, one vibration appears as a taste, or hardness, or softness, soreness, or bitterness, depending on which sense organ receive it. So everything appears in this very moment and disappears very quickly. Again, a new vibration arises and disappears in this very moment, and this process occurring continuously. So nothing can be taken as past or future, even though this moment is not real, because so if we don't understand how this process works, and if we don't look into it for ourselves, we remain caught in this ignorance. That is why the Lord Buddha told dependent origination, to help us see the mechanism clearly and free ourselves. In this moment, your mind's reactive nature is shaped by the way you have taken the whole world to be true. According to that conditioning, this moment keeps forming and forming. Let's take an example. Imagine that in this moment you are listening to the Dhamma. Your mind then connects with that same kind of energy or frequency level. Because when you listen to Dhamma, then you're not creating more defilements. Your mind become calm, and then because of that condition, the next moment is experienced as a very calm and peaceful state, because you don't create a more greedy thoughts or hatred thoughts in this very moment when you are listening to Dhamma. That's what happened the next moment. You experience the next moment according to this moment. But if anger arises, the vibration become very coarse, then the mind links to that the same low, heavy frequency. When you listen to Dhamma, it doesn't happen like that way. There are 2 levels of frequencies arising within you. If we explain like this, you can't see this system very clearly without an arising of Dhamma or understanding of Dhamma. When you are practicing on this path, at first you might try to observe this process, like looking at something and try to understand how this color world is formed, how this sound world has formed, like that way. Then you will see all the 5 senses clearly, and then after understanding clearly, in the next step, you don't need to think, and it will be seen automatically, the arising of all these senses in this very moment. As you progress step by step, you will see that no one is controlling this system, and further you will notice that without thinking you see this system appearing in this very moment, and you don't want to pause to hold your thoughts, because it doesn't disturb you, because you know about this process. You know that the mind is not the real thing. Then you don't want to hang on it. Also, you don't want to think about any mind object or even Dhamma thoughts. Furthermore, you will realize all thoughts arise and disappear through this system, even though it is not a real thing. Without any attachment or clinging, this system will function normally as a normal thought flow. It arises automatically within you, as this world is not real, or as the six senses arising in this moment. So what happened then? Your thoughts flow naturally. You can see those thoughts flowing without created by someone. It's automatically arising within you, and it's automatically disappearing within you. You will see the process very clearly when you keep steady awareness to see your mind. If an old memory or event appears at this very moment, you will realize those mind's objects are useless, because there is nothing to take as a real thing. If you see anything, if you feel anything, there is nothing to take as real, and no vibration or pleasure or displeasure, because this state has awakened to this very moment. That means that there is no pleasure. You can feel the pleasure, but you don't hanging or clinging with that pleasure or unpleasure thing. So I forgot to mention this. When you realize this illusory world from the very beginning, when all the worlds that come through these six faculties become collapse, then you may feel sad, because the whole world that you considered real collapses. Gradually, when you enter this path, then you will feel that a very pleasant state or happy nature rises within you, because all the time we are suffering because of our thought process. It could be past thoughts or experience or event appearing in your mind, or we are worrying about the future. Then that is also the future thoughts. Both past and future thoughts arising within you, and it's disturbing you all the time. That's how we are suffering. But once you realize this Dhamma, once you realize or understanding about this process, that there is no things to take as a real object or real thing, then within you, you will realize there is no value to give those thoughts, and you will understand those are very useless thoughts arising and disappearing in this very moment. And then you will feel how this freedom or peacefulness arising within you when you are not clinging to those thoughts. Only one thing, if we don't know the truth, or if we don't realize that process, we all the time try to clinging to those thoughts. That's what happens. That's how suffering arises within you. And yeah, when you see this system or ignorance in this very moment, you automatically feel it as a very pleasant moment. For example, even when you are looking at the mirror to see your face, when you realize that there is avidya, you see your face through your eye consciousness, and then if you realize whether you see actually it as a real, and then you automatically feel a sense of release. This is because every attachment is shown by ignorance, and therefore it naturally comes down to this attachment. Actually, someone might think that when detachment occurs from everything, it may be a problem to look after your child or to carry out your responsibilities. But no, it is not like that. Happen like that way. You can continue all your responsibilities better than before with being aware of this very moment. We hear about Vishaka Upasika in the Buddha's era, who was a Sotapanna, and how she did her responsibilities to her family as a normal person. She raised children. We also hear that Anagami noble person fulfilled their responsibilities by caring for their parents. So it doesn't matter if you understand the Dhamma, that is not affect for your day-to-day life, because it might be easy to handle everything after you are experiencing or after you understand in this Dhamma than before. That's what happened. Because if you had a very heavy mind with those responsibilities before, once you realize the Dhamma, it will fade away eventually. So when a person directly sees the illusion fabricated by the mind, the inner world and outer world that the mind has worsened together, not as a concept but through immediate experience, that person enters the state of stream entry. That is the very moment when this truth is known and understood through direct seen and right view arises. That stream entry occurs when a person through their own wisdom clearly see how the mind constructs that appearance of an inner self and an external world. When this illusion is directly penetrated, not as a belief, but as an immediate lived experience, that is the right view. Right view becomes firmly established. Then there is no any vichikicha or doubt remain within you. This marks the doorway to awakening. That is the point. You are entering the path to Nibbana. That is the point. You recognize what is the right view in this eightfold path. Right view is not the belief or the concept that Lord Buddha explained. Right view is not the belief that a Buddha appears to reward or punish beings. It is the clear recognition of samsara, the endless wandering of the mind driven by condition and the illusion it grasps. When you see very clearly how this mind has formed and it's arising and fading away in this very moment, and when you are free from that mind for a second, in that very moment you recognize what is the ignorance, what is the truth, what is the mind, what is the wisdom. You recognize everything very clearly in that point when you enter in the path to Nibbana, when you enter in this path to Nibbana. When ignorance begins to fade and one awakens from this long inner dream, the true Dhamma becomes unmistakably clear and never can be changed. And at that moment, a right view or the Sammaditthi genuinely arises within you. With right view comes a moment of awakening, even if one for an instant. In that instant, you directly see how the mind arises and falls, how it lifts and drops. Once this is understood, once the path has opened in this way, you can no longer fall back into the old belief or in an inner self or an outer person. This world can never appear in the same way again. Because you know the truth, because you know the ignorance, you can recognize what is the mind, what is the state free from the mind, what is the wisdom. You will see very clearly after that experience. When the mind rests in this nature, even past thoughts cannot appear as anything real, and there is no one who can give them power. That's what happened. In that clarity, thoughts of past, future, or present no longer ignite the mind. Then what happened? The mind not catch the fire. New sankhara do not arise, and sankharas that were forming simply dissolve. In this way, the entire process becomes settled because ignorance has been recognized and understood. The cycle that kept turning for so long comes to an end. That's what happened when you know the truth, and then you don't want to control your mind to stay in this very moment, and you don't want to practice to stay in this very moment with keeping awareness or practicing mindfulness meditation. Because when appears any thoughts in your mind any moment, you will see, you can recognize that there is ignorance, and then you don't want to give a power for those thoughts. That's what happened, because you know no need to give a power for a useless thing. And then once you recognize that point, and then the fire or the suffering will fading away, and also the defilements starting to fading away, and then entire process become to settle, because ignorance has been recognized in that very moment. And that moment also the wisdom arising within you, and that prajna arising within you, you see through that. So in this state, even the pure elements, great elements, or we call Shuddhastaka, also cannot appear as truly existing things. Everything functions only through this thought process. You will see this very clearly. The world is also a thought. The world you experience is nothing but thought. Even the body separates within that same field of thoughts. When this is seen directly, there is no separate substance to grasp, no inner or outer entirety to empower. Everything that once seemed solid is understood as a movement of the mind. Even no one realizing this, even your body, your hand and everything you experiencing through these five senses. Even you see your hands through your eye. That is also electrical impulses arising in this very moment, but we have given a name as a hand. How we recognize our hand with the colors and through skin senses. When we go in deep and deep, by layer, you will see even everything. What we see, what we hear, what we feel, everything is a thought. It is a one process. That is, there is no external or internal world. We can divide it into two parts. Once you realize this Dhamma, when you see the ignorance in everywhere, every moment, through wisdom or prajna, when the mind becomes calm like that way, everything feels light and easy. The senses still work, but they no longer pull you into stories or anger, or seeing is just seeing, hearing is just hearing, and thoughts come and go without creating stress. That is a natural process. You will see very clearly. The mind does not build a me inside or world outside. Everything arises and fades like small waves and on a quiet sea. In this peaceful state, nothing need to be controlled or changed. The Dhamma shows itself naturally. That's what happened. A simple flow of condition appearing and disappearing, empty of self and free from struggle. When we say no stories or no emotion, it can easily be misunderstood. That means noble ones, they can feel everything very clearly, sometimes even more clearly than before. They can sense other people's joy and pain with great sensitivity. They still experience pleasant and unpleasant feelings, but they do not cling to them because there is nothing to cling. That's what happened. But they can feel pleasant and unpleasant, hungry and everything as a normal person. They do not take pleasure as a real happiness or pain as a real suffering. These feelings arise, but there is no attachment, no burning, no me inside them. Because of that, the mind stays free and peaceful and calm. In this calm space, the Dhamma becomes a living guide, showing that peace is not found by changing the world, but by understanding the mind that creates the world. When the mind is free in this way, there is a natural sense of inner freedom and quiet joy. This is the freedom that comes when the heart no longer fights with the life and the mind no longer builds a false world around itself. The Lord Buddha has declared that this Dhamma is to be upheld and carried forward by the fourfold assembly, like a bhikkhu, bhikkhunis, upasaka, upasika. Therefore, do not hesitate to inquire deeply and discover for yourself the Samma Sambuddha timeless message offered for the welfare and liberation of the world. Actually, once someone enters the stream entry or leading to Nibbana, there is no longer any real 31 realms, heaven or hell for that person. That why it is happen like that way, because there is no someone going anywhere and no place to go to give another birth, and there is no real birth or real death they can see in this process. When the mind is understood very clearly, the ideas of a self that dies and goes somewhere simply disappears. One who sees this truth is freed from all 31 realms. Dhamma or wisdom shows it clearly that those realms are conditions of a state of this mind. This is the message we need to give those Buddhist people, because most of them, they are trying to go to heaven by doing offering dana, doing amisa puja. So they are trapping into that ignorance. That's why we are trying to give this message. Who understood this Dhamma, they become free from those 31 realms. They understand very clearly that is that condition of state of this mind. They see this directly with the wisdom or jnana or prajna. This is why the Dhamma is described as akalika, that means timeless Dhamma, to be seen here and now. Even though this process appears as if a being is born from a mother womb, in reality there is no soul or person who comes into existence, and even when life ends, there is no self that goes anywhere afterwards, because they realize that there is no person to die or real death in this process. One who truly sees this understands the nature of becoming right here. With that insight, nothing can be grasped as a permanent self and unshakable nature, and a non-vibrating state of reality is the wisdom. That is why it explains the Lord Buddha as Akalika Dhamma, an unsouled Dhamma. If there is no force behind the thoughts, how can a karmic vibration also arise? Because there is no person to take karma. Because this natural process will occurring, happening, but there is no owner for this process. For a karmic movement to occur. Two sides have to come together. But when someone has fully gone beyond the notion of a self, both internally and externally, how can any vibration continue? In that realization, there is nothing left that can shake or move, because to be shake or to be vibrate, there should be both extreme. If there is no both extremes, that means that there is no vibration continue. That means there is non-vibration condition arising within you. That is why Lord Buddha asked, Chakku nichyato, anicyato, and then monks replied, Anicham Bhante, because of the appearance of being born, the mind begins to grasp the outside world. Then it seems as if there is a self, a person who exists, someone who experiences. And right there, pleasure and pain arises. But all of this depends on the beliefs that there is a real me who is living and feeling. When that illusion is seen through, the whole structure collapses. The same process happens with the other senses as well. Because this sense of being born appears, the mind begins to grasp the outside world, and as long as you grasp the outside, you automatically create a sense of self inside. That is why in every moment you keep building becoming. Even when you are just watching TV, you generate more cravings, aversion, and delusion, because you believe your five senses and the external world to be truly real. What you taking through these five senses all the time, what you experiencing, you create, you generate craving, aversion, and delusion. That is the scary thing in this samsaric cycle. You don't realize what you are creating through your five senses all the time for your next journey. If you don't understand, if you don't realize this Dhamma, you don't know how much you create, how much you generate cravings, aversion, and delusion through these five senses. Not like olden days. Nowadays you have more devices, phone, YouTube, TV, lots of things to lots of information you gather through those technology and through devices. Then what happened, without knowing that, you create more defilements. You never realize that. But once we see the truth, we can continue all our daily activities just as before without getting caught by the mind. It becomes like a drop of water resting on a lotus leaf, touching it, yet never sticking to it or leaving a trace. But you never truly recognize a person from the outside. You only recognize them when you discuss Dhamma with them, when their understanding becomes clear. However, if you don't understand the Dhamma, not like that water drop resting on the lotus leaf, you catching, you clinging to everything what you taken from outside. You think everything as a real thing. What you are learning, what you are experiencing, everything you're grasping very quickly, and then you attaching very quickly, and then you generate more and more defilements within you without knowing. The Dhamma lies beyond the illusion of consciousness, beyond the place where consciousness appears. This is the anidassana nature. That's why I talk about the example. It is like a drop of water resting on a lotus leaf without touching it, without sticking it. That's how the noble ones experience the world, dealing with the world. That's how, not like Pruthakjana person. He get everything as a real, but noble ones, like a drop of water resting on the lotus leaf. They are not attaching to anything, and then they don't take anything as a real to giving more power or giving attachment to any conditions in their life. That is the anidassana nature. That means the world is not perceived as a real thing in this very moment. It can only be recognized through wisdom or prajna. Wisdom and consciousness are two completely different realities. Our noble friend always try to explain this through Dhamma sermons, but it is very difficult to understand without realizing this true Dhamma. Who don't know about the Dhamma, then it is very difficult to understand what is those anidassana nature means. What is the consciousness and what is the wisdom means. Someone might think wisdom means they can do the magics or anything. No, not like that way. Consciousness depends on conditions and belongs to the world appearance. Wisdom sees beyond those appearances. The Buddha pointed to the awakening of wisdom, not the beginning of consciousness. The wisdom or jnana or prajna is not consciousness. Consciousness is called vijnana. That is why the Lord Buddha spoke about the arising of wisdom as a jnanassa adhigamaya instead of saying about the arising of consciousness. Lord Buddha didn't explain about the Vijnanassa adhigamaya. Lord Buddha explained Jnanassa adhigamaya. That means the wisdom. We have to consider these points why Lord Buddha has emphasized Jnanassa adhigamaya instead of Vijnanassa adhigamaya. Vijnana is part of the conditioned world. That is the Pruthakjana level. It arises and ceases based on contact, sense bases and objects. It belongs to the realm of appearance. Jnana, prajna, wisdom is unconditioned knowing. It seems the nature of reality beyond the play of consciousness. It does not arise through the senses. That is why you must first reach Suttamaya Jnana. That means the wisdom that comes from listening to a noble friend without hearing the true Dhamma from someone who has seen it, who has experienced it. Wisdom cannot begin to arise within you. That is why we know we need a noble friend. That is why Lord Buddha emphasized this Buddha Sasana depend on the Kalyana Mitra or noble friends. Once you see how your mind creates a name and form, Nama Rupa, you begin to understand the difference between the consciousness and wisdom. Exactly, you can experience that state of the mind. Then you can clearly see the difference between the two of those conditions. When this difference becomes clear, just as the Buddha explained, you can let go of consciousness and recognize wisdom for what it truly is. That is why the Lord Buddha emphasized that this Dhamma is Sandittika. You can experience by yourself, to be seen here and now. There is no external leader who can show this Dhamma. The Dhamma is itself is the teacher that reveals the path to Nibbana, because you are the person who can recognize the level of defilements within you and how you are trapped into that ignorance. You are the person who can understand about your system and your mind. When wisdom arises within you, it naturally shows the correct path. It will guide you. The Dhamma is the teacher who guide you to correct path. It arises on its own. That is why the Lord Buddha said that once someone enters this path, they never turn back, because the wisdom lead or guide you to the liberation. The prajna becomes the guide for you. So I hope something help you to understand through this Dhamma speaking. And then however, once your inner transformation begins, wisdom is start to arise on its own. At that point, you don't need to force the mind to make effort or think. When the mind becomes purified, wisdom arises by itself. Thank you for listening. And then as time is passing now, I am going to stop for today. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mansa.
Buddothpado It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, Buddothpado.
Think that this is me. Then when you think that this is me, then you are only a thought. Now, is a thought a living thing? Upasika. No, honorable sir. A thought is not a living thing. Aryan Mahanse. We think that we have a child. Can a child physically be in a thought? No, it is only a thought. Nothing is there in a thought. We think that we have a husband. We think that we have a house. Then all of these are thoughts, aren't they? Upasika. Yes, honorable sir. Aryan Mahansi. The book is a thought. This body, which we think is mine, is also a thought. When we don't believe in the book we see, then I cannot exist. When we don't believe in everything we see, then I cannot exist. Now where am I? I am is only a concept. It is a false belief. The false belief is called Dushti. Sakkaya Ditti means the false belief that you exist, the illusion of self. The Buddha said that at one time the sun will increase in heat and turn the earth to ashes. Then only the empty universal space will remain. He also said when the clarified butter burns, it completely burns out without leaving any trace of ash or soot. Likewise, all what we think does not exist anywhere. Everything is a lie. What is left is only the empty universal space, nothingness. The Buddha said, Nisatto nisjivo shunyo. There is no living being. Nothing is living or alive. There is nothing. Anittai, shunyai, aprahitai. There is no thing. There is nothing. There is no happiness or sorrow. There are a lot of things to contemplate, isn't it, Upasika? Yes, that is so, Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa. You feel that you were taken up to the point of nirvana, isn't it, Upasika? Yes, Honorable Sir, it is truly so. Aryan Mahansa, you cannot imagine, can you? There is no point living for eons without listening to the Dhamma or teachings of the Buddha. All this time, we all have lived in a lie of thoughts, believing that everything is true and they exist. We have held on to thoughts. Things don't exist. Thoughts don't exist. There is no duality. There isn't an inside which we thought as me, and there is no outside world. Chakkuniccato aniccanto, aniccam bante. In this sermon, when the Buddha says asa or the eye, the Buddha does not mean the physical eye of soft tissue and flesh. The Buddha holds the sense of seeing as the eye, seeing a book, seeing a bed, seeing a table. In the above stanza, the Buddha asked Mahanani or disciples, is the sense of seeing permanent? No, it is not permanent, Swamini. It is impermanent. Mahanani, is seeing a happiness or sorrow? The disciple said, it is a suffering, Swamini. Mahanani, if seeing is impermanent and if it is a suffering, isn't seeing the same as what you see as a book, a table, a bed? Isn't the sense of seeing only a thought? If you see a book, that is forming of the eye, the seeing. If seeing is only a thought, then can there be a book in a thought? There is nothing in a thought. That is why the Buddha said that seeing is not permanent. What you think does not exist anywhere. The Buddha said if seeing is not permanent and does not exist, can we say that there is a life in it? Can we say it is living and it is real thing? The disciples replied, no hetam bante, no swamini. We cannot assign a life to what we see. There we found that there is no life form in us. There is no life in thoughts. Thoughts are all lies. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. That just everything is only a thought.
So how the thought is formed, and is that what you were reading from the book?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll start from that point, I think. Basically, what we have to understand is that everywhere, every action, every word, everything basically is a result of a thought. So thought, as we have discussed earlier, is the result of the function or the creations of the sense faculties, and it's a spontaneous sequelae of actions. You cannot give a timing frame. You cannot say that this happened after this and this happened before this, because there is no time frame. This is the basis of the cause and effect teaching by Lord Buddha. When the cause is there, automatically the effect is there. And if the cause isn't there, there won't be an effect. When the cause disappears, the effect automatically disappears. So this is the basis of this cause and effect phenomenon, and that is the basis of the true Buddhism. It's not the karma explanation, which is the basis of most of the other religions. So the thought is also, when you talk about the thought, it's the effect is the thought, and the cause is the function of the sense of faculties. And when you talk about the sense of faculties, actually there is a function in those. The function is described as the sense of faculty or the sensor, which means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So those are the 5 sense faculties described in Buddhism. And the worst part is that creation of these sense faculties is also a creation due to the speed. So there is an illusion, there is something which looks real, but it is not there. Now, the common example that we are talking very often is what was given by Lord Buddha, the fireball and the ring of fires. Now, when you see the ring of the ring of fire, you can't say that there is no ring, because you can obviously see it. But actually, when you analyze it, when you see how it happened, there's no circle. There's no circle, but there's only a ball which is spinning fast. So you cannot go to the 2 ends. You can't say it's not there. You can't say it's there. So when the cause is there, the effect is obvious. When the cause isn't there, when the ball is not spinning, there is no fire circle there. So thought is also like that. Thought is a creation, an instant creation actually, which is not there in the radiant mind, where the small child will have the sense of function, the faculties are functioning, but there is no joining of these functions together to make the thought. But still the child feels that there is a color, the light. Colors are also identified as a function of the mind sensor. It's a light or a shape, we can say. Shape is because of the light. You can see a shape. And similarly, because of the vibration of the eardrum, there is a creation of a sound. So these are called the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, smell consciousness, taste consciousness, or the skin or the body consciousness. So these 5 faculties give some feeling that it is there, so that the small baby, even though the baby doesn't have that thought or naming of that, or a given word to that feeling, the baby feels that there is something.
So that is what is described as itta sanya, where the baby feels that there is a light, baby feels that there is a sound, smell, taste, and the skin feeling. But there is no words, no naming, no identification of that. And the feeling as if it is there is due to the current or the fine level of current or the fine level of power, which we also call sasava or taints. Because of that, the child tend to feel like any animal who has this ability, even with one sense of faculty, feels that it is there. So, in other words, in a very subtle way, child feels that child is there. But this level is not described as defilements, and the formation of the thoughts happens gradually with the growing of the child, and it doesn't just happen overnight, but little by little the thoughts are formed. So the names are attached, the mom or dad, ball, uh, some drink, water, uh, sun, moon, etc. Now also, and even the verbs like walking, sitting. So all those are names actually. They are all thoughts. So this naming occurs with the help of the adults who will sort of insert the data, like inserting data to a computer. Child will receive this data subsequently. It doesn't actually stop at the childhood, even later on, until the system, the physical body ends up. Every day, there are data accumulated to this system. So, as we have been talking, discussing earlier, the words, new words like tsunami or the words like this corona infection, all those things were data which were included or inserted subsequently. As adults, we came to know those things. Now, when the word tsunami is heard as a result of the vibration of the eardrum, you get the whole picture in that spark. The mind spark will give rise to the full blown details, the news you heard and the pictures you saw on the TV, papers, what you read on the papers, and all sorts of discussions, the science part of it, geography part of it, and if there have been any relatives or friends who got affected or even lost their lives due to tsunami. Now all those information will come as an instant spark right now to the as a function of the mind sensor. So this process is something automatic and not not according to a particular plan, and there's no doer in this process. So that part is what we have to understand very clearly, because this process of forming thought is not under anyone's control. So how can you say then, I thought, this thought is always coming to me and troubling me? So can you tell like that? Like all the other five sensor faculties, because very often the other sensor faculties, this automatic or spontaneous function of these other sensor faculties are not given a weight, but the mind sensor faculty, the function of the mind sensor is the one which is given a much higher much higher weight Because always, even though the eye, ear, nose, tongue, those other sense faculties, uh, if they are in the functioning capacity, if the physical organ is in the functioning capacity, or if the physical organ is there, now for a person who doesn't have the eyes, there is nothing to talk about seeing light. Similarly, if a person is deaf, uh, having a major problem in his ears, you can't talk about the sound. So the physical organ should be there at the background, and the function of the sensor faculties, we sort of take it for granted. Like if you keep the eyes open, the eye will continue to vibrate, and so many shapes will be created. But when it comes to the mind sensor, uh, this part is actually forgotten, and many of our participants who are discussing at the Zoom discussions, they come out with the comments saying that I can't control my thoughts, and this particular thought is troubling me all the time. So what we have to understand is that this is a process. This is the normal function of the system. When you do not realize this part, when the system doesn't sort of understand very clearly what is happening, this is yet another sensor only. When you do not realize, you tend to give a big value to that thought, or this happens automatically. That is your defilement. When the thought is given a weight, automatically, that is where the self is created. Sometimes we hear, sometimes in certain discussions, some have this idea that I want to get rid of my defilements. I want to get rid of my current. But the fact is that current is yourself. Current is a self. It's not, two separate entities. It's the same. So when this part is realized, when the current which is arising is recognized, and it is recognized as the self, the power of that current automatically will be less, and the system automatically tend to realize that when the same incident happens again and again, that current which was generated becomes less and less powerful. So I think about the thought, I think that this is something that I could sort of mention. Shani, anything else in the chapter you discussed? Any other parts that I have missed? Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි සකමිතුලා තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. So I would like to get a clarification about how this you said that it's like a firing, right?
Yes.
So like, but when we see from our eyes, they are like we can see things. I just
Yes.
want to, yeah, can you give me further clarification about that? How it
Yes.
is an illusion
Yes.
created with the senses?
Yeah, you want to now? Can you tell me something that is in front of you right now?
So I can see a bird flying.
Bird. Okay.
So
So now, sorry.
let's say like I don't know that is a bird, but still I can see something moving in the sky.
That means you can't see it clearly. Is that what you was going to say?
No. Like let's
You
say
can see a bird, but you don't know what bird is. Is that what you want to say?
no, let's say like I don't know that is a bird, but still we can see something moving. So like my
Okay, so that means you can stop at whatever the level that is recognizable. Now, for example, your eye will have a vibration and then catch something. I mean, something is created as a shape, moving shape, isn't it? The
Yes.
shape is moving in the sky, right?
So,
So now,
so there is
yes.
this existent feeling there that there is something out there like that.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you even though you do not recognize now, your mind sensor cannot give a name to that, but the mind sensor will give the creation. There is something moving and probably a bird. But you tend to get the feeling that it's there, isn't it? I mean, when you turn the camera towards your system, you know that there is something there. You feel that it is existing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So that is your self feeling. That is your self perception. That means you have taken it as real. The system feels that there is something real there, flying in the sky. Okay? So
Okay.
when that value is automatically given, the other side of the coin is that the self feeling is there. That means the person who is watching is created on this side. Am I clear enough, Shani?
But still, it's a bit confusing about that how there is the things I see like
Now that is actually that the feeling that RN Vahasi is also there. Unvahasi will correct me. Now that feeling that you get that it's real is a feel that you get, isn't it?
yes,
Yes. So it is a kind of power within the system. How that power comes is that every vibration has a current. That is the science part of it. Every vibration, that means every wave, has two ends, two opposite ends, and in the center there is a current formed. So when there is fast vibrations of the eye, this current becomes more powerful. And when the sensor faculties get together now, for example, eye, ear, and if there are the sensor faculties which are involved, when they get together, the final result is the thought sensor, mind sensor, isn't it? When it comes to the mind sensor level, that current is more. That current is the one which gives a kind of live feeling. That is why you tend to feel, that is why the system feels that there is something real there. I think these facts are very clearly explained in much more simpler way by R.N. Vahase in the previous, the original, the very first discussions that Unase has made. If you go to the Darshane part in the website, those things are very clearly explained. Even this 14-hour sermon, which is given in, I think, 24 or 25 parts, that clearly explains this process. That current is the one which gives the feeling, gives the system a feeling that it's there, it's real. Anything else you like to clarify, ask on around that topic? I can try to explain more.
no.
No. Now, at the beginning, actually, this is a theory part. Actually, this is knowledge. So you have to read about this, how the mind is formed, how you feel that there is exist. I mean, it's things are existing. How you feel that the self-existence or perception is there. This is the part of the theory where you call it actually Satya Jnana, where you learn it or read it or listen and then gather the knowledge. And then you can sort of revise that in your mind. That is, we call it Savitakka, where you using your thoughts and the mind, you try to revise what you heard and try to remember the sequel, how it happens. Then automatically, when you are you get it applied automatically to the day-to-day activities, and little by little the function of this mind, the creative ability of this mind becomes more and more clearer. If there's anything else that you want to ask around that, I will try to clarify. RN Vahasi is also there. Unvahasi will be able to help me. Okay, Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard, would you like to join the discussion? Teruvan Saranai.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear. Yes.
What Shani asks is she can't understand something moving in the sky, which she has not data about it. The previous information is not there at the moment, not available. So the same thing is going on. The same mechanism happens. The known things or unknown things are immaterial. They are not. It is not a problem really. What we understand, something unknown is moving. Unknown is again a thing. Again a thing is moving. Someone or something is moving. Again a nama is there. Name is there. Unknown thing is moving there.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. At the same time, if she can't understand that that what you fireball example, just look at the ceiling fan. It is when it is moving fast, you understand automatically some kind of a circle is appearing. Actually, there is no circle there, but still you experience because of the rapid speed. In the same manner, the eye and the object, with the help of fusion, you get that spark. Then you understand this is what it happens because of the telepatization. Yes, Doctor.
Yes, that's right. Yes. As you said, if the data is not there, it will, I mean, identified as something related. Now, as Mr. Bernard very correctly said, you can now, if I give another example, if you see a tree, but you don't know the name, and initially the creation of the eye and then the creation of the mind will give the conclusion that unknown tree, but knows that it is a tree. Because of the past data, the tree can be identified from the shape, but the name is not there. But subsequently, if somebody shows that this is, let's say, a bulu tree, something which is not very common. So if somebody says, this is the bulu tree, so that data will be added right at that point. So thereafter, if you see the tree, if the same person identifies the tree, and then automatically that name will come as a spark. This is a bulu tree. So like that, if you do not have a particular name, or a particular particular name, some form of identification will happen. Now there may be instances where say for example if you see a weapon, kind of weapon used by some sort of tribal people who live in the deep jungle. So if you see a kind of wooden weapon, we'll say, I mean, can recognize it as a shape, can recognize it as made up of wood, but there is no name and you do not know the purpose of that. So like that, the different levels of information, different levels of data will get combined at different levels. So Shani, are you sort of clear with that your question?
Yes, Sakuntala, yes.
Okay. Peruwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, if Aryan Wahanse likes to make any comments about what I mentioned, Avasarai. Okay, I think we'll continue a bit more. Aryan Wahanse must be busy with work. Okay, so when we were talking about the thought, if you sort of continue about the thoughts, thought formation or the function of the mind sensor alone is a part of the Mr. Bernard Peruwan Saranai.
Yeah, yeah,
Peruwan Saranai, we can't hear you. I think there is a problem with the signal.
yeah, yeah.
Are you going to
Hello.
tell something?
Yeah, yeah. Signal problem. Yeah, yeah. Go on. Yes. What is it?
Sorry, I think there is some interruption in what you say. Okay. What I was going to say was that the function of the mind sensor is a part of the system itself. But when the thoughts are given a value, when the thoughts are taken as real, that is where the problem is. That is where you can call it akusal. In Sinhala, it's called akusal, where you can also label them as defilements. But the function of the mind sensor is normal to even the arhat state, because thoughts are necessary for the function of the day-to-day life. So having thoughts is not a sin. It's not something that shouldn't happen, because thoughts are necessary for the day-to-day activities, day-to-day functions. And there are many occasions where even at Lord Buddha's time, there are certain parts in the Buddhist history we hear that Lord Buddha thought of this. He thought about doing this. Lord Buddha thought of going to visit so and so. And Lord Buddha thought that he will wait until this person comes. So like that. The thought formation is a part of the system. But when you give a value to the thought, when you take the thoughts as real, that is where the trouble is. That is where the ignorance is. So that value is what is called the fire or the current. Now we are using so many words actually to describe the same thing, but the basic meaning is the same. So when the value is added or the value is there for the thought, it means it's taken as real. It means that that is a defilement. It means that is the self-existence, feeling of self-existence. So this is actually, this current is something felt. This is what is described as the feel. And this feel is the one which will lead a system to the correct pathway. Identifying this field or identifying this current is the one which is basically needed, and this is what will be the headlight to move forward in the Dhamma pathway. More you identify this current, more you identify the own defilements. That means that the system is identifying more and more about the own self-feeling. So identification is the only way to clear the pathway. So these are actually, now when you realize that the thoughts are not real, when the thoughts are not given the value, that is the second step in the practical pathway, where the initial thought, now the system realizes that thought is just a collection of function of the other 5 faculties. Now thought is something, now there are instances where without that immediate function of the other 5 faculties, sometimes you tend to think. We say now in formally when we are talking, we say I was thinking. What do you mean by that? I was thinking means your mind sensor is functioning and your thoughts. But these thoughts are always pre-prepared spark. Again, that is the function of the other five sense faculties. So thought is always something which was sparked somewhere in the past. It may be during this birth itself, or maybe somewhere in a previous birth, maybe a very, very long time in your samsara journey or your birth cycles. So for a thought to happen right now, there should be something similar happened in the past. That is where you call it actually memory, but there is nothing called memory. There is no place where these informations are stored. It automatically something happens, and it is the result of a spark which happened in the past. So when the thoughts are automatically tagged with this value, that is what you call the defilements. So this is a little bit of a little complex process to understand, because we have been giving a value to the thoughts all this time. So it is like trying to swim upwards against the current in a river. So many things you have to read again and again. Many discussions we have to listen again and again to realize that we have been going just down the river, but now we are trying to swim upwards against the current. I can see Dr. Ravi has joined. Terwa Sarna Ravi, are you in a position to talk to us now? We were talking about
Yes,
the thoughts.
yes, yes,
We were
yes.
talking about the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and then the nature of the mind sensor.
Yes, yes. So Yeah, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Thiruvan Saranai, and also Thiruvan Saranai, everyone. Yes, actually speaking, when you talk about the thoughts, the thought, coming thoughts into your mind, that is perfectly all right. So what you have to do is just try to understand how this thought is built. This thought
Tera Sarnai Ravi, we can't hear you.
it is not a, I think we all we always talk these things, but even we talk these things, sometimes people tend to think thoughts are the problematic things, but we have to understand that thoughts are not sorry,
Now we can hear you again.
you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear, yes.
Sorry. Yeah, people tend to think that thoughts are the problematic things. So we have to uh, keep these thoughts coming, and we have to anyhow keep these thoughts suppressed. So from that we can get some kind of a relief and so on. So it is not like that. It really belongs to the concentration meditation. But with the insight meditation, we don't talk about these things. So thoughts are there. Thoughts should be there. What you have to do is just to understand the structure of the thoughts, how the formation happens in the of these thoughts. So that will make you to stay stay without engaging in the thoughts. So the engagement with the thoughts, what used to happen earlier will not be there with the understanding. So that is the sole purpose of this. So as Dr. Sakuntala said, I think the formation of thoughts is the basis here. Thoughts in the sense, so as we all know, collectively, when the collection of thoughts represent as a mind, as the mind. So we think there is a permanent thing called mind, but we think that there is permanent thing called mind, but it is not true. So mind is created from the thoughts. So then you have to find out how each and every thought gets created. So in order to do so, what we have to do is we have to take one thought and try to analyze how it is get created. So then you will understand this. Each and every thought is are having same kind of a similar kind of a structure there. So how the structure of the thought is very similar. So then you have to go somewhat deeper and see the raw material that are essential for creating the thought. So who provides these raw materials? So if you look at closely, the raw materials are, or the substrates are provided from the sensors. So sensors are the main culprit. So sensors collectively provide substrates to form the thought. So then what we have to do is do some investigation about the sensors. So what is a sensor? So what are the sensors basically we have? Eye, ear, nose, throat, eye, ear, nose, skin, and tongue. Those are the main 5 senses we have. So if you take the eye, so how this eye gets formed? Is it the eye that we are referring to, the eyeball that we can see externally, or the process of vision? So we have to be very we are referring the eye. So we are talking here as eye for the process of seeing. It is a process. Process of seeing is the eye here. So people collectively say we can see outside, and also people say reptiles can't see in the daytime, but they can see in the night time. So that means their vision, if you take the reptiles, so their vision get created at the night time. In contrast to that, within humans, the vision gets created in the daytime. But the process of the faculty is being created is called the vision. So in this case, so we are referring to the eye. We are referring the process of seeing as the eye. So even though we have the external eye, a muscular eyeball and everything, and nervous systems and all those things, if you can't see, so we can't say that his eye is functioning. No, his eye is not functioning because the faculty is not functioning. The process is not happening in that particular external eyeball. So in the absence of, as you can see here, so as you can understand, there are 2 things here. One is the external anatomy and what you can see externally, and the internal process. The process is the vision. So in same way, all the other sensors also have these kind of 2 things: external earlobes, eardrum, and the tympanic membrane, and all the other sensory neurons will be there connected to the external ear. But hearing is something else. Hearing is the functionality of the ear. And also this it is similar to the taste. The feeling of taste is something different, but the external representation, external organ is the tongue. So likewise, the so we can't say the just by uh, uh, presence of the external sensor does not mean that that particular animal has the vision, has the ability to see, or the other way around is also true. So absence of a particular sensor, external sensor, that does not imply that 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 particular animal has not that visual capabilities. So if you so the functionality of the sensors are different from the sensors that you see that you can see externally. So in the Buddhism, in the Buddhism, so we are basically talking about the functionality part, the functional part. So that's why we call them faculties. They are like factories, they are like industries, industrial zones. So in that particular industrial zone, it makes something to be visualized. For that we call the eye. In certain industrial zone, it is allocated for hearing or producing sound. For that zone, we call it is our ear sensor. So without an external ear sensor, there might be animals who can hear sounds. So they are. So we can't say that they are animals. Every animal should have a external kind of a ear to hear the sounds. Maybe they create the sound through their skin sensor. We don't know. The sensor is different from its manufacturing process. So in Buddhism, basically we are talking about this manufacturing process, the creation, how this sound gets created, how this light get created, how this tactile sensation get created, how these thoughts get created, how this taste sensation get created. So it is the most critical thing that we have to analyze and see. So in that case, Lord Buddha said, it is created due to some kind of a vibration. If there is a vibration in that particular, in one particular place, if it resonates with similar kind of vibration, irrespective of the place where it is, that means it can see that particular object. That means it can taste that particular taste. That means it can hear that particular sound. So it is called the samanantara, or the telepathization, or the resonance. So it is basically a very scientific thing. Nowadays, scientists have found out with the quantum entanglement, they found out if you keep apart two different particles, uh, so which have same origin, so they behave more or less in similar way, even they kept apart for so many light years. So irrespective of the distance they have in between, they behave in similar way. So that is the samanantara, or that is the telepathization. So with that, nowadays, scientists have found out that teleportation is also possible, because if you make some change in one particle, the other particle behave, the opposite behavior can be observed in the other particle. So it is the quantum entanglement. So same thing has been explained by Lord Buddha 2500 years back. The same way we can, the vision get created. So we have to be very, we have to understand these things. So otherwise, if you jump from one to another without understanding these things very clearly, so there may be certain areas that we go and stuck. So we have to be very, these things have to be very clear for all of us. So the formation of faculties should be very clear, and then how these faculties come together and create one thought is also important to know. So then the collection of thoughts, how this collection of thoughts form the mind is also important. And this mind, how this mind represents the world is also very important. So it's like creating a huge building with small keeping small bricks on top of the one another. So bricks are the things that is created within these faculties. So the ultimate result is the huge building. Here the building is the illusion, world perception. So the mind, the Chitta Rupa. So if you believe this Chitta Rupa as real, it is the ignorance that you have. If you believe, that means if you feel that this illusion that has been made through these senses are real, then of course you tend to feel like the worldly perceptions are real. So then there is no way escaping from that thing, because you live in that world. You think that you are living that world, so you are also become the part of that world. So there is no way of escaping from that unless you understand the thought. So if you are able to understand the thought, then of course you tend to feel that there is the unrealistic nature of the thought. The unrealistic, the understanding of the unrealistic nature of the thought will push you from the from this illusion, away from this illusion. So otherwise there is no way of getting out from this illusion. We have to understand how this illusion gets created. Then it will automatically happen. The liberation will automatically happen. So that is the expected internal transformation that Lord Buddha wanted to communicate. So there is another kind of a feeling without a self, without a self. So that is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to communicate to the entire world. So we have been dealing with the self from our birth, but so we have that feeling because we know father, mother, brother, daughter, son, all people are there, and I'm living in this big house, and I'm using this kind of a car. Likewise, we had that kind of feeling. But Lord Buddha said there's another kind of a feeling as well, without a self feeling. So, but unfortunately, we didn't know that. We haven't perceived it. Why? Why we haven't perceived it? Because we didn't know that we were in an illusion. Now, after hearing this Dhamma, we know, we get to know, we start knowing that there should be some kind of a feeling without a self here. Then we try to understand this Dhamma. Then, along with the understanding, the non-soul perception will automatically come. So it will take some time, that's all right. So that non-soul state of perception is the truth. For that we call the truth. So truth is not that should be learned, truth that should be felt. What is the truth? The non-soul perception. So it is very difficult, I think, for a person who first time listen this Dhamma. But if you come and peacefully join these forums, and if you can contemplate more and more on this, so you will realize by yourself whether the message is true or not. So it has to be realized by yourself. So what Lord Buddha said is just conveying the message. There is some kind of a feeling other than what you usually felt. That is the non-soul perception. So in order to see, in order to feel that particular feeling, you have to follow this path. That is the way of Paticcasamuppada. So if you move along that path, you will definitely end up by perceiving that particular state. So that is the truth. That is the truth. So if you happen to feel that non-soul state, non-soul perception, that is the feeling of the truth. Truth is not something that you must know. you only know it. At the same time, you have to feel that truth. The truth is the unsolved state. So yes, Dr. Kuntala, do you have anything to? Yeah, I can see Dr. Mrs. Lana is also here. So yeah, Mr. Bernard also here.
Terasan also. Terasan Doctor, Terasan
Thank
everyone.
you.
I was listening to your discussion, Doctor. I joined today after a long time. That's true, Doctor. We have to understand that the sense of creation, the faculties, it is as a they make an output. So that output we always feel as real. That's true, Doctor. The mind creation, without knowing the mind creation, we cannot analyze this what it is. It's an illusion. So this illusion make us the world. So we didn't know earlier that we are always dealing with the illusion. Now, why at the starting point, Doctor, we should know how the mind is created. So that is the very important thing. Anyone who is willing to understand your world, your thoughts, that is the most important thing you have to understand. So even we know this, Doctor, it's very hard to get rid of the mind. So we always dealing with our thoughts. So once we understand, it is we have to practice over and over again. That means we have to see the reality of the thought every time. So sometimes when we make more effort, even we might get another failure, because too much effort also make us another situation. So therefore we have to understand uh, patiently how the mind is creating and how the thoughts, and we are the point that we cannot understand. The listening dhamma is really important. So these days also, even some short videos I have heard, Anand was always emphasizing you have to understand your thoughts and how the thoughts are creating and where you are. So that is the thing, Doctor. It is a critical thing. Even though we are trying to understand, always when you think of your thoughts, so after a while we can understand. So we always dealing with our thoughts. So once it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You have to take time. You have to be very patiently to understand this Dhamma. Too much hurry also we get into trouble. So knowledge, we must have a knowledge, but in practical side, we have to put that knowledge into a practical, as a practical aspect. That is the most critical thing. So it doesn't matter. I have to say. So it takes time, Doctor. Even though it may long time, it doesn't matter. You have to see how your thoughts are creating and where's the illusion you are always dealing with your day-to-day activities, Doctor. That's what I wanted to say, Doctor.
Yes. Yes, I think, Lana, if you understand this illusion here without any doubt in it, so even though people come and tell, no, this is not an illusion that you are living and so on, so it you can't change because you know it's for sure that you
Yes.
are living in an illusion. The illusion has been made through your own senses. So senses are the main things that are responsible for creating this illusion for us. So if it is a creation, if it is not real, so why should we bother about these things? So will there be a person to be bothered about it? So, I previously, I felt like I'm the one who is dealing with everything. But now I tend to feel so all these things are creation of the senses. So other than the sensor creations, we don't perceive anything beyond that. So sensors are the main culprit for bringing about all these things, isn't it? Lana?
Yes, doctor. Yes, true, doctor. The most critical thing is to understand the mind sensor. So sometimes we think we are away from the mind. No, doctor. It's very, that means very deep concept. It's there, doctor. So when you are free of your mind, that experience you can you are having, so it is not permanent even, doctor. It comes time to time according to your understanding, according to your way of practicing this dharma. It comes, doctor. So it doesn't matter, so we have to go on this path very carefully, doctor. Even though we
Yes.
know somehow the knowledge will get trapped to go on this path, doctor.
Mm.
No knowledge become the too much knowledge also become trouble for this, because we think that is true. Yes, yeah, I'm not going into that deep in that thought. That is also a thought, doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, you are correct. Yes, I
When you
think.
are thinking I'm right, I'm correct, I'm going the correct path, that is also a mind sensor says us.
Mm, mm. So we tend to believe that sense in that case.
Yeah, that is the thing.
Mm,
Yes, doctor. Yes,
yeah, yeah.
it is very careful. We have to be very careful. So
Mm,
when you are free from your mind, it comes automatically. That feel comes
mm-hmm.
automatically. No need to think at all. No thoughts at
Yeah, yeah. Whatever the thought comes, just what you have to do is
all.
just let everything go, isn't it?
Just
So
yes. Let it go. Let it go.
let it go.
When you recognize it as a thought, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
No need
yeah.
to think too much of that, doctor. We have
Yes.
done that mistake, doctor. I also did many times.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a hunger to find this to Dhamma. That's what I had that trouble. Varnasa corrected me many times, doctor.
Mm.
Can you understand, doctor, what I'm telling?
Yes,
I
yes,
think
yes.
Dr. Sakuntala also got the meaning of that. If there is anything add to that, doctor, you can add some more points to that, even, doctor.
No, I think both of you did a sort of complete discussion, like, no, from the, as you said, that mind sensor is the one which is sort of behaving in a very bizarre way and very difficult to understand, and it's very difficult to get convinced that it is also part of that system, part of that automatic sequelae of actions. So you very correctly indicated that. Sarnai.
Yes, doctor. Theran Sarnai. Theran Sarnai.
Since I think we have come to the, I can see Sudharma, and Sudharma also has joined. Would you like to add anything, Sudharma?
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr.
Yes,
Sakuntala,
Sarnai.
Thiruvan Saranai. There are some noises outside, Doctor. I don't know with the sound quality. Do you still hear, or is it a disturbing kind of?
Yeah, we can hear the sound. Yes, maybe you can make a short
Yes.
comment. Because
Yeah, I was listening to your presentations from time to time, Doctor. Yes, you all were discussing as usual how this illusionary world is created and how we get entangled in that. And as
Ms. Lalana pointed out, and Dr. Ravi also pointed out this culprit. Culprit is the mind sensor. So that's why Aryan Mahanse always warns us and tells that you need to understand the complete mechanism and how this power, mind power is created. So that is how we get the existence feel. And it's the sound is also getting worse. Dr. Sakuntala, I think
Yes.
it's better to let you go ahead. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Thank you for the contribution. I think we have come to the end of the time which is allocated for this Zoom. Shall we conclude, Dr. Ravi? Okay, I think there was Anai. He must be busy with something. Since we have come to the end of the time allocated for us, we will conclude today. And there was Arnayar and Nohasa give us a permission to conclude. And thank you all Dhamma friends who contributed, Dr. Ravi, Mr. Justin Bernard, Shani, and Sudharma and Lalana, all of you. Teruvan Saranai, thank you for the contribution. Thank you all, Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahasa, Teruvan Saranai, all.
Good morning, everyone. Therwan Sarnai sir. Therwan Sarnai, everybody. We'll start with the book. The Two Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 21, paragraph number 2. Then what we see outside is all a lie, an illusion, isn't it? Things don't exist anywhere, does it? All what we think does not exist anywhere. The different languages have different sounds. The language itself is a thought. Now, does the language exist? They are all an illusion. This illusion can be realized or understood only by having awareness. A very small baby has awareness. A very small baby does not have any thoughts about what things are. He does not have any thoughts about sounds or thoughts about images. He has only an awareness. This awareness is the pure truth, or also known as Parama Satya. Aran Mahansa. Ma'am, you asked me to explain Ajatta Bahita. When we say that someone has arrived at the state of Sotapanna or stream entry, it means that you have realized that the outside world does not exist. They have realized that the world outside is only a thought. This state of wisdom is called Sotapanna Bhumiya, stream entry. Then Anusotaya means you accept the world outside as the reality, and this state of mind is called Pruthajjana Bhumi, conventional or ignorant position. When you have realized that the outside is not the truth and that you are at a level of wisdom of Sotapanna, it means that you are on the right path. Now we will see what one has to do when one has already developed the wisdom to a state of an anagami, never return nor further birth. We mentioned earlier in this discussion that if there isn't a book, then I don't exist. The one with the wisdom of an anagami looks at the world without an I concept in what he sees. He looks at the world with an emptiness. He does not give any value to any of the thoughts. If he sees a thing, he knows that it is only a sound and a color. If the stimulus, aramuna, is a book and if it becomes real to you, then you are there. Then there is you, the observer. The Buddha said, Etang mama. It means I who sees it, the one with the wisdom of anagami, looks at the book without giving any value to it, as he knows that is an illusion. Then there is no I concept in it. It is only an awareness. This is the deepest point of wisdom. If you feel that the table, the book, the bed, all these exist to you, that itself is the I concept, your feeling of being alive. The feeling of being alive is your mind consciousness, a thought. The table is a thought. The book is a thought. The bed is a thought. The thought arises and ceases at every moment. The thought is born and it dies off immediately. Our body does not die. It is the thought or mind that dies. When we stop breathing, that means the mind has stopped igniting sparks. The mind has stopped generating thoughts. That is when our body is buried in the ground. Please think about this. In this moment, when we think of me or I, isn't it only a thought? Upasikawa, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Master. If I cut off my finger, I really cut off a finger of mine? No, the cutting of a finger is only a thought. Now, if I amputate my leg, it is only a thought that I amputated my leg. Then I amputate my other leg. Again, the knowing that I cut off both my legs is only another thought. Then I cut off both my arms. It is only a thought that makes me think that cut off both of my arms. Therwan Sahib.
Yeah, today discussions. Everybody. Mm,
Everyone, Sarna Shani.
it's okay, brother. We continue. Discussion is okay.
Everyone, Sarna, everybody. Everyone, Sarna, announcer.
Yeah.
Here today's the Hum Forum. We try to understand the illusory world where we live, where we die, and where we experience the illusion called life. The life, what we call life, is there a life actually? How do you experience this life? How do you feel that you are there? So these are the problems always uh, created enthusiasm and curiosity in the human mind, in the human civilization. Uh, Today, what we want to explain, what we want to express is you to listen and help you to understand the illusory world. Now, you may get confused when we say illusory world. Illusory world means whatever we see, whatever we hear, whatever we touch or smell or taste, we think that they are real. And at the same time, we feel, I am here. I am here and I experience this life. This is not real. This is not what you think. Now we try to explain you. We want to tell you that these images, what you see, the sounds, the smell, the taste, all those are creation of your mind sensor. We have got 6 sensors, and these sensors function rapidly that a human mind cannot express or explore or investigate it. It is so fast due to that rapidity, due to that swiftness. We can't understand what it is because we always consume, we always associate thoughts. Thoughts are the creations of human mind. That is a natural process. So when we see a something, for example, you see focus or river, you see a river. Now you just say, I see, I experience, I know that this is a river. But the problem is something out there, is something, someone here, is something outside there, something called river, and is here inside the other side. You feel the existence, and you feel that I experience the river. So what a beautiful river, so bubbling river, or whatever it is. So how do we want to understand this is, you don't see a river. At the same time, there is no one called you there. Why? Because to understand this, you have to start from the beginning, how the mind works, how these faculties work. This is how it works. This revelation or this understanding is not reachable to human mind, those who are in the mundane world. This will be revealed, and this has been revealed by noble friend, Lord Buddha or Aryan Manses or Pase Buddha. So they can express, explain, and help the people to understand this illusion. So, for example, you see a river, as we said example at the beginning, see a river. So the river, you see something outside there and you are here. So this is a spark. This is just a spark. So that will the mental I will catch.
Yani apa ini? Gara-gara
Excuse me, Aryan answer. Everyone, Sarnai.
Oh, terus right. No, it's terus. It's okay. It's okay. Continue. It's okay.
Yes. So your eye focus on a river, you get the picture. That is just a picture, an object. The thing is, these sensors, our sensors, eye sensor, work so rapidly. Then and there, momentarily, the spark starts there, and it goes so fast. And then the mental formation starts. So when the mental formation, when you come to this stage, with the help of the mind consciousness, they work so swiftly. Therefore, we feel that something is outside there. We feel. Then all the past experiences you had which related to the river that flooded into your mind, and that experience comes into your mind, and it is this river that you saw in the past, and what you experienced in the past is here at the moment. Actually, there is no river. That is the label given by the adults, given by the teachers at the kindergarten age. So we feel in this stage, the mind conscious is work so fast, and the spark is there, and the eye conscious start. Then mind conscious start get activated. Then you feel that something is outside there. Then and there, the feeling of self starts. So you feel someone is here, I am here. The feeling of I, me, my, mine, myself will automatically get created. So that's a natural phenomena. We can't experience this so unless we understand the true Dhamma. Keep on listening to this true Dhamma and concentrate about it is very important. So this is the mind always catches certain things. It generates certain. Now I hear a sound of a bird. Then I see a fence. The mind goes on. It's a flow. So that is what that is where we are not in a position to understand. The mind flows so fast. One gets we get one idea, then another idea will get associated there. So this is how it goes. Mind is so fast. The spark is there, and The mind consciousness, eye consciousness, everything get together and created a world. And that fades then and there. Then another formation will come. You hear something, you taste something. This is how the mind works. So what we have to understand is listening to true Dhamma. That is very important. What is true Dhamma? There is no body and no one, and there is nothing outside. So to solve this puzzle, we have to understand what we experience is just a spark. Then and there, the momentary, the instantaneous world is created. That is also not true. Then another consciousness, then another consciousness. This is how it passes on. This is how it goes. This is how it proceeds. This is the natural phenomena and the system and the process. Uh, Shani, are you there?
Everyone silent. Everyone silent.
Yeah. Do you have any question regarding to this?
Um, uh,
Yeah, if you have a question, ask. Everyone, Sarnai. Aryan, sir, your line is not clear, Aryan.
What is lost? I'm not clear.
Aryan, answer, your line is not clear.
Are you asking question or something? No. What's your question is? Are you asking some question or something?
I
Do you hear
asked
me now?
whether Shani
No,
has
it's here.
any.
Do you hear me? It's okay. Now, do you hear me? It's okay.
Aryan, answer.
Are you hear me?
Yes, yes, I hear you. I asked Shani whether she has something to ask. Anything to ask.
can you explain a bit more about how this outside world does not exist?
Yeah, you, your question is outside world is not exist. Is that so?
Yeah, how the like it says that the outside world does not exist.
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
you
yeah,
give a bit more
yeah.
clarification?
Outside this world is
Now, do you
not
hear me?
exist.
Now it's okay.
Yes, I can.
Outside world is not. Yes, Shani, I didn't get
Yes.
it. Your line is not clear. Terun Sarnai.
Teran Sane, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Outside this
Do you hear
world
me,
is not.
Janet? It's okay.
Yes, I can
It's
hear
okay.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. Bernard, are you asking some question or something?
She asked a question. Shani asked a question.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that question, Sani? Yeah.
So, like, I would like to have more clarification about how this outside world does not exist means.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Therun sir, like,
What do you think about
Therun.
Bernard?
Yeah. Yeah. What we think is what we feel and what we experience is that outside world is real. That is what we experience from our childhood. For to explain this, this is how we start. We'll start from one particular sensor. Just take, as we told you earlier, you see a river, then take that example, that moment only. Your eye catches a picture. That is, your eye sensor functions there. And when that with that, the mind consciousness also starts. Mind consciousness function there. Then with that rapidity, with that swiftness, with that fast movement, you feel itasanya, that you feel something is outside there. That is how it works. We take only one particular shot, one particular spark. You see a river, the picture of a river, your eye consciousness starts function, then you get the idea that some object is there. Then the mind consciousness says, this is a river. This is a river. So that is how did you get that river? That is what you were taught early in the kindergarten. So that then you experience a river when you say all the experiences you have with the river floods into your mind. Thoughts
Bernard,
come into
your
mind.
line is not
All the
clear.
your color of the water, the flowing.
Do you understand what I say? Is speed is given us this, the sensor creations. The sensors. How is the sensor creation? Eye, ear, nose, mouth, and skin. This five sensor. This is that. What is the mechanism? Is speed? No, speed there. The waves, the same. So quantum is we are talking about the packet of spark range. It's okay. Yeah, this seems like the river. That's why I think is Bernard is trying to explain. This is speed inside the mechanism. Is speed is given us this. How is this outside is real? You're asking that outside is how is outside is real? No, that's the question. No,
Yes,
how is
yes.
outside is real? It's a power. You know, every spark have a power. This spark range have power. One is spark, 2, 3, 4. Another one is coming same. No, so speedily happen. This is spark. One is spark also have a power. No, one is spark have a power because different end is there. The power is coming. No, that's a theory. A system. This power again and again a spark is happening. More power is coming because this power generating this power is combined, more power is there. That's the existent field. I existent field is a light. Kindergarten time, little child don't know anything, but existent field is there. That's a before kindergarten time, little child in cot. No, at that time, radiant mind is there. There is no thoughts. What is this thought? This sound and form together coming, the thought is coming. No? Chair is kindergarten time, teacher is given the picture, chair, and given the sound. That sound and form together, especially the sound and form. But other one is a feel. Ditta Sutta Mutta is Buddha's word. Ditta is your eye, Sutta is your creation, is Mutta is your feel. Smell, taste, and skin feel. Three together come in Samutta. That's why Tina Sangatipaso is a theory, it's a Pali. The meaning is this five senses, one time is one spark is happening, that one is the thought. That one is existent feel also there because this power, light also existent, sound also existent, is coming, other sense also same. So this existence is coming, there's a light and this sound and form, that's why is chair is there, existent field. We are, the field is outside is existent chair. How is coming existence there? That's speed, no? That's why I think it's Bernard is trying to explain. What do you think about Shani? Yeah, your idea. What's your thing? Are you doing something?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's okay. What do you think about? Are you understood what I say? Oh no,
yes,
it's okay.
yeah, I did understand.
Have you some doubt? It's okay. You ask me again a question. Are you clear this point or no? This one.
Yes,
This is speed given us this.
yes.
This thought is share is not real one. Speed. That's why it's a mirage, no? Consciousness. It's understand one, no?
Yes.
We want to understand this. That's why true Dharma is very important because everything given us to real, but it's not real. No.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think? Is there answer or no? Because this outside is real or no? Chair is real or no? I ask you again. What do you think? Is that chair is real or no? What's your feel? What do you think? Yeah.
So, after listening to this Dhamma, it's like neither no or yes.
What?
It's
Please
like,
tell me again.
it's like both no and yes.
You are talking about the bone. It's a birth.
No, I don't answer the existent feeling. It's both no and yes. Like
It's especially ear and eye. The sense creations. individually, one sensor also given us exist and feel.
Yes.
Yeah. These two senses are coming together. That's what is a thought. It's a chair. Exist and feel is there. One sensor is example is the sound. Eye sensor, no? It's exist and feel. It's a itta sanya. It's a alive feel. That one is a itta sanya. Buddha's word is itta sanya is a exist and feel. Something is there. I'm here. That's the same. This one. Alive feel. There's a exist and feel is otherwise the alive feel. What do you think? Do you understand? Exist and feel. Something is there. I'm here. Something not outside anything. I'm not here. Who am I? It's a mirage, no? Like a mirror. You are looking your face. No, there, mirror. But there is no anybody. You are looking. But you are looking outside, mirror. But this example is given that Buddha, Rahul. You are looking outside, but it's your mind. Rahul is a Rahula. There, Sutra is there, Tripitaka. But the Buddha's word is there. The Rahul at that time washing the face, the bath is there. So there's a mirror as Rahul see that mirage, no? His face, own face. But it's bath. Buddha told, this Rahul, this like everything. You see, your own mind, you are looking outside. You are in your mind. The meaning is you haven't experienced outside because your sensor, without sensor, you can't experience it. Do you understood what I say?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We are not talking about outside, nothing, anything. We haven't experienced what is real.
Yes.
We have experienced our own senses. Various of living beings have various of type of senses. They are individually, they have world. Them automatically this sense creations given them this world. It's not outside anywhere. It's their mind. Every living being like that, like this. They are living individually, their own mind. What do you think? It's nice experience. I think it's good. No?
Yes.
Yeah. What you understood, you explain.
So I
It's okay.
understood. Yes, let's take people. People are living in a world. It's a mind world, and that world was created from the five senses of there. But it depends on how their senses work, like how their eyes work, and that's how their world was created. The ability of their five senses create their own world, and some people might not see properly, some people might not hear properly, and their world different from each one another.
Yeah. This world is not outside, no? It's our mind. But that is why Buddha told, Salayatana loko. Salayatana meaning is senses. Senses is the world. Your eye is the world. The sound is the world. It's your ear given you to this sound world. It's nice, no? Understand? It's very nice, no? Yeah, it's a real. Awaken. That's dream. Everything is a dream. You know this truth. You know this truth. You are awake in this dream. No? Yeah. It's very interesting. No? It's very interesting. What do you think about? Bernard, what do you think about? It's
Yeah.
really.
Awake. Time to awake from
Your signal is not clear. Bernard, your signal is not clear.
Otherwise, we will again not clear. Is it okay now, Arena?
Now it's okay. Yeah.
Right?
Charlie, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Bernard, sound?
Mm, mm.
Good one, sir.
Now it's okay,
Can you hear me?
Bernard. Yeah, now it's okay.
It's time to awake from our dream world, because we don't know that we are living in a illusory world. They create a manifestation of vibration.
Shani,
So in order to
Bernard,
understand it,
are you walking? Are you stay somewhere to clear signal? Because it's not clear. You are walking.
yeah, I'm at one
Not
place. I'm not
always.
talking. Arena.
Yeah, it's okay, Bernard. Now you explain that. It's okay.
We are living in an illusory world. We are in a dream. So it's time to awake from this dream. So to understand this, just to find what we are always associate, those are thoughts. The thoughts are not real. These are creation of our minds, creation of our mind consciousness. We take them as real. So that is why we are still in the we are moving in the cycle of birth. So this is time to understand our mind, how our mind works, and what will happen to our life. Then when you understand this, you will understand there is nothing outside. They are just a function of the formation of the process of your faculties. We are living in an created world. It is actually not a real world. They are manifestation of vibration. Due to this vibration, uh, the mind senses starts work, and we feel that I am here and something outside there. This duality always remains when you are in an illusory world. So illusion cannot be explained so easily, cannot be understood so easily. We need the proper guidance and continuous guidance of noble friend, our Aryan Nancy. Otherwise, we can't understand this. So just understand one thought, how it works. Then we will understand how all these thoughts are created. Then how all these moments are created. When you feel that something is here, outside there, and you feel I am here, then you think that was there and that is here and that will be there. The whole time tenses will be get into exist. You feel that time is there. someone is here and something is outside there. All these are created with the rapidity of this vibration. So just to understand this vibration, we have to keep on understand the true Dhamma and practice this Dhamma. Otherwise, we can't, uh, we ourselves can't understand it. We need the proper guidance of our noble friend. Then only we can slowly and gradually uh, solve this puzzle. Then you realize that I am in a dream, I am in an illusory world. This is not real. So that is how it happens. So we create we a fantasy, and we are living in that fantasy, not knowing that it is a fantasy, and we die, and we will be the victim of. We are the victims of cycle of birth. That is how the this manifestation of vibration actually process, and it is a natural phenomena, and we
We can't hear you properly, Mr. Bernard.
get rid of that. So it is only to understand how it works. Actually, there is nobody because of this fast movement, fast and the rapidity. Always, because of this rapidity, we feel that I am here. As you had telepathizes then and there, and that thought will be vividly colored by those telepathization, and you feel the touch, the taste, and everything is there. And at the moment you experience, this is something. A big tree is here, the cloud is there, the sky is there, the birds are there. I hear the birds, I hear the sounds of the vehicles. That is how it goes. So day by day, gradually, you have to concentrate this and listen to true Dhamma. Unless you listen to true Dhamma and follow this path practical in a practical way, uh, you can't get rid of this illusion. It is the illusion that we are living in. That illusion can be understood, and you can succeed if you listen to true Dhamma and follow the practical uh, process. Devan Sarna Shani, are you there?
Yes, there was an Mr. Bernard.
Yeah.
We can't hear you properly. I think there's a signal issue.
Do you have any questions?
So this the
Yes.
feeling of
Go ahead.
me
Can't hear you
myself.
properly. Yeah. There is a signal issue here, but
Yeah.
I try hard to.
Can you hear me now?
Again, can you, can you speak a little bit louder, Shani, please?
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shani, it's not
Yeah, that's
signal
good.
is okay.
Nice.
Bernard is not clear. Bernard is not in clear place. I think it's Bernard side. Shani, is your side is okay, no problem. Yeah. Bernard not clear because Bernard not signal is there. Bernard not coming signal.
Yes,
Shani, you
you.
asking
Yeah.
Bernard, are you clear? But Bernard can't say clear because he's not in the correct. I think is a place.
Yes. Shani, please ask the question.
So this me myself existence. How does it happens?
That is a very good question. That brings you curiosity. That is right. my I, me, myself, or the self existence, or the some kind of person is outside there. That feeling is here. So how does it get created? That is the problem you have. Is it so?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So this is not a person doing something. There is no personal involvement here. Be- when this I starts function, I start function, it catches, for example, it catches a picture. So then and there, all the past experiences telepathizes. So with the rapid movement, the movement is so rapid. So with that, you feel something outside there, and then and there you get the feeling of feeling. You get the feeling of I am existing here. I am here. It is not someone is there, but the feeling you feel that someone is here. That is the sanya,
It seems
and you get
as is it
yes.
same as that how mind like
That
gives
is
us
how the
feeling that
mind consciousness work. Yeah, that is
work.
the process of
Yeah.
the mind.
Yes.
That's a
So
system.
that's also an illusion.
Yeah, no, that is not an illusion. That's a natural process. That's a natural process. We have to. What we are explaining is dependent origination. Dependent origination. There you
Okay.
find the last one is the consciousness, mind consciousness, mental consciousness. So the process goes on and on and on. You can't stop it. So what we have
Yes.
to do is you're feeling the existent feeling comes with the rapidity, with the fast movement of this spark.
Yes.
I and outside something there, as Aryan says, the spark is there, positive and negative is there. Then it get started at fusion. Because of the fusion, it get started. Just think you throw a stone at a river, so you will see the ripples.
Yes.
Have you ever seen this?
Yeah.
In the same manner, in the center, say the river or the pond is so still, it is not moving. So you just throw a stone, a pebble, then you see the ripples goes on. In the same manner, when I catches something, the I I consciousness get started, then the mind consciousness get started, and the other things also work so fast. Process goes on and on and on. The movement is so rapid, so fast. Then you feel something is there. Something is there in that particular moment, in that time, in that particular instance.
Yeah.
So then you feel I am here. That is a feeling you get. That is a feeling you get. That is a feel. That is an experience you get. But actually, no one is there. That is the function of your mind, function of your mind consciousness. That is not a real person is there. No one is there. But that is a natural phenomena. That is a process. That is a mechanism of this mind,
Mind.
how it works. So, do you think that experiencing
There's a
throwing a
potential.
stone at a pebble will happen a day? No. Then another thing, another sense, another organ, another sensor get started. Then another. Goes and goes and goes on and on and on. The thoughts are created as just as a chain. So we feel then I am here. I experienced in the past. Now I am experiencing this. Tomorrow also I will experience this. That is a misconception, wrong. Chani,
Yes.
Thiruvan Sarnaik.
There are some.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
you don't just experience just one thought a day. 24 hours. Just then thoughts are always floods into your mind. Consciousness get created and you experience something. Then and there, these things are these senses work. Then and there, and that with that rapidity, you get the Ita Sanya, then you get the Satta Sanya. That means I am here. Now, the first thing is you saw a river, then you experience something called river is there. Then I am here. Outside something, duality. This is called duality. Something is outside there. I am here. So this is the duality. This is the problem people can't solve. Man can't solve because only a noble friend can see it through his mind with the help of his wisdom. Then only the other people will understand when he preaches it. So to get this clear, the better thing is to keep on listening to true Dhamma. So you don't get this at once. You have to keep on listening. Yes, Shani. Do you know how mind get created now?
Yes.
Yeah. Then when you feel that from your childhood, now you feel after kindergarten time, you feel that I am existing. In the past, I was there. Now I am here. Now we'll be there in the future. So this is it goes on and on and on. Nobody's doing there. Nothing is outside there. Only the creation. Then and there, the momentary, the instantaneous creations happens. That is the mechanism, the process, the system of the senses. We can't stop it. What we can do is just to detect, to understand, do we get attached to these things? Am I loving these things? Or do I hate these things? That is what we have to understand. The defilements. Defilements means the hatred, the evasion and illusions. So do I like that person? Why do I like it? I like him so much. So at the same time, you say, I don't like that person. I hate him. Why is it? Because you feel you are there. Why do you feel you are there? Because of the senses. The senses always say, consciousness always says that something is outside there. The mind consciousness, the formation of thoughts are done by the mind consciousness. The mind consciousness, when it function, you feel I am here. If it is feeling, it is a feeling. Just will get it. Something is there. At the same time, you feel I am here. So this is a natural process, just like the photosynthesis we know that happens in the trees.
Yes.
Natural, just like how it rains, the water cycle.
Yes.
You understand the gravity power, the electricity. In the same way, this is also a process, a mechanism, how it works. The man's the sole purpose must be his aim, the target ambition must be to understand how it mind works. Today, we see different type of people, in different countries. They try to solve this problem, but that they have never reached for a satisfactory solution. Why? They are solving this problem, keeping the self their existence in the mundane world. Yes.
Teruvan Saranai, is that Mr. Berlan?
Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah. are joining from some kind of a different phone, right? So that's why I couldn't recognize you. So from
Yeah. This is a place where signal issue is there.
all right.
That is what.
Okay. So you are explaining, Ms. Shani, about the way that your mind
Yeah,
gets created.
she asked why
Mhm.
is it outside world is an illusion. That is the problem she has. How
Right.
I get created.
Yeah. So yes, actually I just joined to
Yeah,
this forum, but I didn't hear what you explained. But what I think. So shall I explain it in a very short form?
yeah. That's great.
Shorter form. So as I understand, so don't what you need to understand, Shani. Uh, do not ever think the outside is not real. So don't take it as inside and outside. So there are two different things like that. Don't think like that way. Just take it in simple form. You have some kind of a curiosity within you to explore who am I. Just try to understand who you are. Don't think that am I living illusion or am I real. Likewise, don't try to figure it out this Dhamma in that way. Just what Dhamma says is actually what Lord Buddha says is, even though you think you are here, there is no such a person here, no soul here. So you hear this message. Buddha has told there is no person. So how should that be? Then you can explore how Lord Buddha says that there is no person here. So then in order to understand that thing, you will need to do some active, what kind of active kind of experiment here. So in that experiment, Lord Buddha said, uh, please conduct your experiment in this particular way, in this particular angle. So then you will understand, wow, I thought earlier that I am living, but actually I am not living. So if so, who am I? So where am I living? So what is this world? Then you will understand this world is as an illusion. So don't. That's why I told you, don't go to preconceived ideas that there is no kind of external world. I am living in an illusion and so on. Don't take this. Don't look at this Dhamma in that way. Just open mind with a blank mind. You try to find out what Lord Buddha has said. Lord Buddha, the message that was given by Lord Buddha is there is no person here, no soul here. So then with that message, you have to do your own research. So how should that be? How should that be? So how did Lord Buddha say that there is no person here? So that is the noble research that you have to conduct by yourself. And also, in order to conduct this own research, Lord Buddha has shown a nice, clear path. That is that path. That path is the Patisamuppada, way of conducting the research, the Patisamuppada. It is also a concept that has been created by the Lord Buddha. Why this concept is there? To get this non-soul state uh, uh, to understand this non-soul state in clear way. So, so if you adapt this concept to your own research, then you will end up with the nice result with non-soul. So, so that means that you are not starting your research with some kind of pre ideas. No pre ideas at all. With the result, you will realize that wow, I'm living in an illusion. So the outside world that I used to tell as real, it's a lie. It has to come through this understanding. That means after the doing research, you should get that result. So in order to do so, so what is the research that Lord Buddha asks you to do? Investigate about your own mind. That means just keeping eye on the mind. No, that is not the thing. The way that the mind gets created, that is the research. So people tend to think, I have the mind. The mind represents my mind represents myself. So that was a misconception. That is the misconception. So mind is not me. Mind does not represent myself. So if so, what the mind is? So then in order to do so, you have to understand how this creation of the mind happens. So I think Mr. Bernard has clearly explained that thing. Had already, I know it is not very difficult. You know how these five senses collectively create a mental formation. So that mental formation we call a thought. So with collection of thoughts, the mind gets created. So as you clearly understand that other than rapidly occurring thoughts, there is no permanent thing called mind. So we tend to think mind was in our brain. Mind is in our brain. Without the brain, there won't be any kind of a mind, and so on. But yes, that is true. The brain is needed for the creation of the mind, but mind is not located in the brain. So in several sermons, Buddothpado has clearly explained these things. It's like a battery in a brain is like a battery in a car. So you need the battery. So you need the power that is generated from the battery, but the particular power is particular electricity. It is not there in the battery cells. We only can see the battery fluid, acid. But if you join two wires to that terminals, then you spark each other. You will see the spark. Electricity will be generated after that. But through that, likewise, brain matter is there. They are just a collection of neurons. Brain is just a collection of neurons. So, but it can create the thoughts. So thoughts does not belong to the brain, but without the brain, this mind cannot be created as well. So you have to be very, uh, uh, you have to have some kind of very kind of curious mind, inquisitive mind to see this, and you have to conduct your own research. So how this happens? So how these five senses collectively form a thought? So these things are very needed. These are basics. These are basics. So these are well explained in the Patisamuppada or the cause and effect Dhamma. So when the sparks, so even though we think there's a person behind everything, but as I heard Mr. Bernard also explained this, we assign a persona to a certain spark that has been created with combination of all five senses. This spark has a kind of inherent energy within it. That energy gives a feeling of existence feeling. So that existence feel is the alive feel. So that is for that alive feel we call that is the feeling that we feel we are alive. Why this alive feel comes? From the sparks that are those are generated within the senses. What are the senses? Eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin. And collectively those senses form the mind or thought. So thought has also the same kind of power. So if the thought becomes real, that means the energy that is felt, we take it as real. That is the consciousness. That is the consciousness. So, but there is no kind of a consciousness earlier. It gets created then and there. When the senses are active, there will be some kind of a feeling of aliveness is created. It is getting created then and there. It has not been there previously. It gets created at this very moment. So if you hear this sound at this very moment, so that means that you are that in that particular thought the energy gets created. So if it has a value, if somehow if it becomes a real thing, then what happens? You feel like it's real. Then of course inevitably the self gets created behind that every thought. So it is unavoidable. So it cannot be avoided. Creating of a self behind every thought becomes real for you. So but if you are able to understand this thought is not real, it is a creation of the senses. So you don't unknowingly you don't feel like exerting some kind of a value on that thought. So the thought becomes valueless. So that the energy that is generated within that thought will be reduced. Then what will happen? The existent field that is created with that energy will be less when compared to the previous instance. Then of course you don't feel like it's real. It's real because the energy is very less, because you don't assign any value for that. As you know, it is not a real thing. It is a creation of the own sensors. So sensors gets created then and there. So if I clap right now, if I clap my hand right now, so that is the moment where the sound gets created. That is the moment your eye faculty gets created. So if you believe that I hear a sound, that is a sound, so that means that is the moment that your energy, your existent field got created. So that means you believe that sound is real. So that means that if the sound, if this sound becomes real for you, in that moment, your birth has been happened. So if the sound has not become a thing for you, that means in that particular moment you are not born. So that is how Lord Buddha showed us the creation of the mind and the creation of the self. So it is
ignoring the feeling, there was a no development. Let's start some learning from the difficult. So let's observe something right now. Everything seems instantly present. The door join appears immediately. The body feels already known. Thoughts feel complete. The moment they arrive, it's like they are already there, and the reality feels fully assembled. Before observation even begins, before even we start to think, it feels like it's already there. But what if this instant world is deceptive and an illusion? What if countless tiny processes are happening so quickly that the mind cannot see them separately? So they make us see it as one thing, continuous thing. So today we explore how thoughts form and illusion at this incredible speed. How contact becomes recognition almost instant, and how rapid reconstruction creates this feeling of solidity, and how the illusion of a continuous world and self emerges from this. So before any of this illusion, there's only this content, this sense of content. A vibration touches hearing, and the hearing likewise vision occurs, smell, taste, touch, everything occurs. So at first, there's no concept yet, no meaning, no thing yet. Only raw fragment, sense of content, simple, and not complicated at all. It could be color, sound, movement, sensation, smell, taste, any of it. These experiences begin unfinished, undefined, and free. So they're very simple and not complicated at all. They are not lasting, they appear and disappear. But because all of our mind has used to this process, this thought, it moves faster than the observation. So we can see this process. Instead, that we notice is final thought. So now we can see it as a process. We see immediately, instantly, a thing, object, a person, enemy. But no matter how we always see thought, there is a process underneath everything that feels like real. So one contact instantly triggers other similar sense contacts with the same frequency. Just like the phenomena of human folks that with similar frequencies vibrate together on the day when one was hit. So likewise, the sound starts to resonate with the previous sounds, but now the sound doesn't appear alone. It appears with other related sense of comparison, color, smells, taste, everything. So that's why when we hear a sound, it isn't there. We start to remember things, images, smells, taste, like texture, touch, everything. Everything. And the thing is, they don't come separately. They come as one whole thing, a package. And that is what we call a thought, an object, a thing. But the thing is, this thought, it doesn't feel like this combination of these senses feel like it is something that exists beyond this sense of content. Like It exists on its own, but in reality, it is just the creation of sense contents. But the illusion of this mind gives it its identity and an illusion of it existing beyond these sense contents and feel like alive even without these sense contents. But it's not. That's the illusion of mind that making us believe things exist on its own. But all of those thoughts were created from sense content, none other than sense content. Let's take an example. A mango. Immediately, when I hear that sound, it isn't it. It activates the thought. No, that thought, that color, that smell, that sweet taste, that text, that touch, that roundness, that smoothness, everything in it. That, that in reality, those physical terms, they are not present. What's actually present is just the sound. But in reality, mango is just a sound. There's no any of those physical terms in that sound. The ones we are feeling, these sounds, things, they are all mental formations because they are not even present right at this moment. So they are using this mental formation to create this sound. Likewise, even if there is actual mango present, they are using that same label to look at that one. So that's sound. But in reality, none of those are present in that sound or in front of us. But somehow when we hear the sound, we immediately already feel like, no, we know that mango has means this shape, this color, this sound, this taste, this smell, this texture. That's so that's what the mental formation, this illusion is like. So this process happens so quickly. They separate physical and sounds of non-mountains. They come as a one whole thing. And these processes also not noticed. We only notice thought that finish completed thought. We don't see it as a part of the process. Instead, we see it as a something that's only to bear. That feeling. Living near a memory, we feel like that sound, smell, sweet, taste. That object is already there. We are unable to see. It's a mental formation. Mentally constructed that thought object, adding those things of fantastic pictures. But instead, we see it as something that's already existing. And it's a that's the reason. It's something. Another thing is that when we use the same process for doing and again, we get used to it. We get used to this process. So then it becomes even more fast. So we have used it for our whole life. Now it has become faster. Now it has become too fast. This speed makes this construction and make us feel like it's almost instant. And also, because this construction happens rapidly, because thoughts are also very one after the other, this building process becomes invisible. This mind does not see contact, but activates, but resolute, and that appearance of the thought. Instead, they see only the final thought appear, not even appear, existing, already existing. That's how they see. So this speed, this rapid speed, is helps this illusion. It creates this solidity that continues existing being. The faster this process, the more complete, real the result is. Because there's no time to doubt, there's no time to see the process. Like, just like a old movie, the tiny frames and thin frames moving so quickly on the screen it appears as solid and continuous formation, movement, moving. So So now, not just this one thought, but one thought can trigger another thought, and it can trigger another thought. So now, instantly, thoughts appear, not one, but many, one after other. So now it feels like the thoughts, this world is even more real. Because, for example, let's say you're in a room, you see a chair, one, and then suddenly it is an image. You might think how this chair made, how this chair came, how this chair was bought. What are the other colors? What are the other materials? Chair flowers, more thought, single thought. Or else, you're in a room, you see one chair, and then you see a table, you see a bed, you see a book, you see a bottle. Thoughts never end. It can trigger one thought, another thought. Or when this mind can continue with more thoughts, one of them. And because of the speed, because we're so used to this, now it happens so fast. But because of that speed, we can't notice this process. So thought chains expand so fast, faster than awareness can track them. And the thing is, they just don't end up being like simple thoughts. With those thoughts comes association, emotion, toys, past, present, future, identity. Now with that, a whole world starts to exist. But they are all constructed from rapid mental expansion, construction, formation. Even though they feel like they are existing on its own outside, but they are just construction of our mind. Even the feeling that once they are existing outside is also another of the thing. So this process, it never stops, it never ends. It rapidly happens, one thought after another. So the world feels stable, ongoing, because there's something to notice, to see. So there are different things in this world. That's how it was taken. So that's how it feels. The world is stable. But life is still from second. We are also mentally forming this world, combining thoughts and creating this whole world. And the speed helps because They happen so fast. One thought appears, it dies, and soon another thought appears, and soon another, and soon another. So these happen so fast. That's why they create this illusion of existing outside world with things, objects, people, animals. So when we use thoughts for a while, we get used to it. That is why we feel we know things. We have seen this before. Like this recognition is knowing feeling, strengthen this illusion even more. So because of this, the speed and this habitual use, this repetition, all these factors, we are unable to see this thought, this construction process of thoughts. Instead, we are deceived by this and we are believing the illusion made by this fact and think that illusion is the reality itself. But it's not. This reality is created, a process, an illusion that created from bunch of processes, bunch of sense events. But when we construct the same thing again and again, these repeated constructions become automatic because it's the same thing. Now with that, it becomes familiar. This familiarity feels like the truth itself. Because we have used it for so long, we got used to it. Now it's familiar. But it's not the truth. Because we are used to it, because we are familiar with it, doesn't mean it's the truth itself. And because of that, thoughts come faster, appears faster, reconstructed faster. It feels like instant. So there's instant recognition. These thoughts gives reality feeling. Object seems already existing, not as seen a process, but something that's already existing on its own, beyond our sense of contents. It's like when you're looking at the chair, we see that right now, but in our mind, even though we see it right now, we have a feeling it is existing. It was existed even though we didn't notice it, see it. That's how this illusion feels. That's how this mind make us believe, make This mind creates this illusion, even though we didn't see it, even the God didn't come. But we have this feeling of it was existing. We blindly believe it was existing. But the thing is, this thought occurred right now. This thought reconstructed right now. So how can we say that object that thought was existed before? The thought itself was constructed right at this moment. But we cannot see the process of this reconstruction. We see the final form, final shape, final table, final bottle. So we think it's existing on its own. But if we see it as a process that happens all the time, that reconstructions happen all the time, then we know the truth. Then we know it's impossible for it to exist. Because all of these are mental formations, thought, reconstructions. So now the deepest illusion forms rapidly. Thought appears immediately. Another thought says, I am thinking, I am affected by it. Oh, I like this. I hope it can come in different forms. My thought, my feeling, my experience, my life, my chair, my body. The self appears, a thing that known, a known, a center, someone inside the world, someone who experienced that outside the world with objects, things, people, animals. Likewise, how thought appears, chair, bottle appears. The self is also appears with each and every thought. And you know, thoughts appears non-stop, immediately, so fast, and hundreds of thoughts appears. So with each and every thought appears the self also. So now the illusion of self is created. Self comes with every object, everything that we believe will take as we, which creates the illusion of continuous existing self. Because that's how how we feel it. When we looking at the body, why is the self looking? So the self, and again we are looking at something, and the self is there and looking at it. So this self born with this and everything, and thoughts are getting rapidly faster continuously, which makes us blindly believe That self is also not appearing and disappearing fastly, but self is also continuously being, staying, an existent entity, not as a written structure that appears and it is, but as something that's already existing, continuous. So that's how this continuity to rapid reconstruction happens. This process repeats endlessly, one after thoughts reconstruct rapidly, recognition reconstruct rapidly, ownership reconstruct rapidly. So the continuity, and within that continuity, a stable world forms, stable self forms, a continuous life, continuous things, objects, solid things, solid objects, continuous self appears. When these continuities repeat, it creates reconstruction. Each and every moment, it is reconstructed again and again and again, moment after moment, just like moving frames, moving quickly, creating the illusion of unfluid reality. Whether it's in the context or whether it's the thoughts appearing and disappearing, it's the same illusion. We are stuck in speed. That's why we can't see through this fake reality, this illusion. Now something changes when we slow down this illusion. When the attention slows, speed slightly, the construction becomes more visible. Fragments can be noticed before full thought forms. Activation can be noticed before full stop. Ownership can be noticed before full self being formed. And with that, the world starts to soften, less fixed, less absolute. This self softens too, because the I is seen for not something existing. When we see it as a formation, creation, the value we give it starts to loosen. So now what we feel as solid is not actually a solid thing. It's a reconstruction. If and if less hypnotically solid because now we saw the formation process. Now there is no space to believe it as the ultimate of the reality itself. Because you can see the process. And the thing is, we cannot stop thoughts now. The formation of thoughts also happening on its own. Nobody does it. It's a natural phenomenon. It happens automatically. The first thought created like that. So we cannot stop. But we can see through it, how it forms each and every time. So that with that deep understanding, we starting to believe thoughts, taking them as reality, taking them as things that exist outside on its own. Instead, we see it as a process, a natural phenomenon, a process that no one controls, that happens automatically, not a reality, but a reconstruction. So with that, we still get thoughts, but no, we don't take it as the truth, as the reality, because we saw how they are formed before. We saw them as things exist out on its own, but now we see them as a process that's happening, and it occurs because of it as a part of process. But that existent feeling it had before is also a part of this process. So now the thought appears, but the thought appears, but taken them as the reality, it's not happening. Now the experience come over, less frozen into fixed existence. Now you are living in the right moment, right now, not in the past, not in the past, not in the future, but right now. What is really happening right now in this moment? If you're into past or future, it's the game. But what actually happens is we can experience it right now in this moment. We cannot experience future apart from thought. So now we start to live in this moment. We come to the reality, to this moment. So we are less frozen into fixed existence, fixed illusion, is fixed fake realities. But thoughts continue, but their power, that blinding believing in mass reality, weakens, because now, likewise, thought appears on its own immediately. Now, with the deep understanding, you start to see the process also. There is a process. You cannot unsee it. So each and every time a thought appears, you see it as a process now. And because of that, you don't take thoughts as well. You can't take that it as well. Because you know deep down, deep down, there's an understand of this truth, of this process. So we can't take it as it is. But sometimes we can get trapped in that illusion again because we're so used to it. The way we see this world, we used to see things that way for a long time, so we can go back to it. So each and every time we have to be able to see through this true nature of this thought or what we feel like, what we suffer over. We have to see the truth behind it. What we feel like really is not actually a real thing. See any situation, anything, any object. Because each and every time the same process happens, the contact appears, it resonates and recreates a thought, and that thought, it resonates there. It creates more thoughts, more emotions, more story. It is a whole process, not some reality, something that exists on its own, even without resting, but the whole reality we create each and every time in our mind. With this deep understanding, whatever we feel, fear starts to lose its power, lose its value, which makes loses the burden, the suffering we have for these fake realities, fake thoughts, this illusion. Because more and more the construction, the true nature of this fake reality starts to become visible. Even though we cannot change the way we see, the way we feel, they happen as usual. They don't change.